If you could take your seats, please, we'll be starting in 1 minute. 1 minute, please.
So this is with audio.
Yeah, fantastic.
Hello? Hello?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
If you could take your seats, please, we will get this morning started. Plenty of seats in the front here. And breakfast will be served in just a moment. Come on in. Welcome, everyone. My name is John Pereira, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the National Congress on Pain. For those watching the live streams on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, the National Congress is being broadcast in both official languages on YouTube and at CanadianPainSociety.ca. Once again, CanadianPainSociety.ca in both official languages. Welcome, and we're going to be beginning this morning with a special presentation. We have some videos to play, so let's start playing those videos now.
Le réseau de douleurs chroniques est une initiative pan-canadienne qui relie les patients, les chercheurs, les professionnels de la santé, les éducateurs et les conseillers en politique du gouvernement dans le but d'en apprendre davantage sur la douleur chronique et de partager des connaissances pouvant aider les personnes qui en sont atteintes. Nous sommes des gens vivant avec la douleur chronique. Notre expérience vécue nous donne une perspective inestimable sur les défis auxquels sont confrontés ceux qui vivent avec cette maladie invisible. C'est pourquoi nous contribuons à changer la façon dont la recherche sur la douleur est effectuée au Canada. Depuis 2016, nous avons établi des partenariats dans un large éventail d'activités de recherche et nous avons beaucoup appris. Les avantages d'inclure les personnes vivant avec la douleur en tant que partenaires dans la recherche sont clairs. Lorsque nous sommes impliqués, nous aidons à déterminer les priorités, à faire de la recherche sous l'angle du patient et à créer des résultats de recherche qui, en fin de compte, améliorent les résultats pour la santé de nos concitoyens canadiens. Il y a certaines choses qui aident à la participation des patients dans la recherche. Impliquez-nous au début et souvent. Il est important d'être formé au début du projet et une communication régulière aide à créer un sentiment de communauté et d'appartenance. Éliminer les obstacles en offrant des honoraires et le remboursement des dépenses. Cela nous permet de nous impliquer pleinement, de partager notre temps et notre expertise et de nous engager à assister à des réunions et à des conférences. Avoir la chance de s'engager en tant que partenaire de recherche a également des avantages pour nous. Le réseau de douleurs chroniques nous ouvre la porte pour créer des liens avec d'autres personnes vivant avec la douleur. Nous apprenons ensemble, les uns des autres, partageons des connaissances au sein d'un réseau plus large et nous nous soutenons mutuellement plus efficacement. Si vous envisagez d'engager des patients partenaires au sein de votre équipe de recherche, en tant que personne vivant avec la douleur, nous vous suggérons de commencer modestement. Travaillez ensemble dès le début pour développer les limites et les attentes qui favoriseront le succès de toute votre équipe. Pour en savoir plus sur la façon dont vous pouvez faire participer les personnes vivant avec la douleur à la recherche, visitez le site web du réseau de douleurs chroniques dès aujourd'hui.
À la naissance, j'avais un vrai certificat de naissance, avec le nom de ma mère porteuse sur le certificat de naissance et mon père biologique. Ce certificat de naissance a été scellé au bout de quelques jours par un tribunal.
The gathering that we put together, we call it the national gathering at this point. In this case, we got together by inviting clinicians, researchers, people from community leadership, and policymakers, for example, from community, meaning from the Indigenous community across Canada. But we had a priority, we had a goal, and that was to, for one, establish what those priorities are for addressing pediatric pain for children, Indigenous children. That has to come from the Indigenous community. We knew that from the beginning. And that is a process in itself. It has taken us about 15, 16, 17 years altogether to build this relationship with our community, to have that trust, to have that sense of understanding around protocols, to make sure that we follow ceremony and we follow community-led ways in gathering, let's say, knowledge and using it for healing our people.
So the first day was in community, learning from knowledge holders, getting teachings from knowledge holders, eating traditional food, just being on the land, and it was on a very special day as well. It was the National Truth and Reconciliation Day. Every child matters, and that was really present in all of our hearts. It was a day chosen for us to meet and to talk about Indigenous child and youth pain, and to get our minds and hearts in that place to talk about what the priorities were and why we wanted to think about those priorities in such an important space with almost all Indigenous people. And then the second day was in Hamilton in the hotel, so it just worked out that, you know, we had these two spaces where we were doing this work. And the second day, we began having those conversations about what the priorities were.
That's what we managed to do in those 2 days. It was a lot of work, a lot of preparation, a lot of ground support from our team at the Chronic Pain Network. That was awesome. And of course, we had RPM with our video production. We had folks from 6 Nations. They were awesome. They provided us the space, the time, the gifts, the medicine, and the resources of knowledge. So we appreciate everyone's collaboration in this project, and we invite you to take that journey with us.
The Chronic Pain Network is a pan-Canadian initiative that connects patients, researchers, healthcare professionals, educators, and government policy advisors in an effort to learn about and share knowledge that can help people living with chronic pain. We are people living with chronic pain. Our lived experience gives us an invaluable perspective on the challenges faced by those living with this invisible illness. That's why we are involved in helping to change the way pain research is done in Canada. Since 2016, we've partnered in a wide range of research activities, and we've learned a lot. The benefits of including people living with pain as partners in research are clear. When we are engaged, we help identify priorities, help do the research through a patient lens, and create research results, which ultimately improve health outcomes for fellow Canadians. There are some things that help patient engagement in research be successful, involve us early and often. Being trained at the beginning of the project is important, and consistent communication helps create a sense of community and belonging. Remove barriers by offering honoraria and expense reimbursement. This allows us to fully engage, share our time and expertise, and commit to attending meetings and conferences. Having the chance to engage as research partners has benefits for us too. The Chronic Pain Network opens the door for us to create connections with others living with pain. We learn alongside and from one another, share knowledge across a broader network, and support one another more effectively. If you're considering engaging patient partners as part of your research team, as people living with pain, we suggest starting small. Work together early to develop the boundaries and expectations that will drive success for your whole team. To learn more about how you can engage people who live with pain in research, visit the Chronic Pain Network website today.
In 2016, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research made an unprecedented investment in chronic pain research in Canada. As part of their Strategies for Patient-Oriented Research program, they funded a series of research networks focused on chronic disease, and it was very exciting that they elected to identify chronic pain as a disease in its own right. That meant that the Chronic Pain Network could come into being. It is a national network that engages both people with lived experience as well as researchers, clinicians, educators, and policymakers. And our goal when we set out was to change the way pain is managed in Canada. 20% of Canadians experience chronic pain sufficient to disrupt their lives. The general public needs to be aware of that. Employers need to be aware of that because they need to recognize that a portion of their workforce may require some attention. And policymakers need to be aware of the problems so that they apply policy interventions appropriately.
Patient partners are front and center in all aspects of the Chronic Pain Network. They're involved in the governance of the network. They help to drive the priority setting process. They're involved in all of the projects, but they also lead projects on their own, which is something that historically we've not seen a lot of in Canada. But here you'll see patient partners stepping forward, identifying an issue, proposing research that they would like to lead, and then finding other partners to help them execute on that project.
I've been involved with research community as a patient partner for almost 20 years. I'm disabled from being in chronic pain. I lived with rheumatoid arthritis for almost 40 years, so I've had a lot of disability from this. So it's helped me to take my experience of living with chronic pain to help improve lives of other people so they don't have to go through what I've gone through.
Even basic research scientists say to me or say to groups that they would never start a new research without having a patient partner or many. So to me, that's the greatest gain that we've had, other than the outside influences that CPN has been able to bring about.
Age groups are very important. One of the things that's unrecognized is that children experience chronic pain almost as often as adults. So roughly 20% of children will experience chronic pain of some sort.
So the program of research that I brought into the network was an app called I Can Cope with Pain, which is a smartphone app that actually helps young people with chronic pain to learn about their pain, set goals, track their symptoms, and then have advice pushed to them in terms of mind-body strategies, movement strategies, and also offer social support to help them learn strategies to better cope and manage their pain.
The other end of the spectrum, the seniors, particularly seniors who end up institutionalized, perhaps with dementia, that's a population where you have to have a particular focus on assessing patients and considering pain as part of their constellation of symptoms that needs to be treated.
I use an app to track my pain experience, and what I find helpful about that is once I've tracked it, I can put it aside and not think about it. However, the next time I have a physician appointment, I can pull together that information very quickly and simply show trending to my physician. And I found that to be incredibly helpful.
Many, if not all, First Nations languages in the country do not actually have a word for pain in the sense that we use the concept of chronic pain in English. So that made it very challenging for clinicians who are trained in sort of European Western medicine to interact with Indigenous peoples clinically.
It's really important to involve Indigenous communities in research and improving access to care because they have their own unique needs. We do have some Indigenous researchers who have expertise in working with those communities to come up with the best solutions for them, and it's really working with them. So we as researchers and clinicians shouldn't be coming up with the solutions. It really should come from the communities themselves.
The Chronic Pain Network truly walks the talk in terms of involving and engaging patients at the table in decision-making of the network, in how research can be improved by hearing the patient voice. I believe that they have shown other organizations how it can be done.
The next immediate 4 years of the network focus on knowledge mobilization and implementation science. So we will be building what we hope to be long-term structures that will help to drive out the most current knowledge in understanding chronic pain, treating chronic pain, and hope to very much shorten what can be a 10 or 15 year cycle of getting knowledge into practice and bring it down to maybe as little as a year or a couple of years.
We're having a momentum. I think we need to continue gentle pressure on our governments in order to move forward and to make everybody understand that $40 billion in direct and indirect costs of chronic pain is not wasted anymore, and that we can achieve gains by reducing the cost of chronic pain.
Right now, I think I am the most excited I've been in the last 30 years about the future of chronic pain research and care in Canada. We've gotten to a point where not only do we have excellent researchers and excellent clinicians, but that is starting to be recognized. And I think healthcare systems and the federal government and the provincial governments are starting to realize the importance of chronic pain and addressing chronic pain. And I think the network has the possibility now of really bringing that interest into focus and providing a resource that people can come to gather the necessary information to make good decisions.
Oh, thank you for that. We haven't even started and we're already getting applause. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the National Congress on Pain. We are so excited to be here to talk about an issue that really impacts us all. But up to this point has been a rather silent epidemic. But we know that with 1 in 5 Canadians suffering from chronic pain, the impact of this crisis is not silent. From opioids to the legalization of marijuana, to changes in legislation around MAID, from vaccination hesitancy to the overwhelming mental health crisis, these are all larger societal problems that we do hear a lot about. But these are also pain problems. They are tightly linked to the chronic pain crisis that our country is facing. And we are here today to elevate our voices in an outcry for change, to talk candidly about what is being done and what needs to be done to make change for the people that are impacted by pain. My name is Rachel Bosma. I am a chronic pain scientist, and I'm embedded in a clinical portfolio at the Toronto Academic Pain Medicine Institute. And I'm also a lead investigator for the Chronic Pain Network, which is a network funded through CIHR, the Canadian Institutes for Health Research, through the Strategy for Patient-Oriented Research program. And today, myself and my panelists up here with me, well, we have the privilege, and we have this privilege because we paid for your breakfast, so you're welcome. But we have the privilege to share in some of the ways in which a chronic pain research network has brought our country's researchers and people with lived and living experience together to tackle the chronic pain problem. So I'm going to have a seat, and before we dive in, I'm going to invite all of our panelists to introduce themselves to you. Go ahead, Nader.
Hi, my name is Nader Ghasemlou. I'm an associate professor at Queen's University, where I help to direct the Pain Chronobiology and Neuroimmunology Lab.
Hello. So my name's Jennifer Daly-Cyr, and I've been living with pain since the sudden onset of right upper quadrant abdominal pain in 2014, and I underline sudden. Prior to that moment, I was living a really terrific personal, professional life as a wife, a mom, a friend, a daughter, a BB now, and in a successful career in marketing and strategic planning, where I held a number of senior leadership positions and faculty positions. I really had a very full social and active life, and I traveled extensively. And the reason I mention that is because it had a profound impact that I'll talk about a little bit later on. I began my patient partner journey with the Chronic Pain Network, and my experience has evolved to include a number of national, provincial, and university-based research initiatives and projects, including now as the co-chair of the executive committee for the CPN, vice chair for the CPS PWLE committee. I also have the pleasure of working with each one of these individuals on a number of different projects, so it's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks very much. My name's Norm Buckley. I'm a actually nearly almost totally retired anesthesiologist and chronic pain clinician at McMaster University. And for the last 8 years, I've been the nominated principal investigator for the Chronic Pain Network.
Fantastic. Thank you. So everybody caught that? Speak right into your mics, please, so everyone can hear, because we've got their attention. So thank you. Make sure they can hear you, because we have things to say. Norm, interesting how this is what retirement looks like. Very interesting. But keep your mic close to your mouth, because we're going to start with you. Can you start us off by sharing a little bit about the Chronic Pain Network and how it came to be?
Yeah. Actually, the Chronic Pain Network is an interesting thing. It is, I think, as you heard on the video, one of the 5 chronic disease networks that was funded in the CIHR's Strategies for Patient-Oriented Research in 2016. So it's been 8 years of building and disseminating the concepts of engaging patients in research and network governance as well. It's actually also an example of how years of advocacy and preparation come together with some very good luck and nicely timed events to result in what has really been, I think, a great step forward for pain care and research in the country. It represents the largest single investment by CIHR in pain research in Canada's history. It's also an example of how sometimes a lot of things come together to permit a valuable new entity to come into being. So CPN, and this is appropriate at the Canadian Pain Society meeting, is most immediately a product of APDOC, the Academic Pain Directors of Canada. Each year we have a meeting at the CPS meeting, and it's loosely referred to as an ad hoc committee. We keep no minutes. We tell no one what we decided, but Kathy Smythe, who was in Ottawa, is in Ottawa at the Ottawa Hospital Pain Clinic, registered the application after establishing with CIHR that chronic pain met the characteristics of a chronic disease and so could compete in this competition for the funding for the network. I was personally fortunate in that the substantial philanthropic gift from Michael DeGroot to McMaster University meant that I had access to a full-time and very skilled senior administrator who helped with the application. We were then fortunate also to engage with Dawn Richards. Dawn Richards is a member of CAPA, the Canadian Arthritis Patients Alliance, and she's also a very skilled grant writer, scientist, and advocate herself. And so she was the project manager for writing the grant, and she both set an example of how to effectively engage with patients, but also brought in her contacts from across the country. We partnered with Pain BC, Maria Hudspeth, and also the AQDC in Quebec. They were the principal knowledge users as we built up the submission. And then from the beginning, based on these examples, we had people with lived experience engaged not only as collaborators in the research activity, but also as members of the governance committees and co-chairs for all the committees. And the Patient Engagement Committee worked to provide training and instruction for both patients and researchers in how to effectively work together. And so while it looks like the CPN kind of appeared magically in 2015 or 16, it goes back farther than that. It goes back to 2004, 2005, when Mary Lynch and John Clark were applying the concepts of wait list management to the huge imbalance between the need for chronic pain care and the availability of pain care in Canada. Goes on, one of the other things that was happening around the same time was the pediatric pain researchers in Canada, who are among the world's leading and most recognized pain researchers, started holding a summit at White Point Beach in Nova Scotia each year, and out of that group, PITCH, the Pain in Children's Health Research Training. It was a program funded by the Strategic Training in Health Research program at CIHR. And for about 10 years, they mentored young researchers and really trained a whole generation of people that you see in the room and on the poster boards now to become excellent in pain research. And around the same time also the AQDC and at the time the Canadian Pain Coalition were being formed. So there was a lot of things that happened almost 20 years ago now. The opioid crisis was being recognized and contributed to a national level of awareness about the problems of chronic pain. The Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse and Addiction developed a strategy for around the concepts of how to address pain in Canada, and they really focused on pain. 50% of their recommendations were to address issues to do with pain. And then the CIHR also recognized the issues. They held a pain summit in 2016 in collaboration with the CPN. And so how did it come to be? Well, it was a very quick resolution to 20 years of advocacy and activity.
Thank you, Norm. Lots of people coming together. So we have a network that includes researchers and people with lived and living experience to come around the pain problem. But what is the impact? And specifically, I'm not talking about outcomes and research outcomes. I'm not talking about the number of publications, the number of collaborations, the things that, researchers tend to care about. But I'm talking about the impact of the Chronic Pain Network, the impact that the Chronic Pain Network has had on people and on the pain problem. So I'll invite Jennifer to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Rachel. Teamwork. Thank you, Rachel. My pleasure to elaborate on that. So prior to my own lived experience, I can say that I really had no idea that 1 in 5 Canadians were living with pain. I just had no perception of that whatsoever. I didn't have pain. No one I knew directly had pain, and so I had no idea how much of a profound impact it was having. And I certainly didn't understand the financial impact of pain on the healthcare system, and I could not possibly have imagined how much pain research was happening in Canada at the time. And I can say, without being too dramatic, pain has shattered my life. My identity evaporated with the sudden onset of pain. The stigma for me was overwhelming, and I needed to find a way to turn what I'll call my pain lemons into lemonade. I learned from Dr. Patricia Poulin, who may be in the room today, that the CPN was engaging patients, people with lived experience, in a meaningful and authentic way, including being at committee tables with the Chronic Pain Network. And my first thought was, how do I get involved? A little while later, I was eventually invited to join the CPN on the Patient Engagement Committee, and then I eventually also a little later on the Knowledge Translation Committee, and now, as I mentioned earlier, as co-chair of the Executive Committee alongside Norm. Thank you. Upon joining the CPN, I immediately discovered that pain partners are very much a part of changing the narrative around patient-oriented research. With the CPN, patient partners are involved in governance. They're setting research priorities. They're a part of CPS pain projects. And also, as was mentioned in an earlier video, invited to lead or take on their own projects. Pain researchers and trainees who may not have had the opportunity to see or grasp within their research what potentially can impact a patient, or may not have had a chance to even speak to someone who is experiencing the pain that they're studying, all of a sudden may have access to chatting with a patient partner and getting them involved in their research. Certainly my experience with the CPN has been such that I'm a part of a team. Where each person brings not only their lived pain experience, but they're bringing their professional and other skills to the table, and I think that's very relevant. Chronic pain, as I mentioned earlier, has had a massive impact on my life, and the advocacy experience was the silver lining for me. It not only draws on my newly found sort of expertise by lived experience, it draws on the many skills that I had developed over the years as well, and I'm pleased to be able to do that. And while I continue to live with severe and acute episodes of persistent abdominal pain, fortunately not right at this moment, being a part of the CPN has helped me bring back what I'll refer to as pieces of me that I had lost along the way after the pain had started. So, and truly endeavoring to live my best life, CPN has formed a very important part of that. As such, I've developed a really strong passion for advocacy and an aspiration to help others, really. I've always, I think, in a sense, felt that way, but this gives me an opportunity to do that in a more meaningful manner, rooted in really a desire to increase the incorporation of that lived experience. I can see it firsthand when working with others, how impactful that is. Broaden the awareness of chronic pain. I mentioned earlier I had no idea, so that raising awareness, we can't do enough on that. Improving understanding around the value of patient engagement in research, and for improved access to healthcare to support people living with pain. From my standpoint, I do what I can when I'm able, and it's been a fascinating journey to be working with the CPN.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for sharing that. Yeah, huge. Very tangible impacts that being part of this work has had for you personally and for people with living experience. Nader, can you share a little bit about the impacts coming from the research side? So comment on how the Chronic Pain Network has helped with the advancement of pain research.
Yeah, that's it's a loaded question. It's a lot of work has gone into the CPN on the research front that I think has helped to really bring together people from across Canada to be able to work together across the wide spectrum that is pain research, from the basic science all the way to clinical and working directly with people and helping to help manage pain. The network funded something like 20 to 40 projects that at the end of the day did span this spectrum, and not just, when we think of pain, I think most of us think of an older person who's having pain, but there's work from Pitch and from others with like Mel Knoll and others who've really tried to capture the pain that happens across the lifespan. And thinking about pain from young people all the way to old people with Thomas Hadrostropoulos' work is really, I think, an impactful way of looking at it. But if we look at it as a larger picture, being able to build registries, being able to build biobanks, and being able to build this larger capacity to think about pain not just individually, but everybody together, and to think of it as a group project as opposed to the individuals who work in their own research laboratories, and to think about it in a much bigger way, I think has helped to reshape the way that we think about pain, the way that we think about pain research, and the collaborations that we can build. Some of the outcomes, I think, for people living with pain on the research side have not only been working with researchers and scientists and clinician scientists in partnership to build these projects, but it's also resulted in the development of tools that are helping people. So the Power Over Pain portal is helping some 215 or 250,000 people living with chronic pain who are able to access resources and to connect with each other and to be able to help discuss their pain and to learn more about why it's happening and how they can help to better manage it. That's a different way of thinking about pain on a global scale, starting in Canada, hopefully. Yeah.
Amazing. Those are amazing examples of how the Chronic Pain Network is really just moving beyond outcomes, but really looking towards impact. And I'm going to pick on you further, Nader, and ask you to follow up on these comments. So you shared a lot about, the work that the network has done, and you talked about, you pointed out, highlighted some of the work of our colleagues that are here with us. But what about the impact to your own work? So Jennifer shared how it personally impacted her. How has connecting to this network personally impacted you and the work that you do in your lab?
So I'm one of the odd ducks in the CPN. I am a basic scientist. Well, was a basic scientist, fundamental science, looking at how cells and the molecules that they secrete work together to initiate disease. My journey with the CPN actually began when I was asked to comment on the research strategy from a basic scientist's point of view, thinking about translation of the work from basic to the clinical. And one of the things that I thought about was my own experience as a PhD student working in a spinal cord injury lab, where I had never met someone with a spinal cord injury until I went to a conference and someone in a wheelchair came to my poster. And that really made me rethink the work that I was doing and how I was doing it and why I was doing it. And the fact that I had never met someone with the injury that I was studying was really scary almost as a scientist, because I don't know exactly what I'm studying unless I actually talk to someone who's living through that experience. And so when I began my own lab, I said, I want to do a translational science program. And one of the things is, a basic scientist, when we think about translation, we say, well, I'm working on a disease. That's translational. It's not. I think really translational means spanning from the laboratory, the basic laboratory, from cells and animal models, all the way to people. And so with help from the CPN, I was able to connect with patient partners. So Leslie Singer was my first patient partner. And I remember when we first met and really talked about it, about this idea of rhythmicity of pain, and Leslie said, you know, I've got 2 different kinds of pain and they actually have different rhythms. And I thought, my God, you're like my mice. And when I thought about, you know, people and mice being so similar, it got me really thinking about what can we do. And now Jennifer is a partner, and Jenny Lorca, if she's in the audience here, is a partner as well. And we're working on multiple sclerosis as well and have patient partners there as well because of the foundation that the CPN helped us build. With that, the CPN has let my lab now move into a completely different sphere. And that is where we went out and, with funding from the CPN, collected blood samples from people living with pain. And we collected at different times of day. And we began to ask the question of, using our background in cellular and molecular biology, can we identify what could be the differences that are happening in terms of the activation of immune cells in people living with chronic pain? And can we map this out over time and see how it changes? So we developed what's called the Circa Pain Project. And we actually launched Circa Pain version 2.0 yesterday. So if you guys want to go and check it out, circapain.ca is the website where people can actually go in and record their pain, mood, fatigue, activity levels, following a baseline assessment, and then we can capture what your pain looks like and what could be factors that are affecting your pain outcomes. And with our chronic low back pain population in Kingston, we were able to actually identify a specific biomarker, if you will, of pain rhythmicity, because some people are rhythmic and some people are not. Some people live in constant pain and some people don't. And our mice are the same. And now when we're able to bridge this gap from people to mice, the idea is to bridge that translational gap that exists, where there's the 2 pillars that we talk about a lot are biomedical and clinical, and spanning that bridge, that's the valley of death. And the reason why it's the valley of death is usually we begin in the lab at the bench side and we go to the clinic. And now to flip that script of saying we're going to start in the clinic, we're going to go to the bench side and figure it out, and then we'll go back to the clinic and actually have tools and techniques that are precise and able to help individuals, as opposed to, you know, a silver bullet that doesn't exist, I think, for everybody. That's, I think, the way that we can change that script. And now it's made our lab right in ICT. I wrote an innovative clinical trial grant. I'm a basic scientist who should never have even come up with this kind of a question before, but I was able to by connecting with people like Norm, with connecting with clinician scientists, with connecting with people living with pain, and to come up with these ideas. And now we're trying to do this kind of innovative study of bridging that gap that exists between the lab and the clinic to help people living with pain.
Amazing. Thank you, Nader. I love that. I feel like, we're flipping the script. That's what we're doing here through the Chronic Pain Network. We're flipping the script to make sure that the work that we are doing is having an impact, a positive impact for those with chronic pain. So that's what we've done. Where are we going? What are the current opportunities? What does the future look like, Norm?
So the current state of the Chronic Pain Network is that we have finished the first tranche of funding that was focused on research. And now, as that was coming to an end, we start to think about sustainability. How can we continue to support the network infrastructure that allows us to organize things, to bring meetings together, to support the patient engagement committee and all the people with lived experience to ensure that they are in a position, knowledgeable, and have enough people to engage with research projects. But also the CIHR, as that experiment with the chronic disease networks was winding through its end, said, why don't we take this as an opportunity to really focus on knowledge mobilization? You've heard about the death valley, the shifting from understanding at a basic science level to understanding at a clinical level to becoming general practice in healthcare. That can take anywhere up to 15, 20, 30 years, depending on the process, but even the final steps can take 10 to 15 years, and they're trying to shorten that. And so they said to the chronic disease networks, we'd like you to reinvent yourselves as networks focused on knowledge mobilization and implementation science. So take the knowledge that you've created, drive it out, demonstrate that we can have an impact in all of these areas of healthcare. And when you think about pain, it has a number of areas where we need to focus our work in order to ensure that things that need to happen can happen. So we, first of all, it's a different ballgame. Knowledge mobilization requires specific skills, training, experience, connections, and so we recruited a different set of principal applicants. Some continued on from the first version, some were brought in for specific sets of expertise, and we're orienting them to the world of pain and pain care, pain research. But we've targeted 5 specific populations for knowledge mobilization and for implementation science activities. Looking at patients in the public, healthcare professionals and their educators, healthcare organizations, researchers, and policymakers. And some of the things that have been created, say since 2016, 17, 18, 19, include things like Pain Canada. And Pain Canada they're not part of CPN, we're a part of their advisory council, but Pain Canada, that grew out of the recommendations of the Canadian Pain Task Force, is working to develop national level public awareness and support peer support groups and the creation of patient organizations across the country, as well as shepherding all of the recommendations of the task force through. So that piece is well in hand. We participate in that, but that's really directed elsewhere. There's collaborators that have developed processes for packaging information in a way that can successfully inform policymakers. So people like the McMaster Health Forum, for example. So that work is well underway. The areas where we're focusing and needing to focus is knowledge mobilization to healthcare professionals and to educators. Healthcare curriculum, Judy Watt-Watson's here, her work from 10 or 15 years ago surveying healthcare curricula in the country identified the fact that we train almost no one effectively in pain care and understanding. Some of that is changing, but we need to further inform those healthcare curricula. Moving information out to healthcare organizations. One of the implementation science pieces may be trying to identify where the most effective target is to look at the difference between what happens now in care and what should happen optimally, and try to figure out, using the techniques and the expertise of implementation science, how to best implement those things and make those changes. So that's really what's going on. We're working on building these pathways. building the groups, making the connections. We have a different collection of people across the country now. One of our principal investigators, Katie Burney, based in Calgary, has a knowledge broker, Megan McNeil, working with her. She's working on aspects of driving pain care knowledge out into primary care, particularly for the focus on pediatric care, but developing a strategy that will allow that to spread to other areas. The implementation science, Justin Presso here in Ottawa is an expert in that area, and his research collaborator, Jenny Olson, is here, and they're working on those strategies, and they've helped to develop work for the Power Over Pain portal, for example, to figure out how best to make that roll out. And then in Hamilton, we have Rachel Roy, who's also a knowledge mobilizer, working with parts of the to create materials that can be driven out, be accessible. We actually have a booth that you won't see until 3:30, but we have a booth with a number of these materials prepared that you can access. And so that's the focus now for the next 4 years is to, well, 2 years now, because we started 2 years ago, but we have several years of work to do in putting these pathways in place, but also seeking sustainable sources of funding to keep that network infrastructure in place and keep the work going.
Thanks, Norm. And a good reminder to check out the booth if you have a chance, continue the conversation. There's lots of people around that are involved in this, and we'd love to, make the tent bigger. What I'm hearing from us, though, when we're talking about chronic pain as a network, a research network, is that networks provide the infrastructure that allow people to come together. They allow great ideas to be shared and then go beyond just talking about something to actually doing something. But, and this is my opinion, networks aren't super sexy, right? They're not really all that attractive to support funding because they're not doing research necessarily. They're not creating the innovations. They're doing that less tangible. They're facilitating, they're supporting, they're training, they're creating the environment or the opportunity for things to be created. So I'd like us to wrap up here by really commenting and inviting you all to comment on why do we need a network? What is the importance of supporting the chronic pain network to improve care in Canada? Nader, why don't you go ahead?
So I'll say am I on? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Yes. Great.
It's like, is our time up? Like, we're just done?
I don't know if you want to hear me, but I'll say that the biggest part of the network has been able to bring people who don't normally talk together. And that's been really important. So to bring patient partners, to bring basic scientists, to bring clinician scientists, to bring people with lived experience, to bring policymakers, to bring everybody together into the same room at the same time to talk, I think has been transformative in terms of how we think about pain.
Thanks. Thank you. Is this working? Okay, good. So from my standpoint, seeing the impact of this patient voice and shaping research makes it near impossible for me to imagine pain research happening without that voice. And CPN has been instrumental in that. The magnitude of impact that I see the Chronic Pain Network has had on the research community with meaningful engagement, integrating the patient voice into research projects. There's an expectation, and supporting that learning of being able to do so. In fact, did you know that there are today, over the course of these CPS, there are 4 poster presentations, 19 symposia, and other presentations by researchers supported by the CPN, including 4 of the patient partners who are here. I think that's pretty darn powerful. Yeah. Thank you. And CPN is capacity building. To make this happen, the CPN needs support, and that support needs to be sustained. And over to you, Norm. Yeah.
Actually, and in an uncharacteristic display of self-control, I don't think there's anything I can add to that.
And that's big for Norm. So thank you, everyone. We know that chronic pain is complex. We know that the solution to this problem is not going to be, one solution. There's not going to be one size fits all. It's going to take expertise and innovations across the spectrum. It's going to take people working together, not in silos, but together with and even led by people living with pain. People who intimately know the chronic pain problem because they live with it every single day. People who know what matters, and they know whether the research that you're doing and the outcomes that you're finding are something that's impactful. It's going to take a network to come together to make change. And so we're going to end there. I'm going to thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about the work of the Chronic Pain Network. I'm going to thank you for your attention while you ate your breakfast. It's much appreciated. And we'd love to continue this conversation. So come find us, come find those 19 symposiums and multiple posters. Come talk to people. And thank you for being part of this work.
Okay, we're going to be setting up the stage and starting in about 5 minutes. Thanks, everybody. 5 minutes. If you could take your seats, please. We'll be starting in 1 minute. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Hi. Oh, it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. Fingers crossed. Here we go. Now. If you could take your seats, please, we'll be starting in just a moment. If you could take your seats, please, we are going to get started. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the National Congress on Pain. For those watching the live stream on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, the National Congress on Pain is available in both official languages on YouTube and at CanadianPainSociety.ca. Once again, in both official languages at CanadianPainSociety.ca. I'd like to begin by paying respect to the Algonquin people, who are the traditional guardians of this land. We acknowledge their long-standing relationship with this territory, which remains unceded. We pay respect to all Indigenous people in Canada and the ones that call Ottawa home. We acknowledge the traditional knowledge keepers, both young and old. We honor their courageous leaders, past, present, and future. I would now like to introduce to you Grandmother Irene, who is a First Nations elder in the Ottawa community. Irene Compton is the co-founder of the Minawashan Lodge, celebrating 30 years of work there. She is an intergenerational survivor of the residential school system. Her work at the Lodge supports women survivors of violence, assists them with safety plans, stabilization, healing, and employment, as well as education achievement. Irene is the keeper of the stories at the Minawashan Sacred Lodge, which connects Indigenous women to their culture, to their identity, and to their pride. She will be opening our gathering with a song to invite the ancestors in and to create a safe space. Please welcome Grandmother Irene.
Anine, good morning. It's my honor to be here today to open your gathering. We always start with a cleansing, a purification, because when we invite those ancestors in through that eastern doorway, we have to cleanse ourselves. It's almost the same as different religions, like if you go into the Catholic Church, you do the holy water. That's cleansing yourself before you enter into Creator's presence. So that's why we do our sage. It's a cleansing. And so we're going to cleanse our minds so that we'll have clarity and understanding. We're going to cleanse our ears so that we will listen with intent. And we're going to cleanse our eyes so that we can see a good future, especially for pain and helping the people in pain. And we're going to cleanse our mouth so that we be respectful to say good things to one another. And we make that most important connection from our heart to our Creator every day. And I like to cleanse my tummy because that's where all your emotions sit, and we just want to take any kind of scattered emotions, and we just want to ground ourselves to Mother Earth so that we can be truly present for one another. So if everybody could stand, please, we're going to do a beautiful song. We always acknowledge the teachers of our songs, and this one comes to us from Grandmother Barbara Hooper. She just recently passed away, but what a beautiful legacy she left in this song. So I'm going to start with 4 honor beats, and you are going to be my warriors. So here we go to this beautiful wildflower song. So our grandmother, Barbara, she told us this song came to her in a dream. And she said, if you can imagine, way back in the 1800s, and there's women and children, and they're in the meadow, and they're picking the wildflowers and the medicine, and the sun is shining, and they're singing, hey, hey, the soldiers are coming over the hill, and the warriors, they have to warn the women and children, so they cry out, yeah, hey, 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 hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey. So that's the whole song. And that first round we sang was for new beginnings. And we asked Creator for new beginnings, especially in the work that we do. We need those new inspirations and that new development and that continuation. So we're going to travel down to the southern direction, and that's where all our youth sit. So we're going to acknowledge our youth. We're going to acknowledge their confidence, their bravery, and their leadership, because we know they are the leaders of the next 7 generations. So let's sing for our youth. Hey, 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 okay, youth warriors. Yeah, hey, 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 hey. And in that western direction, that's where our makwa sits, our bear. And that bear represents courage. So we're going to ask that bear to be within our gathering, to give us that courage to move forward with things, and also to have that courage, especially for those ones that are in pain, to have that courage to have balanced healing. So here we go. Let's invite Makwa into our gathering. Hey, 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 Okay, let's hear those bear warriors. Yeah, All right. This is our last round. I want you to think about your ancestors. You know who they are because they're your helpers on your earth walk. And it's important that we connect to them every day for that support. So with this last round, reflect on them and invite them into this gathering. Here we go. Hey, 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 okay, last time for the warriors. Wait for it. Yeah, hey, 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 hey. Oh, Jimmy Gwetch, give yourselves a hand.
Thank you so much, Grandmother Irene, for being here and opening the National Congress on Pain. We gather here today in support of 8 million Canadians living with pain. The National Congress is a unique collaboration between the Canadian Pain Society, Health Canada, and Pain Canada. I would also like to thank attendees from the following 9 federal agencies here today: Health Canada, the Public Health Agency of Canada, Indigenous Services Canada, the Department of Defense, Veterans Affairs, Correctional Services Canada, Employment and Social Development Canada, Statistics Canada, and the Canadian Institutes of Health Research. Also, from Newfoundland in the east to British Columbia in the west, I would like to thank the many provincial health authorities attending today. This country is here together for a historic moment. And finally, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our American friends joining us in Ottawa. This includes the President of the U.S. Association for the Study of Pain and the Executive Director of America's National Pain Advocacy Center. We hope you enjoy our nation's capital. There are so many health conditions that it's hard to keep track of them all. There's so many parts of our healthcare system that it's hard to keep track of all of that too. Put it together and it can feel like 1,000 scattered dots. Is pain just another dot? No. Pain is the line that connects the dots. Pain is the #1 reason people go to the emergency department. Pain is the #1 reason people see their family doctor. And according to Statistics Canada, pain is the #1 cause of disability in this country. Pain exacts an incredible human toll, affecting families and communities, and also costing this country $40 billion every year. And according to the World Health Organization, pain is also the #1 cause of disability in the world. Pain matters. Pain matters a lot. So we begin today where we should, hearing from someone living with pain. Jennifer Daly-Cyr is a patient partner and executive co-chair of the Chronic Pain Network and vice chair of the Canadian Pain Society's People with Lived Experience Committee. 2024 marks 10 years that she has lived with severe chronic pain. So let's hear from her. Please welcome to the stage Jennifer Daly-Cyr.
Thank you, John. To say it's an honor and a privilege to be here today to help set the stage, set the scene for living with chronic pain is an understatement. And certainly, especially that it's the first ever National Congress on Pain. Congratulations to everyone who made this happen. And thank you for your attendance to help inform the overall goal of improving health outcomes for people living with pain. People like me. According to Health Canada, 1 in 5 people across their lifespan live with chronic pain. Now, if you think about it, and given the size of this room and the attendance here today, if you take a moment and look to your left, look to your right, look ahead of you, look behind you, there's a very solid chance that at least one of you in that 5 is living with pain or will live with pain at some point. And you know, that translates into 1 in 5 people that you walk past on the street could be living with pain. And think about it, that's like every 5th person. And you can't see it because it's an invisible illness. So, who am I and what brought me here today? Thank you for the introduction, John. I'll set a little bit of context. So I'm a wife, a mother, a baby, a daughter, a sister, a colleague, and a friend. And well over 9 years ago, almost 10 years, I was living the dream. I had a very full family life, social life, big social life, and professional life. I had spent years building a career in marketing and strategic planning, something I loved very much. I held senior leadership positions, faculty positions. I traveled extensively. I know a few of you heard this earlier, but to repeat it a little bit because it's that much of an impact. And I developed a passion for climbing mountains. And so for me, it was that I had enjoyed a number of high altitude climbs, including Kilimanjaro a couple of times and Everest Base Camp. In fact, I had just returned from my second climb of Kilimanjaro when I was suddenly struck with this severe right upper quadrant. I can almost point to it. It's very localized right upper quadrant abdominal pain. And despite undergoing numerous, and I underline numerous, and continued investigations, interventions, tests, imaging, surgeries, I am one of the unknown number of people in Canada who does not have a diagnosis beyond chronic pain. There isn't a known cause for the pain. And what that translates to me is that there's no treatment specific beyond symptomatic treatment, and so it leaves me without any sort of solution or beyond symptom management. I've lost count of how many times I've heard from my wonderful caring physicians, "You are my mystery patient." And needless to say, in that time, I crossed over what I consider to be a very scary threshold of going from acute pain to chronic pain. And frankly, at the time, I had no idea what that meant. I have a better understanding of it now. My pain's unpredictable. It fluctuates a lot. And as I mentioned earlier, it's localized. It can come on very quickly, from 0 to 8 or 10, like in no time at all, or very slowly. I don't seem to have any known triggers. And while my pain is not 24/7, it is frequent, persistently acute, and I also experience other related symptoms, such as, and many of others living with pain might as well. There's severe fatigue, sleep challenges, difficulty concentrating. All of these things seem to go hand in hand. And like so many others living with pain, the impact on my life has been massive. The impact goes far, far beyond the symptoms themselves. It's an impact on me as a whole person. It's the biological, psychosocial
spiritual is the way it's referred to. So it affects every aspect of your life. And for me, that meant my career came to a halt, as though someone had pulled the carpet out from under me. My climbs disappeared. Darn. And the stigma has been quite pervasive. For many, many months, actually, I stayed very low-key, feeling quite isolated, alone, withdrawn, despite the fact that I have an incredible family surrounding me. I was worn out from all the questions that people felt were okay to ask because I was classified as undiagnosed. And so I had pain, but no known cause. And the judgment that came along with that stigma was a little overpowering. And the impact on my family and friends has been profound. My husband, my kids, my friends, everyone was on constant alert, just waiting to, help. And things were starting to spiral away. Everything changed. Everything that I once depended on was gone. And my identity, as I knew it, was completely shattered. Prior to living with pain, I had no idea that Canada is a global leader in pain research, and that much more research is needed. I didn't know that people in pain could inform a research process. I didn't know that the healthcare system was not set up to deal with the endemic proportions of the population living with this chronic illness. I also didn't know there were populations disproportionately affected by pain. And I certainly didn't know that how important data and technology is to managing one's pain and one's health. Well, that was about to change for me. Slowly but surely, over the years, my efforts started turning towards finding a way to get beyond this devastation. When I heard that the voice of people with lived experience was being integrated into pain research, and people with lived experience were invited to be a part of this process and part of active committees and so on, I was asking the question, how can I get involved? So actually, Maria Hudspeth, sitting here, thank you, of Pain Canada and Pain BC, invited me to join the CPN Chronic Pain Network Patient Engagement Committee. This opened up a world of pain advocacy to me, with meaningful engagement through the Chronic Pain Network and eventually with the Canadian Pain Society on committees, and participating in research projects nationally, provincially, locally, through universities and so on. Including, little plug here, on the steering committee for the Putting the Pieces Together national conference that we'll have our 3rd annual conference this year that is for and by people living with pain and supported by Health Canada and Pain Canada. And something you'll hear a little bit more about later on today around Pain Ontario. It's been a fascinating journey, and certainly I haven't looked back. It's clinically, I've often thought, wouldn't it be great if clinicians could look beyond my symptoms? They could look at beyond the possible causes and diagnosis, even though I was desperately seeking the why. But I was looking towards how many of the clinicians would be able to take into account how this was affecting me as an individual. Many took the time and did it, but the reality is many don't have the time. They need that time to be given to them as part of the system, and I think we can't underline that. I recognized it, and at the same time, it was a need that I had as a patient. So it takes precious clinical time to be able to dig into how are you doing, how is this affecting your life, and so on. And one can justify, well, we can take the time up front and that will help down the road, but there are realities within the structure of the current system. Our doctors need to be given that time because we need them. And I am but one example of a person living with pain. There are numerous, there are 28 of us here in the room today, at least 28. And those of us who have identified as people living with pain. But as I mentioned earlier, a number of us may be additionally as well. We're all, I believe, doing our best to find a way to live our best lives and to manage that pain in the best way we possibly can. And for me, piece by piece, the advocacy work has been helping me put my pieces back together that had sort of disappeared for a long time. And one of the terms I like to use is that I'm turning my pain lemons into lemonade. You just do what you can. And with nearly, as John mentioned earlier, with nearly 8 million Canadians living with chronic pain, and as the action plan for pain in Canada outlines, pain needs to be recognized as a priority, public health priority. Engaging people with lived experience in research is crucial, in my opinion, given my vantage point at this point. People with lived experience are helping change the narrative and are helping change the narrative rather around pain research as to what matters to patients. Rachel mentioned that earlier as well. What matters to patients, helping work towards a pain research culture, an ecosystem that formally integrates people with lived experience in that perspective into research. And ultimately, some great examples of that include certainly Pain Canada, and Power Over Pain has been mentioned also. There are numerous examples. Almost 10 years later for me, August will be my 10-year anniversary, if we want to call it that, I'm putting my pieces back together. I've discovered that it's not what happened, and in my case, it's a sudden onset of pain with no known cause, but it's what you do with it. And so I'm so grateful to my pain for one reason. It brought me here today, where I can share my newly found expertise by experience to advocate for more meaningful incorporation of the lived experience into scientific research, pain education, and a broader healthcare improvement initiatives. I'm ever so thankful for the many researchers, clinicians, policymakers, influencers in this room and online, and all others, the general public who are viewing this online, for your efforts to improve the state of pain and the healthcare system surrounding pain. Today gives me such hope in terms of the future of pain. And in closing, I invite each one of you today to consider the following. Please hear the perspectives of the many incredible people with lived experience who are here today and have been incorporated into this very thoughtful agenda for the National Congress on Pain. And it's such a meaningful application. Consider how you can make a difference through your work, through your advocacy. We, those living in pain, need your help desperately to continue to raise that awareness, to really shine a light on what is endemic proportions here in Canada, to help find ways to reduce the burden of pain on the healthcare system and on the individuals. Now's the time to help find our way forward. If not now, when? Please hear these perspectives, and I invite you to prioritize the patient voice. And for the sake of the 1 in 5, be the people who make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next presenter is Dr. Kathleen Ross, a family doctor in BC and the president of the Canadian Medical Association. She previously held numerous leadership positions, including chair of the Fraser Northwest Division of Family Practice, as well as the past president of the Doctors of BC. She volunteers both nationally and internationally and was inducted into the Terry Fox Wall of Fame in 2019. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Ross.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I keep saying I'm going to make it shorter. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of the Canadian Medical Association. Before I begin, I want to actually reiterate the land acknowledgement that we are gathering today on the never-surrendered homeland of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. I make that statement as a commitment on behalf of the medical profession to listening, learning, and walking the path towards reconciliation together. I want to take a moment to thank Jennifer for sharing her story and for actually grounding us in this way. And thank you for saying that we need time to look after you, because there is no secret that our Canadian healthcare system is in crisis. Certainly, I'm on the news many, many days trying to make that clear. But lack of access to primary care, wait lists for incredibly important diagnostics, and certainly procedures that are life-saving, overburdened emergency departments, hospitals at capacity, and a lack of access to truly multidisciplinary care that we need for pain. But this situation is that much more complex for people like you, Jennifer, that have to navigate through the disconnected silos that we actually find ourselves in. But one of the main reasons that we have found ourselves in this position, in this circumstance of being in crisis, is a lack of that long-term planning, a lack of a coordinated effort to try and meet the needs of patients across Canada, the right care at the right time in the right place. This is actually a critical mantra that we need to get back to. Building that care and ensuring that we have the adequate workforce to meet the needs of Canadians is actually the work of the CMA. We want to reimagine a health workforce that is coordinated across the silos, across provinces, and across jurisdictions so that we can actually meet the needs of the population. This is not new work. This has been going on for years. But in 2022, the Canadian Medical Association, in partnership with the Canadian Nurses Association and the College of Family Physicians of Canada, published recommendations on the human health resources that we needed for governments and policymakers to actually move forward. This recommendation list targeted where investments need to happen. And that was in the short term, in the medium term, and in the long term. So we could actually identify the gaps and fill the gaps that we actually need to deal with chronic conditions across Canada, including those folks living with chronic pain. This meeting is really exciting, bringing together new research, new knowledge, and the mechanisms and treatment of pain across diverse perspectives is really, really welcome. One of our patient partners said earlier today to me that this is the first national meeting, first national organization that really puts the patient voice at the center, and that is commendable. The management of pain in the acute phase and over long term needs multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, integrated care models that crosses all areas of our healthcare sector, and that includes primary care, acute care, hospital-based care, rehabilitation care, community-based care, pharmaceuticals, you name it. We need to actually get all of these areas together to deal with this chronic condition. Key to this is actually breaking down the silos of care that we have had long established. We need to have an easier to navigate, unsiloed healthcare system to meet the needs. And we need to ensure to get there that we have an adequately resourced and well-developed health workforce now and into the future. This is critically important. When we look at our national primary care strategy, we want to try and improve access to care, to deliver that comprehensive care, to help you navigate the system so that you're not alone. And this actually applies to all chronic conditions, but particularly for those 8 million Canadians living in pain. And you're right, the first point of contact, as John actually said that, but the first point of contact often is primary care. Primary care in a clinical office or primary care in an emergency department, but that is a system that is struggling now. To build our workforce capacity and to prevent and treat chronic pain through education and understanding of how we get there. Yesterday, it was very exciting for me to walk around and read all the posters that are talking about how do we prevent chronic pain from happening? How do we take steps to identify early in the process what the challenge is and how do we intervene? We also know that there are systemic and institutional biases and racism that inequitably affect certain populations. I had the pleasure yesterday of sitting on a panel discussion speaking about the experience of women in pain, and it's immensely clear that we still have challenges. To successfully put these recommendations into place, we need to encourage governments to involve end users, our patients, those people that are delivering the care. The facilitators of healthcare system are actually the people delivering the care and the patients receiving them. But we need those health professionals, we need the health system experts, patients, policymakers, all to come together to help improve the life of those living with pain. This brings us to a proverb that I was introduced to earlier. If it's everyone's business, it's no one's business. And this really captures the universal truth about the diffusion of responsibility in group settings that can lead to inaction or neglect. Without clear individual accountability, collective responsibilities often go unmet. And we must come together as individuals, researchers, clinicians, public health, policymakers, Veterans Affairs, and everyone else to build on that collective responsibility to improve the management of pain in Canada. For myself at the Canadian Medical Association, we are committed to this collaboration as well. And to that end, I look forward to being part of today's discussions, to learning from all of you, and to sharing the important work in the area of addressing chronic pain. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. It is now my great pleasure to invite to the stage two of the vice chairs of the National Congress on Pain. We will hear first from Jean-François Leroux, manager of the Chronic Pain Policy Team at Health Canada. He worked for over a year building this Congress and giving hope to people living with pain. Second, you will hear from Maria Hudspeth, the Executive Director of Pain Canada and co-chair of the Canadian Pain Task Force. She has decades of experience mobilizing communities, advancing progressive agendas, and systems change. We begin with Jean-François.
Thanks, John. Thanks, John, for the warm welcome. Bonjour à tous. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for being here at this National Congress on Pain. I know that your participation is very important for millions of Canadians who live with chronic pain. My colleagues within the federal government, as well as provincial and territorial colleagues, who took the time to come in person to this event, or to those who are listening to the Congress online. I know that spring can be typically a busy period for policymakers, and your participation in today's event means a lot for Health Canada's Chronic Pain Policy Team, the Canadian Pain Society, Pain BC, and the broader pain community. I truly think the discussion that will take place today will help all of us to better understand the impact of chronic pain in Canada, but as well as ways that we can implement policies that could help better address this very complex health issue. Thank you all to all the moderators and speakers who have accepted this invitation to participate in this Congress. The event would have not been possible without you, and we are extremely grateful of your commitment. I want to thank everyone who have been involved in the planning of the Congress: Hans, Maria, Lisa, Tara, Danielle, Eder, Sylvia, Leah, Anna, and the broader team. It was a pleasure and an honor to be in this journey with you, and I am thankful for all of the work you have put into this. Je sais combien de temps a lot of time and effort has been spent to plan this Congress. I'm sure that we'll have a fantastic Congress. It's a unique opportunity to mobilize knowledge about the challenges, but also the opportunities to better support people living with pain. En 2021, le groupe de travail 2021, the task force has identified a number of priorities so that people who live in pain be better supported, and so that pain could be managed better in Canada, to help Canada to meet the needs of people living with chronic pain and to respond to the 162 recommendations of the Canadian Pain Task Force. However, I strongly believe it is only by working together as a single voice that we will be able to achieve the objectives including in the action plan, but also the mandate that was provided to all of us by the Canadian Pain Task Force. I think the National Pain Congress is an important step in that direction. I could not end my remarks without thanking John Pereira for the unique opportunity. I remember when we first discussed the possibility of that collaboration in Toronto. I did not really know what to expect. Has something like this ever been done before? What would be the receptivity for this? You truly had a vision, and we are grateful that you shared that vision with Health Canada. Yes, it can be sometimes scary to be on your speed dial, but I can assure you that it was a real pleasure going through this journey with you. I will not speak for you or anyone here today as to whether we accomplished your vision. But I think with approximately 600 participants here in Ottawa, and potentially hundreds, if not thousands more listening to the Congress live online, I think we can say, mission accomplie. Again, I just want to thank everyone to be here with us today. I wish you all a very good Congress. Bon congrès à tous. And then I will turn to my colleagues, Maria. Thank you.
Good morning. So many familiar faces and also gratefully many new ones. I think part of the work that we need to do in the pain world is evangelism, and I say that in a positive way, being magnetic, attracting new people to our cause, and I think this is the biggest crowd I've seen, certainly the biggest crowd of policymakers coming to engage on this issue. So much gratitude to John and JF for that vision and realizing it, enhanced as well with his incoming presidency. So I had the honor in 2019 of being appointed as the co-chair with Dr. Fiona Campbell of the Canadian Pain Task Force. When we took that on, I think a few people have heard this story that we were a bit like teenage girls before a high school dance, texting back and forth, will you do it? Will you do it? I'll go if you go. So we went back and forth and eventually committed together with other members of the task force to move this agenda forward. Whenever you take on something like this, you have no idea where it's going to go. I think we've all participated in things where we have tremendous hope, and what we see is a report on a shelf. When we were asked by the minister to create an action plan for Canada, we dug in, but we were really thinking this is a long game. This is going to be a report that has tremendous number of recommendations. It's incredibly comprehensive, everything from tax reform to new guidelines to provincial investment. It was ambitious. And here we are 3 years later, since that action plan was tabled and published by Health Canada. And we have in this room nearly 100 representatives from federal agencies, provincial and territorial governments. This is incredible. We sat together, many of us, many tables, many nights, maybe a bit of wine, and talked about how is this going to be implemented? Whose job is it? I think at first we all thought, oh, it's a federal action plan. The federal government will do that. But we know that all of us have a role, and the action plan really called on everyone, whether it's pan-Canadian health organizations, federal agencies, the insurance industry, pharma, tech. There's so many people who have a role to play. Of course, the center of that being people with lived experience. So many of us thought a lot about how is this action plan going to be implemented, and we knew that a key part of that was broadening the commitment of government to engage, to see their role, and to see it in a broad way. I think you heard John this morning talk about 9 federal departments and agencies. The role of employment and social development, who are looking at disability benefits for Canadians. The role of Veterans Affairs and D&D, where people in the armed forces have tremendously higher rates of pain. All of these diverse federal departments and agencies that touch the lives of Canadians who live with pain. So this is a historic moment. I think, Norm, you talked about this morning, that gap between what we know in research and translation to impact, whether it's at the bedside or just in the lives of people who live with pain outside of healthcare, which is equally important. This is part of closing that gap. So I'm thrilled to be here with Pain Canada as a partner in this effort, and I look forward to the many rich discussions, many of them aligned with the recommendations from the action plan. So John, thank you again. I concur with JF. Being on your speed dial is a joyful and terrifying thing. But without your bold vision, your ambition, your drive, we would not be here today. So very grateful and looking forward to not just today, but what will come going forward. Thank you.
Thank you to both Jean-Francois and Maria. They both remain on my speed dial, and every time you call them, they both answer, so thank you. Our next presenter is Dr. Alan Finley, who's a professor and pediatric anesthesiologist who has worked in the field of pain for 30 years. He served as the secretary of the Canadian Pain Society and the treasurer of IASP, the International Association for the Study of Pain. He has given over 300 invited lectures on 6 continents, and he speaks today on the topic of Canada, a global leader in pain. Dr. Finley.
Thank you, John. I think I've been on his speed dial as well. Good morning to all my colleagues and friends here in the room and around the world. I've been commenting this week that it's been wonderful how many people I don't know. 15 years ago at this meeting, I would have known everybody in the room, and the fact that there are so many new faces is wonderful support for the growth of our society and our discipline. So it's my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the International Association for the Study of Pain, the parent organization of which the Canadian Pain Society is one of 96 national chapters. This is IASP's 50th anniversary. I'm a counselor of IASP and privileged to share that role with the other current Canadian counselor, Jennifer Stinson, and very many previous Canadians on the council and executive over the years. Our current IASP president, Catherine Bushnell, spent years at McGill and is well known to many of you. She unfortunately couldn't be here for this meeting this week. IASP publishes the leading journal in our area, Pain, and also the open access Pain Reports, an increasingly popular venue for research publication. Pain Research Forum and Relief distill the latest research for professionals and the lay public, respectively. This is not to ignore the importance of the Canadian Journal of Pain, of course, Joel. Our World Congress on Pain will be held in Amsterdam at the beginning of August and looks to be an outstanding meeting, this year featuring 2 Nobel Prize winners on the program. I hope to see you all there. For 2024, the Global Year on Pain is focused on sex and gender disparities in pain, and fact sheets are being produced and available on the website. Membership in IASP carries many benefits: reduced registration fees for the Congress, access to a large resource of webinars and educational material, including many Congress plenary lectures on the Pain Education Resource Center, or PERC. There are also a range of grants and awards available only to members. I would strongly encourage everyone to check out the membership information on the IASP website. I'm particularly excited to announce that IASP, in collaboration with the World Federation of Societies of Anesthesiologists and other organizations and a number of countries, will be hosting a side event at the World Health Assembly in Geneva next month with the goal of enlisting support for a resolution to ensure adequate and appropriate pain prevention and management to be presented to the WHA for a vote in 2025, we hope. That will cover all aspects of pain: acute, procedural, chronic pain, neonates to the elderly, and we hope will be a force for national initiatives for pain strategies. Canada's been a world leader in pain research and advocacy. In my area, I've been privileged to watch Canadian pediatric pain researchers lead the world. But so many Canadian pain clinicians and basic transitional and clinical scientists are world famous that it would be impossible to list their names and contributions. But you know who you are. Canada's National Pain Task Force developed the reports and agenda that have led us to this day and to this exciting collaboration with Health Canada. And the Canadian National Pediatric Pain Standard is the first in the world to comprehensively address children's pain in hospital on a national policy basis. Even today, the Canadian Pain Society is providing parts of this annual meeting and the entire National Congress to the world free of charge. Canada has and can continue to lead the world in reducing suffering from acute and chronic pain. We should be setting the standard. Today's program will help show us the way. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Alan. For those watching on the live stream, we expect the minister will start speaking in between 25 and 35 minutes. It is now my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Hans Clark, our plenary keynote speaker for the National Congress on Pain, the vice chair of this Congress, and in just a few hours, he will become the 21st president of the Canadian Pain Society. Dr. Clark did a double major at Western, a master's and PhD at the University of Toronto. He also did his medical school, anesthesia residency, and interventional pain management fellowship in Toronto. A decade ago, he founded the world's first transitional pain program. He lectures around the globe, and his speaking schedule is jam-packed, including having given 3 invited lectures in 3 different continents, all in the same week. I don't know how he does it. He will be speaking today about solutions for pain. Dr. Hans Clark.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy and proud to be with you today. I think we'll have a fantastic day together.
By thanking, obviously, everyone for joining us today. This is a really historic day. You've heard from some very, very influential people that have made this happen this morning. And I've been tasked with somehow telling you about what the solutions are to some of the topics we've been talking about over the last couple of days. So I'm going to launch into things you already know, and I will not harp on this, but we know that 20% of Canadians and 20% of the world, frankly, lives with chronic pain as a significant disability. We know the cost is upwards of $40 billion annually. That's more than heart disease, it's more than diabetes, it's more than HIV care put together. And we'll get into these numbers as we dive into a little bit more of this talk. And I can tell you that one of the things that is clear about what we're dealing with in Canada is that we're stuck in a place where we have many people who have kind of become isolated and they've really lost hope. When we look at the numbers, we know it's the #1 driver of disability in Canada. If you are 25 to 65 years old, 63% of those folks on disability say their reason for being there is pain, then mental health, and then mobility. For seniors, the number gets higher. And the one thing's for certain is pain has been implicated as the culprit for the opioid crisis that we're just living in the moment. And we know that OxyContin and oxycodone, those are the molecules that somehow caused the society to land in a different direction. It's certainly not the major driver today, but we do have a hand to play in some of these things. We also know that pain is a driver of inequity. We know that when you land in an ER or you land in any physician's clinic, or you are of Indigenous origin, or you are a racialized individual, you are treated differently when you have pain. And these are all things that we're going to have to tackle. I know I got up yesterday and I talked about love and going and seeing the exhibitors, but what I wanted to do is pitch our poster, which is outside, that we've been partnered with our Grand Council Treaty 3 folks. Our elder Jim Leonard's here, Michael Wong is here, the folks at the Wise Practices for Indigenous Health, Women's College are here, and we're going to be doing a symposium later. I urge you to check out that poster that speaks about chronic pain and the upward issues that the Indigenous population are facing with, and it's certainly an area that we want to continue to focus on. But here are some facts. We have now been committed $192 billion into the healthcare system over the next 10 years. Let's think about that. 2 billion of those are going towards Indigenous projects. We've got 359.2 million going to Canadian drugs and substances. 6.1 billion into disability. If you keep reading down this screen, I don't see the word pain on any of these priorities at the moment, but we're here to talk about some of those things. When we talk about the opioid crisis, 55% of people who use drugs live with chronic pain. 45% of people who died from illegal drug overdoses have sought pain services. Pain. Health professionals report fear of regulatory scrutiny, inadequate training, insufficient time to manage the opioid prescribing for chronic pain. Patients are being rapidly cut off and tapered based on policies that we've made over the past several years, and there's a continued stigma, as you heard already today, about the fact that you live with chronic pain. We were over on that left side. We're now over on the right side. It's time to get some balance. It's time to land us back in the middle where we're helping both sides of the equation and not just one side of the equation. We know that OxyContin, the big bad wolf, got taken off the formulary, and we saw an inflection point of people dying in this country. We introduced new guidelines and new policy changes, and that inflection point continued to rise. And so when we look actually at the deaths that are occurring, 86% of people, this is Ontario data, have died, and their deaths over the last year were fentanyl related. When we look at other drugs associated, we're talking about stimulants, we're talking about benzodiazepines. And the one thing's for sure is that where are the services that are now start to intersect to deal with all of these issues? And there are very few and far between of many of these services. And so we can also know that 1 in 3 people are dying from toxicity that don't have an opioid use disorder. So we've got mental health, we've got all of these things intermingling as we move forward. This is right out of the ODPRN, and this is the first time, I saw this last Monday at our Knowledge Exchange in Toronto, where Tara Gomes has put up, there's now a right side to her discussions. There's a pain side. There's an upstream consequence to changing policies without including pain in solving the opioid crisis and in solving the opioid toxicity crisis. You must start where the potential drivers are and influence and have those people at the table, and we've started to do that. And hats off to the policymakers, hats off to Health Canada, to the people in this room that have brought this and made this happen. Looking at opioid prescribing, we know that we used to talk about prescribing opioids to the patients in these various conditions. And we know that there are millions of Canadians still on these opioids and still struggling to find a family doctor to prescribe these things. But yet, you can walk into a pharmacy and get 3 grams of fentanyl if you need it to stay alive. And our patients are getting questions and lectures about being on their 6 tabs of oxycodone and OxyContin daily. And so how do we reconcile some of this? How do we change what's happening on this side of the equation? And what's for sure, what began in the early 2000s as spikes in overdose deaths from potent prescription opioid drugs, by about 15, 16, that has started to morph. And we know that we're talking about illicit fentanyl. We know we're talking about carfentanil. And it's time to start to change those policies and move things forward so that we have both ends being discussed. All-time high in this country of family physician shortage. And if we think that the pain world can prescribe opioids, we've got a real problem here. 1 in 250,000 Canadians have access to a pain medicine specialist. And so I urge you to go and see John Pereira's and Dr. Jason Boose's symposium talking about potential solutions to this. Maybe a central opioid, something a safety net to catch individuals that are landing in this space so that when your family doc retires and you have no one willing to prescribe you, that you actually have a place before you land in that recourse of landing on those pictures in the media with those OxyContin tabs that contain fentanyl. And unfortunately, that's where some of our people have landed. That's a bit of a context, and I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the work that we've done at the Translational Pain Service. And I always see these grants come in, and this is a scientific association, and we talk about changing the world and changing the healthcare system, and everything that we do is going to revolutionize our healthcare system. And I can tell you that when you look at people that walk into the hospital, and this is data from Dr. Kareem Latta, who worked on US database, if you walk in not on an opioid, if you walk in on less than 50 milligrams of an opioid, you don't have a risk of an opioid overdose. But if you walk in on 50 milligrams or greater than 100 milligrams, your risk goes from 0 to 142 per 100,000. And that means there is a system issue at play here for treating individuals who have a chronic pain issue or who are on an opioid. So we built this, as John said, the Transitional Pain Service at the Toronto General Hospital. We're a major cardiac, oncology, and heart center, obviously, one of the biggest in the country. And I can tell you that we started simply looking at people when they walked into the hospital and they walked into the institution and they were post-surgical and they had nowhere to go, and started to ask them, what's your pain like? What's going on? You're using your PCA. We'd have wives of patients tell us, my husband's buying $100 worth of Percocets daily. He was a major chef, friends of the chief of police, and no help. And then you start to engage people, and you start to catch them wherever they are, whether it's a need for deprescribing, whether it's a need for transitioning from high-dose opioids to low-dose opioids. They're engaged, and they may not be engaged in that moment, but they have a recourse to come back to. And from a surgical perspective and a disability perspective, if we want to prevent chronic pain, it's a concept that what better moment do we have when someone is the 4 out of 5 that don't have chronic pain walk in, have themselves cut open, closed back together, and there is not even an expectation that this may become a disabling event in your life, and it does for some. And so we have an opportunity to tackle some of these things. This was a slide given to me by Joel Katz, and I can tell you that this roadmap that we put out years ago has been downloaded over 40,000 times. It's viewed 40,000 times and downloaded well over 6,000 times. And there's been many centers across North America and around the world talking about this. And so we know what the prevalence of mental health is. It's almost 20%. We know what the prevalence of chronic pain also is. It's in and around 20% and 30%. So I want to talk about when these things confluence, and in particular, when people are struggling with pain and mental health. And so PTSD, we are going to have an amazing lunch by the Chronic Center for Excellence for Veteran Care later this afternoon, and I urge you all to stick around for that. Their session last year was outstanding, and I have no doubt it will be as outstanding this year. But surgery itself is considered a trauma for many patients, and 30% of people go on to have PTSD. If we look at major depressive disorder, and this is data from one of my colleagues at the Transitional Pain Service, Dr. Weiskopf, generalized anxiety disorder, all of these things confluence with chronic pain. And so it's not a singular entity, it's something that we must continue to move forward. And I will tell you that the triad of pain is what is triad of treatment. What I do as a physician and what we do on the medical side is the easiest part of this game. I can give you a medication, I can put a needle in someplace for you, I can inject drugs, but what we need to do obviously is get the parts of this treatment plan that are necessary, both the physiological and the psychological. And that's something that we have embedded in our multidisciplinary program, as well as many of those across the country that I know. I'm going to just show you some things that we've done on the opioid space. Starting on an opioid, one of the things we always talk about is, if you take the plane off, you better know how to land it. And we weren't having discussions about trialing these medications. This is a trial. Whether it's 50 milligrams or 90 milligrams, you're going to stop. But this is some interesting data. And this really got people thinking. Think about an individual who's never used an opioid in their entire life. And they come in for surgery. 56% of new starts start after surgery. But let's look at our dental colleagues. And a couple dentists came up to me. I met one at the refresher course on Saturday and said, why aren't we involved in the Canadian Pain Society? I said, good question. Why aren't you involved? Well, you're now involved, and tag your it. You're going to build the dental arm of the Canadian Pain Association. And I'll tell you that 76% or 74% of all people that go in to have their molars taken out, those are first starts of opioids. And so, how do we go on and try to start to work on things? This data is pretty clear. We asked the entire surgical community at the University of Toronto a simple question. Do you feel adequately educated to prescribe pain medications, including opioids, to surgical patients at discharge? And I can tell you the answer was pretty clear. The surgeons put up there and said, we need help. The residents said, no, we got this. We're good. And so I can tell you that if you make your bosses happy, you're happy. You feel that you're doing a great job. But if your bosses aren't quite sure, I think you might need some help. This is a paper that we published looking at the first consensus statement for opioid prescriptions after surgery in Canada. And guess when this was published? The day before Canada locked down for COVID. How many people saw this? We don't know. We've started to do some KT exchanges about the work we've done here. And what's the focus? Patient education, identifying people at high risk for going on to persist with their opioid medications, discharge prescriptions for pain management after elective surgery, follow-up long-term use, and obviously discharge medications are key and front and center, ensuring that we have medications in terms of the number of prescriptions, so 12 prescriptions from an early versus a moderate versus a late recovery trajectory. So those who are having a total knee arthroplasty, 60 tablets, but the part fill concept is certainly what we're looking at in terms of ensuring safety in the public. I'm going to share a couple stories, and then I'm going to show you a specific story that I want us to all focus on. And so these are two gentlemen. One gentleman has fibromyalgia, was prescribed opioids, benzos, developed opioid use disorder, benzodiazepine disorder, and the other gentleman is an Irish boxer, really tough guy, also none of these gentlemen were using anything illicit. His prescription medication, his pain regimen was hydromorphone 30 milligrams, subcutaneously injected every 2 hours. And these were the regimens that we had individuals on. And so how do we change some of these things? Well, Rob Tangay's group and mine came together and said, look, we're in COVID. We have no way to treat these individuals. And what we're going to do is actually figure out how to do this from their homes. And the amount of patients that we do, Suboxone, buprenorphine rotations to in the comfort of their own home is described here in quite significant detail over day 2. Okay. So this is Graham. Graham's a gentleman. He now has a flaccid right arm. He had a motorcycle accident. He had his cervical nerve roots ripped out of his arm. And he was told that go home and it'll get better. So he lay in his bed for about 4 to 6 months in pain until he got some help and went back to the hospital. And he's going to tell you his story in a little bit. He was on significant amounts of opioids. Sid broke the record for hospital stay at UHN, 465 days in hospital, dealing with her pain issues, etc. So I'm going to play something for you, and at the end of this, I'm not going to spend too much time. I know we have the Honourable Minister here to speak to us, so I'll deliver a few more slides after that, and I will wrap it up so that we can have some remarks from the Minister shortly.
I was addicted to fentanyl for 18 years.
I really didn't understand the kind of pain that he was going through. He'd seen at least 20-odd doctors, and one of them accused him of faking it.
I was on a lot of morphine. I remember the first time they said, okay, well, try and put that pain button aside. It was painful and it was scary, and I was alone.
She was in the hospital for so long. I don't think anybody could imagine being in the hospital for 1.5 years. And then Sydney got an infection, endocarditis, and ended up having to have open heart surgery.
When we started this 10 years ago, we just knew there were risk factors for people that would struggle after surgery. We had no clue what the impact was going to be. I had no idea that I'd be meeting people like Sid, like Graham, that we could impact and change their lives and give them a new life after being involved with our service.
When I first came to the transitional pain program, I was completely bedridden in the hospital on a lot of morphine, dealing day to day. Everything in my body was just shutting down due to this extreme intense pain. Mentally, physically, it just really all was affected. My condition was deteriorating over about 2 years. They were trying to really just treat me through pain meds and not treat the condition, and the pain meds became unreasonable, unmanaged properly. I would have done anything to make that stop.
What's unique about our programs is that we have really encompassed that multidisciplinary care approach early on. And so if you're struggling with a particular pain issue, we know that your mental health has to be impacted by this, and we bring that into the equation early on, not after you've been struggling for another 6 months in our program. And on top of that, we have multiple programs that we've embedded within, which then enable the patient to work on things themselves, using their own brains, using their bodies to get moving, to understand how they can de-escalate some of those opioids they've been on over time with the supports needed other than just us using the prescription pad.
9 years. 9 years ago, they figured out that dosing up people with my pain with a high dose of opiates was the wrong thing to do. 9 years. Someone should have pointed me that way.
And I still had pain. Yep. And that was the crazy thing. And then you told me about the program, and of course I was hesitant because I didn't want to come off the stuff because I thought there'd be more pain. But, you know, I went through with the physio and then also the psychiatrist lady, and she actually pointed out something I had never known in my entire time, that my kind of pain actually knows what the opiates is trying to do, so it just turns the volume up on the pain. After a while, we started going to the ketamine. And then when that started to work, I decided to try and take your advice and get off of it. And it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do. I'm glad I did it, because it's the best thing that's ever happened to me. It's like walking out of a fog. You know, when I finally got off of it, it's like your brain's just like, oh, your central nervous system just comes back online, and you feel like, whoa, my God. It was like I walked out of there, and every day I woke up, it felt like I won the Masters.
Before the nerve block, I had no quality of life. I was in the hospital, I was in bed all the time, I lost friends, family grew distant. It was tough to maintain anything. It changed everything. The pain is so much less. I sleep now. Before, sleep was rare and far between. I'm rested, I can do what I want, I have my hobbies now, I hang out with friends a lot, I'm very social, so that is a really nice change for me. And I can travel a little bit, do what I want to do.
I think that the most important thing is the team approach. The entire team was very supportive of Sydney. They had a plan over the entire weekend that she would not be left hanging, ever. She lives as normal a life as she can with her condition. So she'll always have her chronic illness, but it's a completely different life. She goes out, she drives, she works. You know, it's all good.
Being Being a clinician scientist here at UHN has afforded me several opportunities. One is we have such a diverse clinical population. The second is I work in one of the most productive anesthesia departments in North America. You leverage the clinical and the research together with UHN's prominence and the ability to disseminate to the world, and it really was a unique opportunity that we were able to produce what we did. I think over the next 10 years, we've got a huge opportunity here. We have the opportunity to show a new model of care, continuing to increase multidisciplinary care, showing what's important, combining mental health and physical health, and the triad of care that everyone needs, regardless of the type of disease they have. Any chronic illness incorporates these three important tenets. I'd like to see this continue to expand beyond post-surgical pain into other areas of medicine and be carried on and supported by the next generation of physicians coming behind me. Thank you. So that's about Sid and Graham. They're the reason that we're in this room. There are 8 million Canadians living like Sid and Graham were. And so how do we get them the care they need? And what you're going to find me, surprisingly what I say, it's not about us. How do we fix this? It's about this room of scientists. This is what will continue to drive this forward. When we look at the amount of funding that has gone into pain over the past 20 years, it's been no more than 3.5% of the annual budget that is handed out for research. When you look at, and this is out of Massimo Moietti, I'm going to credit his lab, Rachel Bosma, an amazing graduate student. There's really no home for research, and there's no home for pain. And the fact is that we need to have a bigger presence when it comes to who's looking at our work, who's continuing to review our work. And so what are some of the solutions? I think let's go back to that number of $192 billion. No one needs to feel threatened. There's a lot of stimulus there. All we need to have is pain as a discussion from the federal government to the provincial government, and thank you for the provincial medical folks that are here and the Ministry of Health that are here to listen to this discussion, this dialogue, to create more change in our patients, and it starts with this. And with that, I'm going to stop here. I have another half of a talk, but we have someone much more important to talk to us, and I want you to maybe think about checking out that CIHR panel. We've got Rachel Bosma, we've got Dr. Michael Salter, probably one of the biggest funded basic scientists we've ever had in this country. We also have Yves de Koning, who should be up here. I'm very sorry, Yves. Also one of the biggest pain researchers that we have in Canada from a basic science standpoint, Anna Taylor, and a neurosurgeon on that panel as well. So with that, I'm literally going to pause. I have lots more to say at another time, at another conference, in another year, but not today. Over to you, John, and the Minister. I think John's going to introduce you.
And now it is my pleasure and my honor to introduce to you the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and Associate Minister of Health, the Honorable Yara Sachs. Minister Sachs was first elected as the Member of Parliament for York Centre in 2020. She has previously served as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. In her current role, Minister Sachs is working with the Minister of Health to build a healthier future, with a particular focus on ensuring health inequities are understood and addressed, including for Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and others. Working closely with her provincial and territorial counterparts, she also leads the efforts to address mental health and substance use challenges, including the ongoing overdose crisis. Minister Sachs is a longtime community advocate and leader focused on promoting health and addressing inequities and inequalities in society. Before entering politics, she was a successful small business owner and the director of Trauma Practice for Healthy Communities, a Toronto-based mental health charity working for better access for mental health services. Please join me in welcoming the Honourable Minister Sachs.
Good morning, everyone. Bon matin. Thank you so much, John, for the warm introduction, and thanks to everyone in the room. Good morning on a Monday. Before I begin, as is our tradition, I'd like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Land acknowledgements for me are very personal. They're a moment to pause and reflect on what it means to journey on a path of healing together, and I think in every forum that I go to in this portfolio, it's really important that we pause and reflect on what healing means to us. It is deeply personal, it is deeply spiritual, and it is a journey that we walk not only on our own, but with everyone around us at the tables we sit at, the rooms that we engage in, and also in every part of this country. I want to thank Dr. Pereira and Dr. Clark from the Canadian Pain Society, with whom we had the opportunity to chat last December about this very day. Also Maria Hudspeth from Pain Canada. Thank you for the warm welcome. There are many familiar faces in this room. It's great to see you all. En tant que ministre de la Santé mentale et des
As the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, I am so grateful for your ongoing partnership in addressing the physical and mental health impacts of pain.
And it's a complex health issue. And for all of you, your advocacy on behalf of people living with pain is making a real difference in the lives of Canadians. The conversations taking place here at the National Congress on Pain are part of a broader conversation that we are having to understand how we manage pain in Canada. These are conversations that start at homes with families, with loved ones. They're conversations that we need to have with our physicians, our healthcare providers, and our health institutions, and here in this room with people like me. C'est une discussion très importante.
It is such an important discussion, and I feel privileged to be part of it.
We'll start with contemplating the economic and human costs of managing pain, because they are tremendously steep. Chronic pain takes a devastating toll on a person's physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being. Everyday activities can become too difficult to bear, making it hard to even keep up with basic responsibilities such as working, looking after a home, caring for a family and loved ones, and maintaining relationships that are so vital for our day-to-day lives. For les quelques 8 millions de personnes qui
For those 8 million people who are living with chronic pain in Canada, it is urgent.
It's necessary that we come together as government representatives, health professionals, and people with real life experience to collaborate and address these challenges together. The Canadian Pain Task Force was one way we came together to gather advice on evidence and best practices for the prevention and management of chronic pain. And today, the National Pain Congress is another opportunity to come together once again. It is our chance to mobilize around the priorities identified by the Canadian Pain Task Force and to find a way forward, because we must, and we must do it together, to maintain the momentum that is taking place right now and to take action, always leading, at least I know for me and for many in this room, with empathy and compassion. Those suffering with pain need to be seen, they need to be heard, and they need to be attended to with the care and compassion that they deserve. Ceci est particulièrement important à la suite de
This is especially important in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. The legacy of the pandemic is still with us as we work to strengthen our healthcare system.
Saw in the previous presentation, surgical backlogs have had an enormous impact on patients, particularly with those experiencing pain. It will take a coordinated effort to ensure that the needs of these patients are addressed. The Government of Canada is working with provinces and territories, and thanks for so many of you being in this room, to improve the capacity of our healthcare system to meet patient needs. We need to meet them where they are, when they need it, however they need that help. And that's why, over the past year, we announced and invested close to $200 billion over the next 10 years to improve health services across the country. And this includes $25 billion through tailored bilateral agreements to help provinces and territories enhance the delivery of health services, including mental health and substance use services, because we know that without incorporating mental health into our health systems, we are not achieving whole health. It is no coincidence that many of the sessions at this event will mirror the health priorities outlined in our bilateral agreements. From the overdose crisis to mental health challenges, to primary care, to access to medication, to health services for Indigenous peoples, these are all issues that intersect with chronic pain. That is why we need a comprehensive response. Sorry, it's the morning. One that is focused on compassion, dignity, and saving lives. Nowhere is this more important than addressing the health issues related to the toxic drug and overdose crisis. This is a national public health crisis, and it continues to cost far too many lives and devastate families and communities across the country. No community has been left untouched by this. Too many people I know, myself included, have lost someone they love to an overdose. Our government is investing in a full continuum of supports, from education and prevention through to treatment, aftercare, and recovery services. We will continue to use every tool we have at our disposal because we are here to save lives and to end the overdose crisis. In addition, Budget 2024 has announced $150 million for an emergency treatment fund, which will be open to municipalities and Indigenous communities. This additional funding will help provide rapid responses to emergent critical needs related to the overdose crisis. This is particularly personal for me, the ETF, and it was something I asked for because we know that this crisis is happening in communities, in our cities, in our smaller communities across this country. Your communities know what's best to meet the moment, and we want to meet it with you. The historical over-reliance on opioids for pain management has contributed to the situation we are in today, and we can't ignore that fact. The updated Canadian guideline for the use of opioids for chronic non-cancer pain that will be discussed later this morning is an important step in the right direction. We need further support our health professionals and people living with pain to make informed decisions about the use of pain medications. This guideline is also a reminder of the need for a holistic approach in managing chronic pain, especially since effective pain management is part of the solution to the complex overdose crisis. We know that unmanaged pain can be a driver for other health and social issues, including mental health and substance use challenges. This means that we must provide adequate mental health support for those experiencing pain and vice versa. They go hand in hand and should guide us every step of the way. This past November, we made a significant step forward in providing urgent mental health and crisis support for people across the country with the launch of the 988, Canada's new 3-digit suicide crisis helpline. 988 is available for anyone in Canada to call or text in English and French, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's compassionate, and trained responders are there to help someone through a moment of crisis. We want everyone in Canada to know that help is available and that they are not alone. By supporting the overall health and resilience of Canadians, investments like these will have a direct and positive impact when it comes to pain, mental health, and substance use. But having said all that, we recognize that pain management is complex and requires tailored, evidence-based solutions. Last April, Canada became the first country to adopt a national standard for pediatric pain management. The standard provides a guide to caring for children experiencing pain. As a parent myself of 2 teenage daughters, Every parent that sees a child in pain struggles with them, but often we don't know what to do. And when we have to trust our health professionals, which we do, with their care, we want to know that we're carrying them through to health and not towards substance use or potential other complications. I'll share a personal story. My 17-year-old went through surgery at a Toronto hospital and was discharged with a full bottle of OxyContin with no direction. We know we can do better. We can do better together, and this is why all of you in this room, parents, physicians, healthcare providers, and members of government and Health Canada and departments like myself are here, because we need to talk about these things and be honest about it. The development of the guide that I just mentioned was an important step forward in establishing consistent pain and care for our children across Canada. Every parent wants that for their child, as does every physician and healthcare provider. And I know that we will continue to move forward in this important work. The work and priorities being discussed today during the 2024 annual scientific meeting draw heavily on the experience and advice of people with lived and living experience with pain. I know that includes so many of you here in the room today. Your presence enriches this event and is essential to finding practical solutions for those living with pain. We see you, we hear you, and we're here to learn from you. We all know someone who has struggled with pain, a loved one, a friend, a coworker, and the question we should be asking ourselves is, how do we see them in their pain and help them? We cannot journey through someone's pain. Their pain is often invisible or downplayed. We have a society that tells us to bear it in silence. We can't walk in their shoes. They often can't walk themselves, but we can and must walk with them. Someone suffering in pain can often feel that it has taken over all aspects of who they are, and that it is holding them back from their goals and what they want to achieve for themselves and for their loved ones. We're coming together here today to find solutions that are rooted in compassion, but also in dignity. And even more importantly, those journeying and need our help through the pain, we want them to come out on the other side of it, to no longer feel isolated, and to recover from it as their best selves, living their fullest lives in community and around those who support and love and care for them. Chronic pain is not all about the body, and it's not all about the brain. It's all encompassing for someone who is suffering through it. For someone suffering with pain, it's everything. That's why we must have an integrative and holistic approach to see the whole person, so that those in pain can take back their lives. Je tiens à vous remercier tous et toutes.
I want to thank you all for your commitment to improving pain management in Canada.
For being here and for your commitment to improving pain management in Canada. Together, we have more to learn together, to heal, and to grow. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the Congress.
Thank you, Minister Sachs, for your words, for your presence, and thank you for prioritizing pain. The concurrent sessions will begin in 10 minutes. For those on the live stream, the new Canadian opioid guidelines will be presented. We have some refreshments for you outside, including gluten-free options. We'll see everybody back in 10 minutes, and thank you again, Minister Sachs, for being here. Thank you.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Okay.
We'll be starting in 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes. I do great. I'm great. What a great team we have here.
Are you standing up? You're going to do your presentations from the podium, sit here, and then do the presentation?
Well, whatever you tell me to do.
That's perfect.
I want. Do what you tell me. Come and sit here while you do the
Probably. Yeah, you both can sit up here, and then I'll do the quick intro, and then I'll sit there, and you guys can present.
Great. I'm just going to go find where they put the clicker, and I'm going to be back.
I'm Eric Pendle. I'm Linda's counterpart in Ontario.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Is this it right here?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, there we go. He's the other speaker.
Hi there. Eric Pendle. Pleasure.
Oh, good eye. Thank you. So this is Jason Busey. He's going to be the main speaker.
How are you? Good. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Busey. Oh, see, I knew it. Bussa. Say that again. Bussa. 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 Oh, God. Bussa. I knew to ask. See. Why couldn't it be Smith or Brown? No. It's.
Well, no, actually, she said we should probably sit there. Do you want? How do you want?
Sit there.
Well, whatever you feel comfortable with.
No, I'm very happy to sit there. Can I grab a bottle of water?
Yeah. There's some over there.
Oh, there's even some there. You know what? There's so much water.
There's so much water, yeah.
Should we
Starting in 1 minute, please. If you could take your seats, we'll be starting in 1 minute.
Totally should have printed this in. I do this all the time. I'm like, I don't need larger text.
No, this is perfect.
Probably need larger text.
This is great.
Are those all old? We can take them off.
No, some of these we still need.
Oh, they're
yeah.
okay.
Starting in 30 seconds, if you could take your seats.
Bussa.
Yes. So we have a screen so we can see what we're talking about.
And then the clicker, he has the clicker.
Oh, I was just gonna, does it have a laser pointer on his phone? I mean, maybe I don't need it.
Should.
Yeah, okay.
Should.
All right. Well.
The issue will be, it's being projected over there, like you won't be able to. Exactly, yeah. I'll sit right there probably, yeah. We're ready? Good morning, everybody. If you're staying with the session, I'll just ask that you take your seats. Thank you so much. So good morning. My name is Carol Ann Chenard, and I'm the Acting Director General of the Controlled Substances and Overdose Response Directorate at Health Canada, and I'll be moderating the session this morning. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we're gathered on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. So I'm really thrilled to be part of the National Pain Congress and this compelling session where we'll discuss the complexities around the use of opioids for pain management, as well as explore some solutions for ensuring appropriate use and access to pain medications. The relationships between pain, opioids, and opioid-related harms in Canada is complex. And we know that there are significant intersections between chronic pain, substance use, and the overdose crisis. For instance, it is estimated that up to 55% of people who use drugs also live with chronic pain. We also know that when prescribed and used as directed by a health professional, opioids can play an important role in pain management for many. However, as with all medications, opioids can have risks and potentially dangerous side effects. Recent dramatic increases in opioid-related overdose deaths in North America has increased awareness around the risks associated with both short and long-term opioid use. Unfortunately, early actions to promote appropriate opioid prescribing practices have led to unintended consequences for many people living with pain. Some Canadians have had difficulties accessing their opioid medications to help manage their pain, while others have had their opioid dose rapidly tapered or discontinued altogether. We know that increased stigma, anxiety, and fear surrounding opioid use for pain management has compounded these challenges and created additional barriers for people living with pain and accessing pain medications. Many Canadians living with chronic pain also face challenges in accessing a family physician, which in turn often limits their ability to access adequate services, including specialized pain care. We are aware that improved access to pain medications and care is required to better manage pain and prevent higher-risk substance use. At the same time, efforts need to be made to promote appropriate opioid prescribing practices that balance the uncertainties between the benefits and risks of these medications based on the individual needs of each patient. Health Canada is committed to continuing action to increase available knowledge about resources and tools to both the public and healthcare providers on chronic pain, including those on appropriate use of opioids for pain management. Through this session, we'll have an opportunity to hear from two distinguished panelists. Dr. John Pereira is the president of the Canadian Pain Society and chair of the National Pain Congress. He has spoken on the topic of chronic pain, both nationally and internationally, including the Mayo Clinic and the Centre of Disease Control, and has personally visited over 70 pain centres in the world. He is affiliated with the Calgary Chronic Pain Centre, which is the largest program of its kind in Canada. He works full-time clinically as the medical director of the Fibro-Focus Fibromyalgia program and was the physician lead on the team that won the very first Health Quality Council of Alberta Patient Experience Award in the field of pain management. Today, he will be speaking to us about the proposed solutions for better supporting Canadians living with pain who are using chronic opioid therapy. Dr. Jason Bussa is the professor in the Department of Anesthesia and Canada's Research Chair in Prevention and Management of Chronic Pain at McMaster University. He led the efforts to update the Canadian guidelines for opioid and chronic non-cancer pain, published in 2017. Dr. Bussa will describe the process for developing the guidelines and provide an overview of the updated recommendations with aim to balance benefit and harms of opioids for chronic pain. Following their presentation, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions and discuss with the panelists on this important issue. So with that, I'm going to pass the floor to Dr. Pereira.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you. I know we just passed over 4,000 people watching on Twitter, and just as a reminder to those watching on the various live streams, the National Congress on Pain is available both in English and in French at CanadianPainSociety.ca, CanadianPainSociety.ca, as well as on YouTube. I'd like to begin with some introductions and disclaimers. My name is John Pereira. I'm a physician, as mentioned. My presentation and the opinions expressed are mine alone. They do not represent the opinions of the Canadian Pain Society or the National Congress on Pain. For those especially watching on the live stream, this presentation is not medical advice. No doctor-patient relationship is being established between myself and yourself. Please do not make any medication changes by yourselves. Always speak to your healthcare providers for personalized medical care. I'd like to begin with what's already been said this morning. 8 million Canadians live with pain, and that's a really big number. And here's another really big number. Over 1 million Canadians take opioids to manage their chronic pain. 1 million. Now, to be clear, of those using opioids to manage their chronic pain, the majority are not people with addiction. It is false to think that people in pain using opioids are all people with addiction. That is not true. They're people just like you and me, doing their best to have some quality of life. Some of these people are in this room. They've been taking opioids for pain for months, for years, maybe even decades. If we look at the statistics, and this is the lowest estimate, in 2022, 750,000 Canadians received either medium dose or high dose opioids to manage their chronic pain. And we define that as medium dose being 50 milligrams of morphine equivalent or higher. We define high dose opioids as 90 milligrams or equivalent or higher. And so if you look at that number, 750,000 Canadians at least taking medium or high dose opioids, and about 1/4 of that, 250,000, 250,000 are on the high dose. So these are big numbers. Now, what happens when 750,000 people go about their lives every day? Well, some of them, a percentage of them, will go to their prescribing physician and see this sign. This sign. Sorry, we're closed. Because doctors retire, or change practices, or move provinces. This is not an uncommon problem. To be on opioids for chronic pain, to be prescribed it for a period of time, and then suddenly the rug is yanked out from under you with this sign, sorry, we're closed. Remember, if we just look at the population in general, about 20% of Canadians don't have a family doctor. And roughly another 30% of Canadians will report having difficulty accessing primary care reliably. And so we're talking roughly 1 in 2 Canadians here. This is a serious situation, and I know people are working on it, including people in this room, but this is not going to be solved overnight. It takes years to increase the enrollment in medical schools, years to train these physicians and bring them into practice. So a serious situation with no magic solution tomorrow. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do when this sign shows up? And before I go on, I just want to point out how big a problem this is with very real risks. If someone is taking opioids for chronic pain and they're suddenly stopped or abruptly decreased in dose, they can go into opioid withdrawal, which can be so severe that it can cause a heart attack from the withdrawal symptoms. We don't think of that necessarily in that way, but remember, any change to medications has risks, including decreasing the dose, especially if it's done quickly. When people are taken off their opioids or tapered down very quickly, They use more healthcare, not less. And remember, opioid withdrawal has serious consequences in terms of mental health and the risk of suicide. We can absolutely harm people by abruptly forcing them off their medications. In the words of our next presenter, some prescribers are hesitant to take on opioid prescribing for legacy patients, and that's Dr. Jason Busa, the first author of the Canadian Opioid Guidelines. Also in this room, many legacy patients are being abandoned and denied care. And that's Maria Hudspeth, who you heard from this morning, the Executive Director of Pain Canada. This is a real and prevalent problem. So I ask you, what are these people supposed to do? And it's a lot of people. What are all these people going to do? Are they going to go from doctor to doctor to doctor asking for opioids? Because we're hearing that's happening. Are they all going to go to the emergency department, which is definitely happening in many communities across this country? Are they going to try walk-in clinic after walk-in clinic after walk-in clinic? Because we're hearing that too. Are they going to start calling doctors' offices in nearby cities just to get the medications they need? And yes, we're hearing that too. Will they call the College of Physicians in their particular province or region? Because that's happening. Are they going to appeal to their elected officials? And that's absolutely happening. As a reminder, as we think about this problem, we put people on opioids. We prescribed these medications, and people trusted us to give them the right prescriptions. They put their trust in us. And we knew, the medical profession knew, that these people, 750,000 or more, would become dependent on these drugs. Their body would need to keep taking these medications. So we knew this, and I say to you, we have a responsibility to take care of them. We cannot just cut them off abruptly. We have a moral and ethical obligation to take care of the people that we put on this road. We started them on this path. And if we include low-dose opioids, this is over 1 million people to think about, 1 million. And I am proposing today that it's time for a new approach. It is time for an opioid safety net to protect Canadians living with pain, those 1 million Canadians. If a person living with chronic pain and using chronic opioid therapy loses their prescribing physician, we need a plan. Here's the plan. A centralized team in that particular province or territory takes over opioid medication renewals. And this safety net follows very simple rules. Rule number 1, the dose is the dose. Whatever the opioid dose is right now, it does not change. And this may seem a bit unusual. After all, shouldn't we be changing the dose based on the clinical need, either increasing or decreasing? And yes, that would be true in an ideal world, but that requires a medical team. That requires prescribers, which are in short supply. And so for a small centralized team to handle the needs of a region or territory or province, it's important that the opioid dose stays stable. It does not change. Number 2, we begin with monthly dispensing of the opioids. Every month, you get your medication dispensed at the pharmacy. Number 3, if somebody runs out of medication early, because that can happen, the dispensing interval changes to every 2 weeks. We don't cut people off their medications. We don't sound the alarm. We say, okay, this happens from time to time in chronic pain management with opioids. This is normal, not ideal, but it happens. We're not going to cut somebody off just because they ran out early. We have a very simple rule. It was being dispensed every month. Now it is dispensed twice a month, every 2 weeks. Rule number 4, if somebody runs out of medication early again, it didn't last the 2 weeks, the dispensing interval changes again to every week. Again, we don't cut people off. We don't put them in opioid withdrawal. We understand that this is not ideal, but this does happen. This does happen. And so now we just dispense it every week. And rule number 5, which is kind of the same as rule number 1, do not change the opioid medication to a different opioid. Maybe you think, oh, they're running out a bit early, or they're reporting a different level of pain. Maybe the pain's going up. Should we increase the dose? Should we change the medication? Maybe this medication's not working. We need to do an opioid rotation. Well, that all takes a lot of work, and ideally a multidisciplinary team, and that's the blue skies model. That's what you do when you have access to healthcare. But we're having a safety net. This proposal is a safety net. Do not change the opioid medication to a different opioid. Continue to prescribe the same one. So again, a small team can manage a large number of patients. Rule number 6, do not increase or decrease the opioid dose in response to a person running out of medication early. There would be a temptation to think, oh, their body's getting tolerant to the medication, resistant to the medication. We should increase the dose. No, because that requires a team, a prescriber. Don't increase it. And hopefully this goes without saying, don't decrease it. After all, they're running out early. If you decrease it thinking, oh no, this is not going well, you will iatrogenically harm that person. Maybe it isn't going perfectly, but you'll make it worse. Rule number 7, dispense the same medication at the same dose and dispense daily if you need to. Don't cut people off. People need these medications. If it's being dispensed every week and that's not working, then every 3 days. And if that's not working, then every 2 days. And if you need to, dispense it daily so that a single team for your province, a small, efficient team, can manage all these patients who've lost their primary prescriber. Oops. The golden rule, I put it to you, is this. Changes require medical supervision, which requires medical professionals who are in short supply. So as much as we'd like to make changes and make tweaks and optimize, we just don't have the ability to do that in an opioid safety net situation where a small number of people have to manage an ever larger number of patients who have lost their doctor. Remember, in some parts of Canada, the wait to be seen at a multidisciplinary pain clinic is measured in years. And so that is not going to be the solution to this problem. Indeed, many multidisciplinary pain clinics don't even take over prescribing of opioids. They can assess, they can make recommendations, but long-term they generally don't take over prescribing. So multidisciplinary pain clinics play a key role in pain management. As mentioned, I worked for many years at the Calgary Chronic Pain Center, the largest in this country, and I'm still affiliated with them. Many multidisciplinary pain clinics do incredible work, but they cannot take on all of these patients. That must go to a centralized team taking care of specifically opioids within an opioid safety net framework. So when you see all of these people, and when all of these people see this sign, there is an opioid safety net that is there to catch them. These are real people, including people in this room, who cannot be let to fall through the cracks. because that's what's happening right now. We need an opioid safety net in every province and every territory of this country. It will be efficient because it has to be. It's rule-based, it's fair, everybody knows the rules already, and it's centralized. One number to call. So people aren't going to the ER, going to walk-in clinics and so forth. Efficient, rule-based, and centralized. I say to you, the time has come for an opioid safety net to protect Canadians in pain. Thank you all very much.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here today. My thanks to Dr. Pereira and the CPS for the opportunity to present on the updated opioid guideline. And I'm going to hit a button, and that did not work yet. Oh, it's being brought up. Wonderful. Thank you. So to begin, I do have some disclosures. I am the director of the National Pain Center at McMaster University. I do hold government grants to study the effects of opioids on chronic pain, including a grant that supported the update of this guideline. I have no for-profit relations to declare. You've heard a lot of this, but the most recent systematic review that has been published looking at the prevalence of opioid prescription for the purpose of chronic pain came out in 2021, and it found that about 27% of adults living with chronic pain are prescribed an opioid worldwide. There is a higher rate of prescribing in North America than in Europe. Now, this data is a few years old, but again, to echo the comments you heard, there are a lot of individuals that are prescribed opioids for chronic pain. At the same time that there has been these attempts to help mitigate the devastating effects of chronic pain, there has been increasing concerns about the potential harms of opioids. And this is a heat map over time where we do understand that over time, the proportion of opioid-related fatal overdoses has been increasing. And this is obviously of great concern as well. We do know that there were about 2,800 opioid-related deaths in Canada in 2016. That had risen to over 7,500 in 2021. And importantly, the vast majority of these deaths are accidental. So at the same time we are trying to provide relief for individuals with chronic pain, there is a concern that there is also a downside to the use of these medications. So as you've heard, we want to try to ensure that they are used appropriately to help balance those benefits and harms. Now, this was not just a concern in Canada. So because of this increasing rate of opioid overdoses, the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention released their guideline for the use of opioids in chronic non-cancer pain in 2016. So this came out a year before our last guideline did. And there were a number of limitations that we perceived as part of this guideline. And so a few months after it was released, we published an editorial in the Journal of the Canadian Medical Association called Addressing the Limitations of this Guideline. One of the areas that we had particular concern about at the time, and I'm quoting from our commentary, was that the CDC had provided a strong recommendation to avoid increasing the dosage of opioids to 90 milligrams morphine equivalent or higher per day for individuals with chronic non-cancer pain. And in a major omission, the guideline failed to address clearly how clinicians should manage patients already using doses higher than this. Overly aggressive adoption of the CDC guideline could lead to harms, we felt, if physicians try to abruptly transition patients already receiving opioids at much higher doses to much lower doses. And there's already preliminary evidence in British Columbia where the CDC guidelines were adopted as a standard of practice, that some patients have sought illicit opioids in the wake of reduced prescribing by physicians, and with the profusion of counterfeit fentanyl in Western Canada, the consequences could be fatal. And unfortunately, there's been several studies that have been conducted since this time that have indeed found, as you've heard, that in an attempt to mitigate the harms of opioid-related overdoses, by abruptly transitioning people to lower doses or cutting them off, it can lead to adverse consequences and actually generate more harm. These are the unintended consequences, the most recent paper of which came out looking specifically at the experience in British Columbia. So this is a challenge. We know that well-intended consequences can go awry. The other area of contention, of confusion, is what is the proportional responsibility of prescribed opioids to the overdose crisis versus illicit opioids? And there was a very thoughtful paper that was put out by Tara Gomes and her colleagues at the University of Toronto a few years ago, where they attempted to address this very issue. And they looked at just over 2,900 opioid-related deaths in the province of Ontario from 2013 to 2016. And they found that in 2016, a third of those individuals that had unfortunately fatally overdosed on opioids had an active prescription at the time of death. But if they look back in a 3-year window, that proportion went up to 75%. At the same time, more than a third of those deaths involved additional opioids. So not just the prescription, but something else. And in particular, the role of illicit fentanyl has been climbing over time. So it increased from 20% of all fatal overdose in 2013 up to almost 50% in 2016. And more recent data suggests that it's continued to go even higher. So the answer is it's complicated. Both prescribed, diverted, and illicit opioids all play a role. The relative contribution has been changing over time, but we are absolutely seeing an increase in the role of illicit opioids, and in particular illicit fentanyl, in more recent years. So we undertook to update the 2017 guideline, and to do so, we engaged an international panel who would then consider all the evidence and vote on all of the recommendations. We had a 20-member panel. I've listed them here. We had 4 individuals, people with lived experience of chronic pain that participated. We had 11 clinical experts, including representation from family medicine, addiction medicine, rheumatology, public health, physiotherapy, psychology, internal medicine. We engaged a bioethicist as part of the panel as well because of the complicated issues on this topic. And then we had some methodologists to help oversee the process itself. One of the key criteria for serving as a panel member was we had to be reassured that no one had any financial or intellectual conflicts of interest, all of which was independently reviewed. Now, we used something called the grade approach in order to formulate all recommendations that came out of the guideline. With the grade approach, a recommendation can be strong or it can be conditional. We can make strong recommendations in cases where there is a clear imbalance between the benefits and the harms. If the benefits clearly exceed the harms, it's a strong recommendation in favor. If the harms clearly exceed the benefits, it's a strong recommendation against. We have to be confident that the evidence is of sufficient quality. And we have to be reassured that if a patient was presented with this information, the vast majority would agree with the recommendation. And we needed to have 80% consensus from voting panel members in order to make a strong recommendation. A conditional recommendation is different. We make conditional recommendations when there is a close balance between benefits and harms, because in such cases, there's a close call and it's more preference sensitive. Some patients may value the harms a little bit more. Some may value the benefits a little bit more. Because they are close, we don't know that. We can make conditional recommendations when the quality of evidence is not as good. So we're not sure if we can trust the results at this point so much. And we do it when we perceive that if we were to give this information to people living with chronic pain, they would not make the same decision. Some patients would choose to follow the recommendation and some would not. So a conditional recommendation is a mandate for shared decision-making in order to ensure that an informed patient can make the decision that is aligned with their particular values and preferences. So very different circumstance. We could make conditional recommendations if the majority, 51% of the panel, agreed. Now, what perspective did we take? We could take a payer perspective. We could take, multiple perspectives. We chose primarily a patient perspective. We did give some considerations to the societal issue of opioid overdose, for example, and opioid use disorder. We did not address the issue of managing opioid use disorder, and the recommendations did not pertain to individuals that were engaged in palliative care. Now, evidence alone is not enough to make recommendations. I've just spent some time explaining that we need to understand the values and preferences of patients, that we engaged 4 people with lived experience as full voting panel members, but we need to understand what type of value individuals that live with chronic pain put on the different aspects of benefits and harms. And so to do that, we conducted a systematic review. We published the initial one here in 2017. We updated that for the current guideline. We also conducted focus group interviews with people living with chronic pain that had a range of experiences with opioids. Some that had used them and found success, some had used and found they weren't successful, some that hadn't used them. We also interviewed caregivers, including caregivers of individuals that had unfortunately experienced the people they were looking after had unfortunately fatally overdosed on opioids. So we wanted to get a wide range of input and experiences. And what did we learn from this? Well, we got a lot of information, and we used that to formulate a values and preference statement that was considered when making all recommendations. And this is large enough that it's going to go on for 2 slides, but I think it's important. So we learned for people living with chronic non-cancer pain, receiving opioid therapy, achieving pain relief was the most important consideration. Waking up, living with chronic pain every day, pain relief was paramount and at the forefront. At the same time, when patients experience severe nausea, vomiting, or constipation as a result of opioid use, those adverse effects were almost as important as pain relief, and thus might be more important than a small degree of pain relief. We learned that other opioid-related adverse events, such as sleep disturbance, personality change, dizziness, mental fog, were less important to patients, but not irrelevant. And so they deserved some consideration when we made the recommendations. We learned that when considering less common, more severe adverse events, such as an opioid use disorder, and particularly rare but catastrophic adverse events, such as an unintentional overdose or fatal overdose, we viewed societal values as important in this situation. And therefore, we did place a high value on avoiding those consequences, even though they were, in many cases, not particularly common. When we did our focus group interviews, one of the comments that came through loud and clear was that patients using long-term opioid therapy for chronic pain were concerned about withdrawal symptoms and about efforts that this could result, as you've heard, from efforts to aggressively wean or taper them. And so, at the same time, while we continued to place high value on societal considerations of minimizing opioid overuse and opioid use disorder, we also placed a high value on avoiding severe suffering, increased pain, and functional limitations that could accompany opioid reduction. And we placed a high value on patient autonomy under these circumstances. So again, a challenging issue. We know there's the potential for harm either way. We have to try to balance this. So the first question we asked ourselves is, should patients living with chronic pain be offered a trial of opioids as first-line therapy? And again, we could make a strong recommendation for or against. We could make a conditional recommendation. Conditional recommendations, a mandate for shared decision-making. Well, to answer that, we had to systematically review the evidence for benefits and harms. Now, we had done a systematic review of randomized controlled trials back in 2016. We updated that in 2018 and published that in the Journal of the American Medical Association. We've now updated that again. But the randomized controlled trials can't tell us very much about the long-term or infrequent harms. So for those, we had to analyze observational studies, and we've published one of those in the Canadian Medical Association Journal you see here about 6 months ago. We have another one coming on predictors of opioid use disorder. But what did we learn from our update of the randomized control trials? And there's a lot of them now. We found 116 randomized control trials. And we had reasonable representation of both neuropathic pain, nociceptive pain, such as osteoarthritis, and central sensitization, such as fibromyalgia or irritable bowel syndrome. A handful of studies looked at mixed complaints. These were adults. Median of the average age was about 58 amongst the trials. Slight majority were female. Length of follow-up was not particularly long. The average or the median of the average follow-up was about 2 months. So not particularly long follow-up. Placebo was unfortunately the most common control. And the average of the median opioid dose that was administered in trials was about 47 morphine milligram equivalent per day. But there was quite a range there. So if you look at the interquartile range, that's the sort of 25th and 75th percentile of the averages, it ran from 30 milligrams morphine equivalent. That means 25% of trials administered an average dose of 30 milligrams morphine equivalent or less, and the upper was 83. That means 75% of the trials administered an average of 83 milligrams morphine equivalent or less. Now, what did we learn about the benefits? So this is all high to moderate quality evidence, so we're fairly confident in this. We found a modest improvement in pain. By modest, I say there was 10% more patients that were randomized to receive an opioid that achieved an important benefit versus those randomized to receive placebo. By important benefit, I mean what's been established as the minimally important difference in pain relief. Our best estimate of that right now is about 1.5 points on a 10-point scale. We found that there was also evidence of a significant improvement in physical functioning. Again, the risk difference is a little bit smaller. 8% more patients achieve an important benefit. That means the number needed to treat, the NNT, is 12. You have to treat 12 patients with an opioid to get one that's going to report an important benefit in physical functioning. The NNT for pain relief is 10. Sleep, yes, a significant benefit, little smaller still. Here, the number needed to treat is 17. So are opioids a panacea? Are they going to work for everyone? No. Well, they work for a minority of patients. It appears so. I should also say for both pain and sleep, we found that the effects of opioids tended to attenuate over time. So the longer people were using them, the smaller those effects get. So when I show you the effects for pain and sleep, that's based only on trial evidence where patients had been receiving opioids for 3 months or longer. And we don't have a lot of follow-up longer than that. So I can't tell you what happens after a year in most cases, for example. Now, we found no important difference for the effect of opioids on emotional functioning, role functioning, or social functioning. And all effects were independent of clinical condition. So we didn't see differences versus on neuropathic versus nociceptive versus central sensitization. Now that's benefits, but we also need to know about harms in order to make an informed decision. So we found high quality evidence that there is a risk of experiencing a fatal overdose, and it is dose dependent. But at the lowest dose, less than 20 milligrams morphine equivalent, that risk is 0.1%. That means it's 1 in 1,000. And yes, that does go up at higher doses, but because the baseline risk is so low, you can see even if you get up to doses, greater than 100 milligrams, it's about 0.23%, or 2.3 out of 1,000. So this is what we're talking about in terms of the risk of fatal overdose. If we look at a non-fatal overdose, the risk is about twice as great, but that means at low doses, it's 2 in 1,000, or 1 in 500. And it is dose dependent, so at higher doses, that risk will increase. There is a risk of gastrointestinal adverse events. The risk difference is about 8%, so 8% more patients receiving opioids experience that complaint. That means the number needed to harm is 13. Out of every 13 patients that receive an opioid, 1 will experience problematic gastrointestinal adverse events. Pruritus or itchy skin, yes, it's significant. Number needed to harm of 16. Dry mouth, we start getting, it's even more infrequent, but it can happen. Number needed to harm of 33. Dizziness, number needed to harm of 39. Drowsiness, number needed to harm of 67. We found moderate quality evidence that about 5.3% of individuals who are prescribed opioid therapy for chronic pain will develop an opioid use disorder. And we found that diversion of opioids, so when they end up with someone to whom they weren't prescribed, appears to be an issue in about 5% of cases. So I've shown you now what we know about the benefits, I've shown you what we know about the harms, and I've provided you with the information that we've learned about patient values and preferences. But now I also need to tell you what we know about alternatives to opioids. So most of that evidence I showed you, or all of it really, was looking at opioids versus placebo. What about in the small number of trials, or the smaller number, in which opioids were compared to things like non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, tricyclic antidepressants, synthetic cannabis, or anticonvulsants? The evidence suggests that on average, these therapies are likely to be similarly effective. Doesn't mean that everyone gets a response, but when they're compared head-to-head, similar proportions of pain report benefit with either. We also know that opioids are associated with a higher risk of these more serious gastrointestinal events, and they are certainly associated with some of the more catastrophic events, such as a fatal overdose, versus these comparators. So we have evidence right now, reasonably similar benefits for opioids versus a number of alternatives. We do see the potential for greater harms with opioids, and that put our panel in a position where they felt they were able to recommend against the use of opioids as first-line therapy for chronic non-cancer pain. So you can see the exact recommendation here. In people living with chronic non-cancer pain, the panel recommends optimizing available, keyword available, non-opioid pharmacotherapy and non-pharmacologic therapy prior to considering a trial of opioids. So available means not every patient's going to have the same availability of care. You see what is available to that person. Why? Because there are several non-opioid alternatives that appear to be similar effective, but with an improved safety profile. Now, what about individuals that have tried available therapies? They've done what's out there. They still haven't found sufficient pain relief. What about those patients? Are they candidates for opioid therapy? Well, in order to understand that question, we need to be a little bit aware about certain subpopulations that might be at higher risk for adverse events. So when we looked at factors that are associated with increasing the risk of an opioid overdose, we find a number of factors that come out by, doubling the risk. So for example, a current substance use disorder, you can see the adjusted odds ratio there of 2.6. That is a relatively large increase, but you have to remember what the baseline risk is. If the baseline risk is 1 in 1,000 for a fatal overdose, even if I double or triple that, it only goes to 2 or 3 out of 1,000, right? Now, I put an asterisk beside current substance use disorder because a number of the addiction medicine specialists on our panel were quite unhappy with this basket category. They said all substance use disorders are not the same. We'd like more granularity. And we went back to the papers, and unfortunately, most papers didn't provide greater details, but we were able to tease out specific risks for an active alcohol use disorder. And so we did that. And we found that the adjusted odds ratio went up to about 5 in that case. So there was a much higher signal for an active alcohol use disorder, and so we focused a bit more on that for some of the recommendations. Any current mental health disorder, or specifically depression or bipolar, basically doubled the risk of experiencing a fatal or non-fatal overdose. Again, a double is a large amount in relative terms, but you have to think about the absolute baseline risk, which is fairly modest. A history of an opioid overdose increased the risk of a subsequent overdose almost 6-fold. So that was the strongest factor that we found. We also found there was a smaller but significant risk for individuals with a history of any kind of substance use disorder. And when we look at risk factors for increasing the possibility of developing an opioid use disorder, There were two that stood out, both close to doubling the risk: a history of a mental health disorder and a history of a substance use disorder. And again, in this case, our baseline risk is higher. If you recall, it's about 5.3%. So if I come close to doubling that, I'm now getting to about 1 in 10. So that becomes a bit more of a serious consideration. So that's what we know about some of these subpopulations, and we have to consider that when we're trying to decide, amongst people that have not found success with non-opioid therapy, who should be provided with an opportunity to engage in opioids. And so for the first recommendation, we tried to parse out those groups that are at a different risk profile. And so it reads as follows. We said in people living with chronic pain without a current or past substance use disorder, without current or past psychiatric disorders, and without a history of opioid overdose, who have, despite optimization of available non-opioid therapy, persistent pain they experience is problematic, the panel recommends discussing a trial of opioids. And that's a strong recommendation to have a discussion. A discussion means the patient will ultimately decide once they see the information on harms and benefits. And the associated remark is this recommendation is consistent with many patients deciding not to receive a trial of opioid therapy. They may place a higher value on what you tell them about the harms. So again, it depends. The patient will make the final decision as to what is appropriate with their particular context. Now, what about some of those other subgroups that were excluded from that second recommendation? Well, when we talk about individuals with a history of opioid overdose, remember, we had an adjusted odds ratio of 6 in terms of 6-fold more likely to experience a fatal or non-fatal overdose. The panel felt that was sufficiently large that they are not appropriate candidates for a trial of opioids. The adjusted odds ratio for an active alcohol use disorder was about 5. And so for the same reason, the panel made a strong recommendation against, specifically in people with chronic non-cancer pain who have persistent problematic pain despite optimization of available non-opioid therapy and have an active alcohol use disorder. The panel recommends against offering a trial of opioids. Now, what about risk factors that weren't as high? So again, if you're looking at a history of mental illness, or again, the risks were not as high in those groups. It still did double the risk of a fatal or non-fatal overdose, but the baseline risk is low, and we felt that there's going to be variability in how much value patients put on that harm. So in terms of looking at some of these subpopulations, our recommendation 5 reads, in people living with chronic non-cancer pain with a history of any substance use disorder, who have persistent problematic pain despite optimization of non-opioid therapy, the panel suggests against offering a trial of opioids, but it's a conditional recommendation. And if you recall, a conditional recommendation means the patient will make the final decision. We anticipate that because of the elevated risk, the majority of informed patients would be disinclined, but a substantial minority would still wish to proceed with a trial. And so as part of the remark, we remind readers what a conditional recommendation means. So it conveys the importance of considering patients' unique situation and represents a mandate for shared decision-making to ensure all decisions are consistent with each individual patient's values and preferences. And again, if we look at recommendation number 6, this looks at some other risk factors that do increase the risk, but the panel didn't feel it went up high enough that all patients would make the same decision. So recommendation 6 reads, in people living with chronic non-cancer pain with a history of mental illness or an active mental health disorder, again, who have persistent pain despite optimization, there's a recommendation against a trial, but it's conditional. And we put the associated remark to remind readers that conditional means talk with your patient, share the information on their benefits and harms, given what we know about their profile, and help them to make a decision that's consistent with their values and preferences. What about dose limits for initiating a trial of opioid therapy? Well, this was an interesting area. In 2016, when we were doing the last guideline, we had a limited number of articles, and they reported a limited number of thresholds. The articles really talked about the increase in risk at 20, 50, 100, and 200 milligrams morphine equivalent. And so that's what we had to use to guide the recommendations. In the subsequent 6 years or so, there's been more literature that's come out. Sufficient literature that it's allowed us to now develop a dose-response curve for harm. There's no magic to the numbers 20, 50, 100, and 200. It's just what was reported. But now we have the ability to calculate the risk for any dose that you can come up with. So this allowed our panel to generate an opportunity for very high internal consistency. Right? They'd already been calibrating by going through their sort of initial 6 recommendations. They had a sense about the kind of elevation in risk that would be suitable for a conditional recommendation against. They had a sense for the threshold that would achieve a strong recommendation against. And so they asked, they said, well, for a lot of the risk factors we've made conditional recommendations against, it was a little bit more than double the baseline risk for an overdose. If we use that threshold, and if we also thought about trying to get a little bit more of the evidence from randomized controlled trials in terms of the doses that they administered, what would that look like? What if we got up to around 80 milligrams morphine equivalents, which is what 75% of the trials had administered on average? And we found that the risk went from, in terms of a fatal overdose, 1 in 1,000 up to 2.5 in 1,000, which again was fairly consistent with some of the other risk factors that have been used to make conditional recommendations against. The panel then asked, they said, well, what about if we get up to an odds ratio of 5, right? When we got to that, the risk for an active alcohol use disorder and how that increased the risk of overdose, that's where we started to make strong recommendations against. And if we took that risk up to 5 in 1,000, we landed at a threshold of 150 milligrams morphine equivalent per day. So the panel took this information into consideration, and they did a combined recommendation in which they said, in people living with chronic non-cancer pain, undergoing a trial, this is not legacy patients, undergoing a trial of opioids, the panel suggests avoiding doses higher than 80 milligrams morphine equivalent daily, conditional, and seldom, if ever, exceeding doses higher than 150 milligrams morphine equivalent. And that was a strong recommendation. And again, as we say with all the conditional recommendations now, conditional recommendation conveys the importance of shared decision-making, because some patients may choose to not follow that recommendation based on their values and preferences. And some patients may accept the increased risk of harms associated with a dose higher than 80 milligrams morphine equivalent to potentially improve pain control. But rarely will some patients gain important benefits at a dose more than 150 milligrams morphine equivalent. Not impossible. We think it's going to be quite rare. Discussion with a colleague and documentation of the rationale regarding the possibility of going beyond the threshold may be warranted. And again, these recommendations do not apply to people already receiving long-term opioid therapy. So we have tried to make that extremely explicit both in the recommendation and in the associated remark. Number 9 was fairly straightforward. We found evidence from some observational studies that patients that had been initiated on a trial of opioid therapy and were either not receiving satisfactory pain relief or were experiencing problematic adverse events might see improvement by rotation to a different opioid. Observational data, low certainty evidence, we don't have randomized controlled trials, but the panel said there's enough of a signal there that they felt comfortable making a conditional recommendation for individuals that were using opioids, they'd been initiated on a trial, and not finding it satisfactory. It was reasonable to rotate them to an alternate opioid. And again, when successful improved response, our clinical experts felt that it should be apparent within 2 months of that rotation. Now we get to the issue about what about individuals that are on long-term opioid therapy? These are the legacy patients, right? These are the ones that we've had some discussions about. Well, the panel was aware that there are harms associated with continued long-term opioid use. They were aware that the benefits that we see, there is some signal that they tend to attenuate over time. And so they made the following recommendation. In people living with chronic non-cancer pain on long-term stable opioid therapy, the panel recommends that clinicians initiate a discussion to offer a trial of opioid tapering to the lowest effective dose, potentially including discontinuation, and if the offer is declined, because the patient will decide, repeat it every 6 to 12 months. See if they're interested in exploring this. And as we've heard from a lot of the talks today, we are nervous about the misapplication of a recommendation of any sort to do with tapering. So the associated remark reads as follows. Some patients who agree to opioid tapering may experience a substantial increase in pain or decrease in function that persists for 1 month after a small dose reduction. Tapering may be paused and potentially abandoned in such patients. But we were sufficiently concerned that even that might not be enough, so we've now included a good practice statement that we just explicitly state patients with chronic non-cancer pain prescribed opioids should not be engaged in forced or involuntary tapering. Because we know from the history that there is the potential to do unintended harm from the best of intentions. Finally, we had evidence from observational studies that suggest that individuals who have agreed to engage in a trial of tapering, but they are struggling to do so, may find benefit from multidisciplinary support. It's observational data, low certainty evidence, but our final recommendation the panel made was for people living with chronic non-cancer pain who are engaged in voluntary opioid tapering and experiencing challenges, we suggest engagement in multidisciplinary support. We again have reminded readers what a conditional recommendation means, and we have made it very clear that we understand that availability of resources will dictate what can be marshaled to provide that kind of support, and there are a lot of types of providers that could be brought to bear for that. So they don't have to have a specific plan, it's going to be context specific. And those are the 11 recommendations. Thank you so much for the time, and very happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for those wonderful presentations. So now we'll open it to the floor. If there are any questions, there are microphones at the front, which would help for the people that are watching online.
I had to get in front of Rob Tanguay. Thank you so much for that talk. And Jason, I'm just wondering if you could say anything about what needs to be done now that the guideline is launched. I think this is one of those issues that, despite everything we've done, advocacy from here to the moon, working with legislators, going to the college, education, on, we have not been able to shift the practice around the abandonment and denial of care for people who have been on opioids long term. So I'm so thrilled to see that very strong good practice statement. Thank you. I'm thrilled to see the emphasis on patient preferences and values. What can we do now that this is out there to really make the shift at the level of that one-to-one interaction between someone living with pain and their prescriber?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I unfortunately have some bad news. As was the situation for us back in 2017, we are again faced in an environment where there are competing national guidelines providing opposing guidance. So if you look at the most recent U.S. Department of Defense Veterans Affairs guideline, strong recommendation against ever using opioids for chronic pain. If you look at the most recent UK NICE guideline, strong recommendation against ever using opioids for chronic pain. So we are out there, but we have competition providing different recommendation. So one thing we need to do is to help prescribers and patients understand the discrepancy between discordant recommendations from different national guidelines. It is very unhelpful right now to have these guidelines that tell you everything and anything, all claiming to be authoritative, all claiming to be based on the same process. So helping to untangle that, I think, is a critical issue. The other critical issue is we have to provide support for clinicians. So you've heard about the opioid safety net, which I think is a great idea, and that's going to provide great support for patients who find themselves in the unfortunate situation of being without a prescriber. But we need to provide support and help for clinicians. And we've done surveys, and they sort of tell us this. We need to know how to have these discussions with patients. We need to know how to implement these things. We need to be confident that we're not going to get into trouble with our college or with regulators. So there has to be a knowledge translation effort that happens. Publishing the guideline will be nice. Who cares in a way? It's going to be in some journal. I'll put a line on my CV, but now we have to have a dedicated, concentrated effort to get the messaging out there and to help with the appropriate implementation of what's been there. So there's lots of work to be done, and we will be coming to Pain Canada for help.
So John and Jason, thank you. Absolutely outstanding work. Jason, I want to ask you about the mental health issue in prescribing opioids, because there is a tremendous spectrum of mental health. Someone with very mild anxiety, a little bit of depression. Is this going to be interpreted by physicians out in the community as this is a contraindication? And my second question is a 2-month trial of opioids can you ever get up to 80 milligrams morphine equivalent in a period of 2 months to someone naive? So that's a little unusual for me. And can you explain that?
The 2 months was relevant to the 9th recommendation about rotating. So someone had been established on a reasonable dose of an opioid. It wasn't working out for some reason. And so our clinical experts felt that with a rotation, without changing the dose, to an alternate opioid, you would have a sense within 2 months as to whether or not the impact was more favorable.
Okay, so this was not initiation de novo
Correct.
Of opioids.
Correct.
Okay,
yes. The other question you've asked is very critical as well. You said, what about this mental health issue? I will say, which is a real shame, individuals that have chronic pain with comorbid mental illness, which is probably about 50% of the population, they are systematically excluded from randomized controlled trials. We have no direct evidence to know what the impact is of prescribing opioids to those individuals from the randomized controlled trials. We think that the benefits are likely to be similar, but that's not based on direct evidence from the trials. We do know that there's an elevation in risk. We do think that many patients would be willing to accept that increase in risk, but many may not. And so we've made conditional recommendations, and we are sufficiently concerned about people thinking conditional means strong that in the remark that has to accompany the recommendation, we have said very clearly in each case, a conditional recommendation means you talk to your patient, you give them the evidence for benefits and harms, they make the final decision. So I hope that it doesn't result in inappropriate application, but it is a risk, and we have to get out there and provide this information to ensure that it doesn't happen.
We'll go over here.
Hi, thank you. Dr. Pereira, this question is for you. It comes from our Facebook group from Help Alberta. One of the patients on there, her name is Susan, and she said, a few months ago, I lost my family doctor, and I was literally days away from running out of medication. I live on my own, but require assistance with food, caring for myself, and transportation, even to medical appointments. Losing my doctor gave me 3 months to find new care, because that's how long my prescriptions lasted. I struggled and I fought and I tried. I did everything I was supposed to, and it turned out nobody in our system is responsible for helping patients like me find care. The idea of a safety network is an absolutely amazing idea, and it would have brought me a great deal of relief. The consequences of the stress caused other complicating factors to arise while I did not have a family doctor to assist me. My question to you is, would this system also have a way to help patients find a family practitioner in their local area once some become available. Doctors have come into our area, but we're not notified. We have no idea of when or where they may be arriving. So if I come to this program for assistance, is there a way to help me find a doctor back in my community?
Thank you very much for that question. And to Susan, who may be watching, my apologies on behalf of the medical community. That should not have happened to you. I think just a few minutes ago, we had more than 10,000 people watching live on Twitter, many of whom are patients, and I want to apologize to all of them watching. The medical community should have done better than this. And now to your question. I think step one is to build an infrastructure that is strong, a strong opioid safety net in the province or territory that you live. Once that safety net is built up, for sure, then that safety net will have to become aware of the relevant community resources. For example, not just findadoctor.com, so to speak, not just where do you get family doctors, but we would have to curate very carefully the list of family doctors who are willing and able to treat pain with opioids and so forth. So we don't want to start just sending people to the next available doctor if that doctor is not interested in pain, not interested in making some positive changes for these patients. And so the answer is yes, we have to build up that infrastructure, and that infrastructure then has to get connected to pharmacies who are dispensing opioids, connected to multidisciplinary pain centers who can help with changes based on availability, and with family doctors and primary care interested in pain. It will be an entire infrastructure. Thank you for that question.
Thank you very much.
So we have a few more minutes, so we'll try and get a couple more questions in the room, and I'm sure that the panelists will make themselves available if we can't get to everybody who's standing in line. So a couple more questions.
Thank you to both of you. Jason, I know good research is a lot like policy. It's not a popularity contest, and I'm sure you'll take some beatings for it, but it's excellent to see that we're following data and evidence, and it's going to be tough dealing with those other guidelines. And John, thanks for presenting the Alberta Virtual Pain Program. So as you know, phase 3 is creating the opioid prescribing aspect, so Tracy set that up very nicely. It is coming. It is a process that we're working on. But again, building ideas like what you're talking about are very difficult. And when the virtual opioid clinic was opened, it took a couple of years to build it up to the place where it can take care of the entire province. It's going to take time as well, Tracy. And I know Help Alberta is constantly fighting for this. And certainly in Alberta, I echo Tracy Wasilak, my co-chair. Pain is everybody's problem and nobody's problem, but that's not the case in Alberta anymore. And we are moving forward with a lot of work there. My question is actually to Jason. What happens to a patient, according to your guidelines, who ends up suffering with an opioid use disorder? You didn't make any recommendations as to what to do, and why not?
It was really how much work the panel was able to accomplish within the time frame that we had for the deliverable. So it's obviously a crucial issue. There are separate guidelines that exist out there for management of opioid use disorder. We will be referring readers to that guidance, but as you well know, it is entirely a different population. There's entirely different considerations. It's a large body of work. We do hope to have some involvement in creation of that kind of guidance going forward, but we weren't able to include it as part of this guideline, unfortunately.
So maybe time for one last question.
Hello, excellent presentation. This is Praveen Ganti from Toronto General Hospital. My question is to John. John, thank you for creating those great rules for the opioid safety net. With great rules come great responsibilities, as we all know. So, for example, what do you think is the role of the provincial colleges who expect we have a therapeutic relationship before we start prescribing, especially opioids? And secondly, many of these patients are also on other medications as well. So if you can, for example, not prescribe antihypertensives, which is what the patient would expect, and this happened to me in real life. I actually have 2 patients who expect me to prescribe their antihypertensives. One of them last week sent an email that they want a referral to a gynecologist because they got a prolapsed uterus, all because I'm just prescribing their opioids and I'm taking over. So, and also, why can't we have a 2-week rule as a baseline for everyone to prevent opioid diversion? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. So I would say the following. I think that, like I said, number one, we want to build up the infrastructure that is necessary for an opioid safety net. I think if there is acceptance to the idea that, yes, a small, efficient, rule-based system can be created to renew opioids, I would not be the least bit shocked if we can create something similar for other medications in many provinces, depending on how comfortable people are. Many pharmacists are now prescribing renewing medications, whether it is for thyroid, for blood pressure, and so forth. And so I think that that is all on its way in terms of we're going to have more and more people being caught by this safety net, supported by this safety net, and we're going to help some of the other things that they're going to need. To be clear, because we want to not start perfectly, but start on time as quickly as we can, because this is urgent, I would say that that group needs to focus purely on opioids to begin. And now to the first part of your question, it's been proposed in Alberta through the Alberta Pain Strategy and so forth and discussed. I strongly believe in the idea of opioid green zones, opioid safe zones, meaning in that zone is a safe prescribing zone. If you have a centralized team of healthcare practitioners, including physicians, as you mentioned, who will be putting out a good number of prescriptions, potentially that small group, that might be hundreds of prescriptions per day, that will be done on a best effort model. Best effort model. There's always going to be challenges when you have high volumes of opioids, but that goes with the territory, and there needs to be a partnership with the colleges that the physicians that are working on the centralized team are prescribing according to the rules, and when things don't always go right, they are protected, they are safe in the opioid green zone, which allows them to continue to do this essential work. So that's a great point. Thank you very much.
Just going to check my timing because I think we are already over a few minutes. So maybe if you have other questions, you can make yourself available for a few minutes after. But thank you, first of all, for the great presentations, lots of great information. I think the next session is lunch, as far as I'm aware. No, cannabis, perfect, cannabis. So thank you, everybody. Do you want to give a summary of where we're?
Yeah, thank you so much. No problem. Thank you so much, and thank you for hosting this today. For those watching on the live stream, we're going to be moving quickly to a very important topic, cannabis and pain. So we'll invite the speakers to come up and get ready for their presentation. So if you're on the live stream, please stay with us for cannabis and pain. Thank you very much. You probably have questions for him, but
I'm not sure who discussed, but one of the questions I've often had patients in Canada that are on opioid therapy.
Do we have? That's amazing. So, do I have intros? Do I have people's names? So let's get the slides up. Let me talk to you.
Hey, how'd it go? No one threw anything at me, so. Well, 10,000 people already. Hi. Oh, good. Okay, this is. Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for advocating on behalf of your friend.
I'm not sure. Let me take a quick look. I have it here because
I assume 17
it'll be
minutes, but we're 10 minutes late.
whenever the lunch starts, right? Because that's what we'll get shut down for. So it says here, 11:50 to 1:10. I think it's right on 11. So we've made up time. So perfect.
11 to 1:10?
That's 70 minutes. Right? 11:50, 12:50, 1:10.
Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
about
that's
right.
right.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's okay.
I guess it's 80 minutes.
80 minutes.
Well, we can give him 5 minutes, huh?
Yeah,
But he
yeah,
wants
yeah.
us to start because he doesn't want to lose people
Okay,
online.
perfect.
So.
Come on up, guys. So we'll
Good morning, Leslie. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. How you doing?
Morning
Ray?
again.
How you doing? Yep. So this is our clicker. Okay, guys, I know it's tight and we're running around from room to room, but we are going to get started right on time because when lunch rolls around, everyone's going to flock into the room and we'll get moved out. So I want to start by thanking the 10,000 people that are watching us online right now, as well as all of you that are in the room here today. And we're going to get moving and get rolling. I know there will be more people coming in. We started our last session. It was pretty empty, and it filled in as time went on because people are trying to find their way. So what's our focus this morning? We all know that medical cannabis has been quite a journey. It started well in the late 1990s. Well, actually, it started with Mark in, the 80s and the 70s when he was in Jamaica treating patients, and he met the Rasta man coming down from the hills, and he asked him, how are you still alive at 78? And he told him it was the ganja. And I remember when Mark was working on those regulations in the 2014-15, that time frame, he said, Hans, if I had told you this was where we would be in Canada in 1978, they'd say you were using too much of what we're talking about. But here we are. 2024, we have cannabis. There is a recreational framework, but we're here to talk about its medical framework and where we're going to go next and how we're going to help our patients in our community that need to use this and access this safely and end up with a product that they know how to use, they know how to titrate, and they know how to make it part of their pain regimen. So what are the objectives today? I think I can see that. So we're going to provide you perspectives from the patient, the physician, the researcher, and the pharmacist viewpoint on the findings and recommendations of the expert panel on Cannabis Act legislative review. And we're going to discuss the current and future medical cannabis, as well as research initiatives that are ongoing in Canada. From a panelist perspective, we are welcomed, of course, by our patient with lived experience, Leslie Singer, who you've heard from and has won an award this year for all of the advocacy work that she's been doing. Rahim Dalla, who is a pharmacist and a cannabis consultant and the CEO of his organization. Myself, President-elect. There we go. Thank you so much. That was so helpful. President-elect of the Canadian Pain Society, and I'm a clinician researcher, clinician scientist in the University Health Network system in Toronto. And of course, Dr. Mark Ware, who is the director of the Allen Edwards Pain Management Unit at McGill University, and I would say our leading expert in the world, probably in this space. So Mark discloses that for a time he was the chief medical officer at Canopy Growth from 2018 to 2022. And I disclosed that we have ongoing research, multiple projects in the cannabis space, one funded by Shoppers Drug Mart in the past and now currently going to be funded. We're almost there and relaunched in June of this year with a company called Avicanna, who has been one of our sponsors this weekend. So let's start with an overview of current medical access situation in terms of where we sit now. We'll walk through the expert panel recommendations. We're then going to turn it over to Leslie and Raheem to talk about their reflections from a pharmacy perspective and from a patient perspective. And of course, we're going to engage you guys and get into a discussion as we move things forward. So I just thought I'd share some data. Those of you that maybe came to my very first session might have seen this, but most of you online certainly wouldn't have. And this is just the recreational landscape, what Canada has done. We have a tax revenue stream in this country of almost $600 million. The Trudeau government have delivered on this new tax stream that is occurring. We know that the highest use, however, was going to land in the youth, and that's where it has landed. Over the past 5 years, there's been a 50% increase in use from 20 to 24 years old, from 16 to 19 years old as well. And most people's use has increased. So from a weekly usage percentage up 27%, from a daily usage percentage up almost 20%. We also know that the primary way that people are consuming cannabis from a recreational perspective is inhalational. And from the medical side, and if you look at some of the DeGroote recommendations, which I will touch on briefly, we are always on a medical side proposing an extract or an oil-based formulation for these products that we can hopefully titrate and understand exactly what those constituents are. But where does this come from? It always stems from the fact that when you ask Canadians or you ask the world, you know, what are the evils, or is smoking or inhaling bad for you? It's pretty clear, yeah, don't smoke tobacco. 95% of people will tell you that's bad for you. But when it comes to cannabis, we're not quite sure. You know, half the country says, well, it's probably okay. We think it's much safer than tobacco, et cetera. Well, I don't have the answer here, but we certainly will have the answer in the next 5 to 10 years as, you know, people like myself putting people to sleep in the operating room and seeing those curves on those ventilators will tell you how much or how little of an effect some of these things will happen. And so, you know, we've gotten the opportunity in Canada, and we still have that opportunity now. We lost it for a bit, but we have the opportunity to study this better than any country in the world at the moment. Okay. Of course, we'll start with this. And, you know, I always remember that when this came out, I really questioned, how is this going to help us in the pain world in Canada? And what did I ask? Say, well, they first of all said that please don't use this. This is not going to help our pain patients. And due to the lack of high-quality clinical evidence, the International Association for the Study of Pain does not currently endorse general use of cannabis or cannabinoids for pain relief. Wow. Okay. And 1 in 3 of the patients that walk into my office wants to talk about cannabis, and they want to know how they can use this safely in their practice. And if I don't give them the guidance, you better believe somebody standing by the elevator who's using it for anxiety or sleep and getting the product wherever they're getting it is going to be supplying your mother or your father with whatever they're consuming to say this is what you should be using. And we don't want to be in that space. And my hope is this came out because in Europe, they haven't recreationally legalized cannabis across Europe, and maybe there's a way to keep science at the forefront and get the data and move things forward, something that we lost for a while, but guess what? We're rounding back to that in Canada again because people have realized that the gold rush didn't land where they thought it would, and science is actually the way we're going to lead this moving forward, and those who get pharmaceutical products and GMP-level products into the Canadian public in a safe way are actually going to be the winners in this space. So, you know, I'll give Jason Boos and his crew a shout-out in Hamilton. They are the only country, once again, Canada. We did this in 2014 when we made those neuropathic pain guidelines, and we put cannabis at that third line. Mark was driving that predominantly. And I'll tell you, people said we were crazy. 2 months later, the Europeans said that, no, it's not even third line, it should be fifth line, and we should avoid using it. And then 5 years later, they said, oh, well, we actually believe the Canadians. And the EFIC folks put out a statement to say, yes, you can use cannabis in non-chronic cancer pain. Yes, you can use cannabis in cancer pain, because if you fail these frontline treatments, that you should be afforded the opportunity to see what cannabis can do for you. And so Jason's statement was pretty clear. If standard of care is not sufficient, we suggest offering a trial of non-inhaled medical cannabis or cannabinoids. And so, again, where does that lead us next? Well, it leads to, well, it's great that we should trial this, but how are we accessing this? And we know that the CMA and the OMA's position, I don't know if Kathleen's in the room, was pretty strong against even dancing in this space. And there was a hope that this expert panel that we are going to talk about this morning would actually shelf this medical concept of cannabis and say, let the public figure it out on their own. Well, they didn't do that. And that's why we're here, and that's why we're on the stage, or we wouldn't even be having this symposium if that's what they did. Instead, they said, let's figure out what those barriers to access are. Let's figure out how we're going to ensure that patients can find and resources, talk to their physicians. Maybe there's a different pathway. Maybe it's through Rahim's pharmacy. Who knows? But certainly there's got to be something improved in terms of how patients are accessing. And what are those barriers? Well, we know that most of the docs don't even want to deal with this. And so, they'll send you to the niche cannabis clinic that's out there, and some of them are great, and some of them don't even know what medication you're on and will authorize you cannabis because that's why you walk through the door. And so those are some issues around access as well. Product availability, cost and affordability. We have 2 or 3 randomized control trials that we're working on. And if you were a patient that could afford cannabis, try to convince them they should be in a trial in which there was a placebo arm. And so what's happening, again, an equity issue, is that the folks that are landing in my trials are folks that can't afford cannabis. And so they're willing to take the risk of having that 1/3 of in the placebo arm, et cetera. And so these are things that true conventional pharma, they don't have those issues because the drug didn't land in the market before the randomized controlled trials. The drug landed in the market well after the trials. And so with that as an introduction, I'm going to pass this over to Mark and have him take the floor.
Can you all hear me from here? Is it okay if I stay sitting? It's more comfortable and feels more like a fireside chat. Thank you, Hans. Thanks for all the kind words. I think it's clear that this has been a long journey for a lot of people, including patients, including health professionals, as we've been trying to put our heads and arms around this challenging issue of cannabis access, and specifically for medical purposes. Written into the Cannabis Act and the legislation that came out in October of 2018 was a commitment to do a review of the Cannabis Act within 5 years of its launch, which of course fell into 2023. With COVID and everything else, it's not surprising that the process took a little bit longer, but part of that process, and of course part of the Cannabis Act, was a preservation of the medical cannabis program, which was left intact or left as it was at the time of legalization of non-medical use. So the commitment to review in 5 years was an opportunity to look back and see what happens to medical cannabis access when you now have legal, non-medical cannabis access for adults in Canada. And so what I thought I would do is take a moment just to remember where this came from and a little view to where it's going forward. And of course, that's what the panel discussion is all about. I think the key takeaway message from the final report of the expert panel that reviewed the Cannabis Act, and this just came out a month ago, was that they declared that they still see a need for a distinct medical access program with improvements to better support patients. And this isn't trivial. Now, bear in mind that these recommendations have been made by an expert panel to the federal government, and specifically the Minister of Health, but they haven't been implemented. So these are still recommendations. They have not yet been put and written into law. So the opportunity we have here is to look at those recommendations and ask ourselves, what do we feel about them? How do we think they're going to be implementable? How are they going to be implemented? How do they affect our practices and our daily lives? But the important thing was that they made the recommendation to preserve some form of medical access stream. It could have gone differently. They could have said, you know what? Canada has legal cannabis. You can go down the road and buy it on a shop on Bank Street, and therefore patients don't need a special authorization to possess cannabis, which was, after all, why it was in place in the first place. So the idea that there needs to be a maintained medical access is something that came out, and I just wanted to sort of call that out right at the very beginning. So are we approaching a new cannabis regulatory framework for medicinal cannabis? And I've sort of rather cheekily suggested that this is medical cannabis 4.0, because we've been through this before. And those of you with a few gray hairs on your heads may remember that this whole process began. It actually began in 1999 with Section 56 exemptions from the minister for patients who needed access to cannabis for medical purposes. But in 2001, the first actual regulatory framework was put in place, the Marijuana for Medical Access Regulations, which ran until 2013, was then replaced by the Marijuana for Medical Purposes Regulations. In 2016, it was changed to the Access to Cannabis for Medical Purposes Regulations. And then, of course, you can see the red line here when the legalization of non-medical cannabis kicked in 2018. But across the top, those three medical cannabis regulatory frameworks were driven not by industry, not by health professionals, but driven by patients going through the courts to challenge the federal government to change laws to allow them to be able to possess cannabis safely. During this entire period, it was illegal if you were a Canadian to possess cannabis unless you had some form of documentation that meant you could possess it. And it's really important that we remember that that's where it's come from. And as we've been excited by the new legalization and the whole industry that's come along with it, the medical access has always been a patient-driven process. So as we approach a new regulatory framework, the question becomes, well, what's this next step going to look like? Clearly, there's going to have to be some changes. The whole process changes context when you have legal cannabis. You no longer need an authorization. And this is the document that has still to this day remains the medical authorization. And I hear this a lot. I hear people talk about prescribing medical cannabis or prescribing cannabinoids. There are a handful of prescribable products on the market that are available through pharmacies. But medical cannabis, as we're discussing it today, is an authorization to possess. This document tells you that you are allowed to possess cannabis, and it's written in number of grams of dried flower per day, put to possess as a medical patient. And this process has gone through changes. The document's fairly straightforward now, and it's fillable. But if you're really only getting a document to possess cannabis because it's illegal otherwise, and now it is legal to possess, what's the value of a medical authorization document? And this is one of the things that we'll discuss in terms of changes. What I'd like to do is, just because I think when these things happen, it's very easy to read the headlines, it's very easy to read the quick summaries. But I'd like us to follow through, and I'm going to take an opportunity to read each one of the recommendations that the expert panel put forward, and that will then be the fodder for which we will use to discuss and for the panel to reflect on. So there were about 10 medical access recommendations. The first one was, in order to provide access and continued support to patients who rely on medical access, Health Canada should maintain the program under the Cannabis Act with improvements set out in the report. So, boom, keep it, improve it. Number 42, to improve patient access to cannabis for medical purposes, Health Canada should permit pharmacies to distribute cannabis products to individuals holding an authorization from a healthcare professional. Provinces and territories and regulatory authorities for pharmacists should consider supporting this new access channel once the federal changes are made. Boom, pharmacies now. They were not in the picture before. Now it's being recommended that pharmacies should be allowed. Number 43, Health Canada should encourage additional research on the therapeutic use of cannabis without compromising the frameworks established for review and authorization of clinical trials and health products. A transparent process to identify the potential therapeutic applications of cannabis that would benefit most from additional study. So some kind of prioritization process to commit to additional research. Number 44. Health Canada should establish and maintain a knowledge hub that provides up-to-date evidence and information on the use of cannabis for medical purposes for healthcare professionals and the public. Somewhere where people can go and get reliable and honest and safe information on medical cannabis use, both benefit and risk. And I think that's clearly something which we need to do. Number 45. In partnership with provinces, territories, patients, and health professionals, Health Canada should support the development and dissemination of national clinical guidance documents related to cannabis for medical purposes to increase the knowledge and understanding of healthcare professionals. These documents should cover issues such as indications for which there's sufficient evidence base, how to monitor patients, how to track and report adverse events. So clearly an appeal to try to help get clinicians able to have meaningful discussions with patients. Number 46, Health Canada should prioritize efforts to move beyond a distinct medical access program so that cannabis is considered within standard drug approval pathways as part of conventional medical care. This should start with the rapid advancement of a pathway for cannabis health products containing CBD, cannabidiol. And the department should also establish a science advisory committee to review the evidence related to delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, which of course is THC. The CHP, or the CBD program, has already been initiated, but it remains sort of in a little bit of limbo as we haven't seen those regulations come into force. Number 47, to support patient care, Health Canada should amend the regulatory requirements related to the medical document to allow health professionals to include specific information about the product format and the dose of cannabis for the patient, similar to prescriptions for other substances. The idea being to move away from that medical authorization document and into something that looks more like a standard prescription. Number 48, to address public safety, Health Canada should limit the number of registrations for personal or designated production for medical purposes at a single site. And this is really only of interest if you choose, and as a medical patient, you are entitled to grow your own medical cannabis, but there have been suggestions that that program is in jeopardy. It's been threatened by some abuse. Health Canada should build on recent efforts to seek additional clinical justifications from health professionals who authorize high daily amounts. We've seen people authorizing 40, 50, even 100 grams of cannabis per day for some patients, and clearly that requires an additional layer of oversight. So Health Canada is recommending that the regulatory authorities should be able to refuse and revoke applications that are deemed a risk to public health or public safety. Number 50, and I don't think we'll get into this too much on the panel, but a strong recommendation to review whether the excise tax should be applied to cannabis for medical purpose products, and I think that speaks to cost. A couple of research recommendations, just quickly to finish up, recommended that Health Canada, Public Safety Canada, StatsCan, and the CIHR and other partners should work with stakeholders, including those with lived and living experience and from marginalized communities, to identify key research priorities. And this should include ongoing investment in cannabis-related research. I think this clearly speaks to the medical channel. And lastly, Health Canada should develop a standard dose or unit dose as appropriate for different classes of cannabis. The development of a standard dose should be prioritized and accompanied by a regulatory amendment to require it as an element on cannabis product labels. So there's a lot to unpack here. I've wanted to take that time to read through each one of them deliberately so that it's in our heads as we go through. We can discuss many of those as we go, but I'd like to turn the microphone over to Leslie Singer. And Leslie, there's a lot here. You and I have spoken about this many, many times. Over to you for your reaction.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say so many of these recommendations speak to experiences I've had. I started using cannabis in probably around 2003 as one of the tools in my toolbox to cope with my pain, and had medical access. I started in a research project, and it had a use for me to help me relax at the end of a day, to feel that I could distance myself from my pain for a little brief period of time. And I have to say that the support part from the recommendations spoke to me because it was medical cannabis. The person who was prescribing it knew my medical condition, knew what drugs I was already on, and so knew the whole picture. And so that support piece was so important. So I think that is one of the things that spoke to me. Another one was access. For me, I got mine delivered. I don't remember if it was Purolator or Canada Post, but I do remember sometimes when it was delivered, the person at the door was like, I know what's in here. And it had stigma attached to it that way. And so I had to be home when they came to deliver it, or else I had to go pick it up. And when I went to pick it up, they also knew what it was. It was in a locked safe. And so access was so important. So when I hear pharmacy, it makes so much sense to me. That's where I go for all of my other medication. Why not go there for cannabis? So I think that's a great idea. And I'm also a physiotherapist, and so my patients are always asking me about what type of cannabis. And they're saying, when I go to the store, I get all sorts of opinions. They don't know what I'm taking. I don't know whether to trust it. But anecdotally, they're hearing that it helps with sleep, it helps with anxiety. And so they are interested in trying. And so I know the need is out there. I know that we have to look at more things, more research and things like that. But I do know that it has a place, and support is all important. So medical cannabis is important to keep. It's necessary to keep. And so that's my take from the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Leslie. I think now we'll turn it over to Rahim Dalla, who will speak to us about that exact issue, the pharmacy perspective. Here's your chance to see cannabis in the pharmacies. What's that going to look like? How ready are you guys for this wave of new products in the shelf?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. There's a lot to unpack with the recommendations, how it's going to look in pharmacy. If you want to go to the next slide, actually, we did a survey back in 2021, 2022, surveying pharmacists all across the country, and we've had an overwhelming response. 69% of the pharmacists or the pharmacy students that answered this survey said they wanted medical cannabis in pharmacy. The next stat there, 48% said they were comfortable talking and providing counseling to patients on it. I mean, that speaks to one of the points in the review saying that we need more education, we need a hub, and that's a big issue right now is, are we ready for that? Yes and no. We do require more education, and I think that's a major component for being able to speak to patients like Leslie. And again, during that survey too, we also noticed, 34% of these pharmacists had more positive views since legalization came out. And, speaking from experience, speaking from someone that has a pharmacy that has cannabis in it and being able to distribute that to my patients on site, we're seeing more and more questions come to us. Oh, I'm taking this medication. Can I use medical cannabis? Can I use CBD? How do I use a topical? They're all coming to us because we're the first point of access. We are the most accessible healthcare professional. Our doors are always open, and we have to be prepared for that. And some of the colleges across the country, I'll speak to Ontario College of Pharmacy, they have mandated education for us. Every renewal period, every year, there has to be some sort of cannabis education, and that was set in place. And I think that's a good first step into our level of being able to take this on. In my practice, I started seeing chronic pain is actually number one, number two. People are coming in for osteoarthritis, rheumatoid, fibro, cancer-related pain, and they're on a plethora of medications. Things haven't been working, and they're coming to us for advice. The other two, insomnia, anxiety, and we all know these things are a triad, right? They all work together, they all present together. And with that being said, this is where I have a lot of unanswered questions. There's a lot of, okay, it's going to come to pharmacy. How does that look? Is this going to be a Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3 drug? Is it behind the counter? Is it in self-service locations? And I think this is where NAPRA needs to come to the table and really put forth those regulations. I mean, I feel like it's sort of speak, maybe a simple process. Because if we say it's a Schedule 1, boom, now we know we have the regulations, we have the framework already set in place, and we can start using medical cannabis like that. So we write a prescription, as we saw on the medical document review there, that if it's more like a prescription, say Dr. Hans Clark, I want a 25 milligram CBD capsule, dispensed 30, repeat 5. Then we know exactly what we're dispensing. You know, as of right now, it's here, 1 gram a day for 30 days. Nobody knows what that means, and I'm really happy that they're considering changing the medical document this way. Another point is logistics and accessibility. Logistics being, are we ordering this from the wholesalers? Are we ordering this direct from licensed producers? There's been a lot of shortages. A lot of licensed producers go out of business. A lot of these products end up going off the shelves. Who's going to be handling that? And that's some of the things that I've thought about. Are we going to be able to get APIs, which is the active pharmaceutical ingredient? As a compounding pharmacy, we get APIs from places like Mediska, PCCA, these different suppliers around the country. And we're able to get the raw product and be able to compound it into whatever dosage form that fits the patient's needs. Is this going to be worked into the cannabis? And my question would be, why not? If it comes into pharmacy, we should be able to do that. And this also speaks to accessibility, right? It's not just about accessibility on a patient side, it's an accessibility on a drug side. If Dr. Hans Clark, Dr. Mark Ware would want to write a prescription for 3.5 milligrams of THC and a 50 milligram CBD combination, we should be able to have that accessibility to be able to make that component for the patient, rather than relying on the current products that are currently prepackaged. So there's 1010s, there's 3030s, there's mixtures, there's different things. In a realm of where we're at right now in terms of the knowledge and the research of where cannabis is, this would be a really integral component to narrowing and fine-tuning our dosages. Another component I thought, what are we dispensing, right? Is it all forms? In my practice at Hybrid Farm here, I don't sell pre-rolls. I don't sell anything smokable because I don't find that that's medication. And if we're gonna go into pharmacy dispensing, I'll echo the OCP's cannabis strategy, where they said they do not oppose the dispensing of medical cannabis. They do not oppose us dispensing medical cannabis, even if it's not regulated as a DIN number or a CHP, as long as there's equitable information about it. And they do oppose the use of cannabis as a smokable format. So these are some questions that came up with me, right? And also, you said we're going to not really touch on the finance part, but if it does come into pharmacy, that we need to really just talk about the HST and the zero exemption for medicine, right? No other medication is like that. So what are we really discussing here? If it does come into pharmacy, patients should have that ability to not pay taxes on it. Yeah, those are a couple thoughts. So we just go into discussion here, but.
Working? Check, 1, 2, good. Thank you very much, Rahim. Can I just quickly throw a question to Leslie about cost, about your ability to purchase it when you buy it through the existing medical program? Do you see opportunities here with these things to affect the cost of cannabis as a patient?
Well, for me, when I was using medical cannabis, I had to have the ability to pay for it. I think that going forward, we have drug plans in different provinces. Is this going to affect this? Will we be able to get it through our drug plan, our insurance plan, or through our provincial drug plan? So I think that the cost will be can be affected by that. I'm not sure what the provinces will opt to do or what the insurers will opt to do. Certainly my insurance never paid for it in the past. But I see these as opportunities to look at that if it's being dispensed in a pharmacy. So yes, I can see that it could affect cost.
Thank you.
just want to say, like, as from a patient perspective too, we're hearing that patients, and I'll give you an example of a patient with seizure disorder, either Dravet, Lennox-Gastaut, either a pediatric patient or otherwise. They're paying upwards of $20,000 to $30,000 a year just to subsidize their medical cannabis and more specifically their CBD costs. So I think it is a major issue that patients are facing right now, and a lot of them had to stop using cannabis and go back on opioids. And as we all know, this can be a lot more harmful and dangerous. So I certainly hope that if it does come into pharmacy, we do have provider numbers, we do have billing numbers, we do have that infrastructure already set up, that we'll be able to directly bill their patient's insurance to be able to get that subsidized.
Thank you, Raheem. So we're going to open it up to you guys in a minute, but I do have a couple things I want to just run by Mark in particular. And so, Mark, what do you think was missing in this document? Are there any shortcomings or anything that the panel didn't touch on that you think or you feel should have been there?
You know what? I don't think so. There was a panel discussion yesterday with Susan Law, who's been running international surveys of stakeholder requirements and input into medical cannabis programs internationally. And almost all of the recommendations, we had a meeting, you were there with us, Hans, and it was a tremendous session in September of last year, which presented a list of recommendations to the expert panel themselves, saying here are some things that patients and advocates and industry and clinicians and researchers would like to see. And I'm pleased to say that almost all of it appears in these expert recommendations. So I don't think there's much there that I would suggest is missing. I think it's got a lot of potential. As they say, the devil is in the details. It's going to be, well, how do these recommendations now get worked into policy? What does this actually look like in terms of the letter of the law? But otherwise, I think overall, I'd give it a good, solid A- for effort.
I actually agree with you. So Leslie, I see you're holding your mic. I hear you want to. I can see you're itching to say something.
I just want to bring something to mind that we haven't spoken about, and that's, for me, listening to the last discussion on opioids. I was on opioids for many years, and several opioids, and have successfully come off them. And I think when you come off them, it's important that you have something else that you can say, if I'm going to decrease my opioids, I'm going to have this. And I think this is something that we need to think about here with cannabis. If this can help someone think about decreasing their opioids, then I think this is something for everyone to think about. Is this going to be a way that we can do that?
Thank you. Anything to add, Reem? No? Okay, great. And so you've already tackled the pharmacy piece. I think we've tackled the medical document piece, some changes that need to be done there. I can't tell you the number of times we sit with a patient in clinic, we talk about the products, we talk about dose titration, and when they open the box, it's a bottle of oil. And then the phone calls come. But there were no instructions, I know. You took a picture, we wrote things down. Guess what? If you come through a pharmacy, there will be instructions. There will be something to tell the patients. Here's what your doctor said. Take half a mil. Take it twice a day. If it's ineffective in 5 days, increase it to 2 mils and continue to titrate your doses. And so these are real problems in terms of engaging physicians to get them to start to consider to have these discussions, to educate their patients, because it really is a struggle given the framework and given what comes to the door for patients. And so, the CBD and the THC science, this is, I think, probably where I make a few comments. And I can tell you that we're now getting to the place in this country where we have some companies that are making products that are GMP certified. And those were one of the biggest barriers when we went to Health Canada, to the regulators, and to the clinical trials arms, and Mark touched on some of those recommendations that talked about using products within the framework that currently exists. And so now that we have some of these products, we have that opportunity to run these trials, and I'll share it here that both myself and Jason Boos, Mark is part of this. We're going to, our patient partners, and we're going to continue. It's a huge network because we had two separate parallel parallel applications, as we often do, myself and Jason. And the committee said, no, guys, it's not going to work. You're going to have to come together, and you're going to have to do this together. And for the better of Canadians, we came together to do this together. And so we have a huge network now that has been given the opportunity to build clinical trials in this space. So I think that's a huge win. I think over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to really be able to do some good science and get to the place where if you see a signal in one of these molecules, and we know that CBD has been the baby of the dance, and everything that you can use can be treated with CBD. Well, it's not necessarily the case when you start doing this clinically, and there are some people that really say CBD has been very useful, whether it's for their myofascial pains, their fibromyalgia, etc. But if you're trying to sleep, if you have some neuropathic symptoms, Mark's studies early on were not CBD-based. There were people consuming THC from an inhalational perspective. And so this jury's a long way from being out. And as we continue to have the opportunity to do these studies, which we are the country that can do it from coast to coast. I know John's here, representing the UASP. You can use cannabis in one state, cross the border and get arrested in the next state. We don't have that environment here. And so we really have a unique opportunity to move some of these things forward. And so this has become a research priority for the country, and a research priority that's percolating to the top. So we're moving in the right direction, I think, in terms of helping patients out. I want to turn back because I actually did not know what the standard THC unit. We got on the first call to do this symposium. Mark said, "Yeah, we're talking about standardization and standard units of THC." I've never heard of this, and I know I'm in the space. So, what is a standardized THC unit, Mark?
Next slide.
All right.
Here's a slide I prepared earlier.
You knew it was coming, I think.
I think so. So this is an interesting concept, and this gets us a little bit away from purely medical cannabis, but it's actually something that applies to all of our assessment of cannabis use. And it's a little bit misinterpretive when we call it a unit dose, because that sounds like it's a kind of a recommendation. The idea really comes from the public health need for having some way to measure consumption of a substance. And we know this with alcohol. I think all of us know with alcohol what a unit of alcohol is: a beer, a glass of wine, a shot. We have guidance on safe or safer consumption of alcohol. It changes. I mean, the most recent one was just recently suggesting how many units of alcohol are safe for men and women to use. And so we have a mechanism of understanding consumption. We spoke about this a lot with opioids, the morphine equivalent dose, and how many milligrams of morphine equivalents constitutes an elevated risk. And that can be calculated regardless of which opioid you're taking: fentanyl, oxycodone, hydromorphone. You can standardize it down to a dose. We don't have this with cannabis use. If you're trying to measure risks of cannabis consumption, you end up looking at things like frequency of use. How many times did you smoke or use cannabis in the last month or in the last year? Or are you a daily user? It doesn't ask about how much. There have been attempts to create the standard joint measure, how many joints per day, like we do with cigarettes. Pack of cigarettes per day is a pack, per year is a pack. There are epidemiological methods for a lot of other substances, but this is completely lacking for cannabis. We run into complete roadblocks when we start to actually measure consumption. So the proposal was made back in 2019 by Tom Freeman from Bath and Valentina Lorenzetti from Australia to have something called a standard THC unit, which isn't meant to be a recommended quantity for consumption. It's a way of trying to look at all these products. You've got outdoor cannabis, dried flower, hash, shatter, oils, gummies. For most consumers, we have no idea how much THC is in these products. I mean, you may be measured by percentage. Maybe 25% of the flower is THC. Well, so I put a bit in my joint and I smoke it. How much THC did I consume? I have no idea. I could potentially calculate it. If I crumble up some hash with some tobacco, if I put it in a pipe, how am I using cannabis? How's my THC consumption being measured? It gets a bit easier with oral products because, as we know in Canada, when you purchase oils or some of the edibles, they have a quantity of THC in them. So there are already tendencies to move towards trying to standardize what's in a cannabis product, but this needs to be applied in a much wider. So this is actually an international effort And I wanted to use this forum to bring it up because it can be actually based on medical use, where we know that for most medical products, and if you look at prescribable cannabinoids like nabiximols, which is a spray, it's approved for the treatment of spasticity and MS, the standard single dose is 2.5 milligrams, the starting dose of 2.5 milligrams of THC. When Marinol or dronabinol was available in the Canadian pharmacy market, the initiating dose was 2.5 milligrams of THC. So there's a bit of a debate going on now between the Canadians and the Americans about whether the standard unit should be 2.5 milligrams or 5 milligrams. If you think about it, the idea would be that you could calculate your consumption. If you use a couple of joints a day, or if you use a gummy plus a joint, you could work out what your units of THC consumption are. That now helps you understand where you are in terms of a potential risk profile. It's a long way to go, but the idea is that this unit would give us a public health measure of consumption that we could use to help inform people about potential risks. It would also potentially get back to patients. So you could start saying, well, I'm using, if you walk, most people walking into a cannabis retail store looking at the array of products who are trying it for the first time have really very little idea how much they're taking. And the number of stories I've heard of people, medical and otherwise, who've tried a cannabis product and just had too much, too fast, and had a very bad experience simply because they did not appreciate how strong. It's like drinking, 3 shots of whiskey at the bar, not knowing how much you were taking. Yeah, it's not going to be much fun, and then you'll never touch it again.
So I'm sold. I think we should use the standard dose standard THC units. Now here's why. We're rolling
2.5 or 5 milligrams?
Well, so this is where I'm going. Great question, Mark. You almost knew where I was going. So, we're rolling out an RCT. And what's our starting dose in this RCT, and how are we going to titrate? And so I remember speaking with a company who's got a GMP product, and I said, well, 5 milligrams seems reasonable. And they said, well, this is, it's a specific formulation. It's got rapidly absorbing metabolomics to it, and it absorbs really well across the gut. So I said, well, let me help my fellow Canadians, and I'll try to use one of these products that I'm going to give the general public to start consuming. And it was a 5 milligram dose. It was a 5 milligram dose, Mark. And it was interesting. It lasted a while. It was, it certainly, speaks to what Leslie says about a little bit of dissociation. I don't have a pain problem, but dissociation from my other issues maybe. And I can tell you that it was a significant dose. So I think 2.5 is where we should start, I'll be honest with you. And as you get older, I could think about the endocannabinoid system. We know it becomes more sensitive. And so there were some populations that I thought would be perfect for THC. I see some Ehlers-Danlos patients, and a lot of pot symptoms are navigated through that. I remember starting with some of that. I thought THC would be great for these folks. It could potentially, they could use it. They can't get out of bed. Vasodilation, POTS, not a good combination. What does THC do? It increases your heart rate, it vasodilates you. So, and we were talking about 2 completely different sets of populations. And so those that are, recreational users that now are gravitating toward this, or patients that use higher dose cannabis, that's a small, probably standard THC unit for those. But if we're talking about bringing this into the medical space, where the average middle-aged Canadian now wants to start using this, we do have to start a little bit more conservative. So I think 2.5.
Yeah, that's where the Canadian side seems to be. But the US, the NIH actually came out with a 5 milligram proposal, but it was much more for their researchers to reinterpret their findings. It wasn't really a sort of public health measure. But I agree. I think 2.5 milligrams of THC is a fairly low dose. It's probably enough for most people to tolerate reasonably well without having too many. There will be some people who feel it, but if you find that that's not doing anything for your pain or for your mood or for whatever purposes you're trying it, you can always go up to 5 milligrams and start there. But you avoid that starting off with 10 milligrams, not knowing what 10 milligrams means. We don't have that language in our culture yet. And then you discover you've taken too much.
Absolutely. Premise, start low, go slow, guys. And I think that would fit quite well here. So here's where we're going to turn it over to the room. We've talked about lots of things, discussed kind of where we're potentially going and where we hope to go. And so, the goal of today, why are we actually standing up here today? Well, one, we have the engagement of our government colleagues and our patients and our scientists, and we're all here in the same room. But what's going to come of it? And so we're going to actually put a document together to ensure that what happened today, actually, there is some actionable items from these types of discussion. And I'm going to open it up to the question, but I want to just let you guys know that I see Tiffany here. Tiffany Lee is the person who manages the Canadian Consortium for the Investigation of Cannabinoids, and we are having a meeting tomorrow. We still have a few spots left. If you'd like to come, please touch base with me. We can sort something out for you. Over to you, John.
John Farrer, University of Pennsylvania in the U.S. You mentioned a number of important topics today, and I think they're key. One of them is the cost, and the second is, and it was only not covered in great detail, is sort of the side effect issues with regards to these drugs. The one issue with cost, at least in the U.S., is unless there's clinical trial evidence of efficacy, the likelihood of being paid by insurance or by Medicare, Medicaid, the national system that pays for these things, is very unlikely. And even with things as effective as acupuncture in certain situations, the healthcare system doesn't pay for it, at least in the U.S. So I wondered, with regards to the costs issue, how this might move here. I applaud you for the research that you're planning to do, but that's a 5 or 10 year horizon that is a little bit difficult. And then I'd like to bring a second issue in, which wasn't discussed here, and this is of great concern to me anyway, and to others, I think, which is that the potential access for young people, 12 to 16, maybe 10 to 16, and the growing evidence that it actually affects the development of the brain in a way that might lead to abnormal processes later in life, I think should give us a little bit of pause in thinking about how to do this. Now, the horse is out of the barn, right? I mean, both countries have legalized use, but I just wondered whether thinking about the untoward effects that may occur in a broad sense, and remembering back to the opioid epidemic, some of the first really poignant things that were brought to people's attention was my son who took one, or my daughter who did this. And so I think we do need to keep a very careful set of controls, or we need to think about how to deal with that potential long-term effect. So two questions, and I'm not sure who the right
so
people
I'll
are.
jump in first, and I know I'll pass it to Mark and the rest of the panelists. And I want to tackle the last one first. So when I used to give these talks, I made sure I put in slides on side effects, on the fact that cannabis use disorder is a thing, the fact that early onset psychosis, consuming high amounts as a teenager is a bad thing, cannabis in pregnancy. If you look at Dr. Google, it's apparently completely safe to be consuming cannabis and being pregnant, and we know that that's when your largest cytoskeletal development of your fetus is occurring. It's probably not the greatest idea. And if you look at some of the guidelines that have been put out by the obstetrics and gynecology folks, they're certainly not on side with using cannabis as your primary nausea, vomiting prevention strategy in pregnancy. So thank you for the question, John. But here we have deliberately focused on the medical and the positive aspects. And I did present that data earlier about the increased use, because that is an issue. And there are lots of individuals, I would say, across the country looking at those effects in terms of the youth. And we have had an uptick, 40% from 20 to 25, and 25% from 12 to 16, as you've identified. And these are things that are going to occur when you legalize a recreational product. It's the same thing with alcohol. And it's interesting. We don't know where it's going to land, and those risks are real. And if I look at, my boys are in their early 20s. When I was in university, we certainly didn't use a lot of cannabis, and we did a lot of alcohol. And you can see the shift of the population towards cannabis. We'll see where that goes. Maybe we'll vegetate, the Canadian public in the years ahead, but I don't think so. I think, this is going to probably layer out just like any other drug that became recreational. And you hear these things, I know Mark and I had a discussion about this. You hear the CSAM folks in particular talking about this in the day of prohibition. And remember, we didn't stand here and fight for this. The patients fought for it. The patients want this as a tool to use. And so, we're here to support them. We're here to try to figure this out. The untoward consequences of anything are real, and that's certainly something we have our eye on. But we're talking about more on the positive side. So I'm going to maybe have Mark say some more and then move on to the first part of your question, which was, side effects and how we actually go about safely using.
Yeah, no, thank you, John. It's a very valid point. I think it's important to read the rest of the report because the expert committee reviewed the entire public health impact of legalization after 5 years. We focused in here on the medical recommendations, and they have looked at and examined. And one of the benefits of legalization, if you like, is the ability to actually measure real consumption. And when it was illegal, it was very difficult to know who used what and where and how. So you were never quite sure, whereas we're getting a much better picture now of actually real-term cannabis use. I feel from, and just to sort of quickly get my perspective, I don't get the feeling that youth use has been skyrocketing since legalization. If anything, it's fairly stable. What has increased, interestingly, is the use of cannabis in people over 55. So there's a sort of an older population that's using it, and everyone seems to think, okay, that's fine, the boomers who used it before, they're just going. I actually think that's actually very interesting. There's a pain story that may be happening there, using it to self-medicate, but they're also using products that are a lot stronger than what they probably used when they were experimenting back in college. And these are stronger, so that we've seen this, but adverse events, falls, issues with overdosing are higher in older people who are coming in and using products that are too strong and too much. So we need a lot of education, not just on youth use, but I think it's also important to remember at the other end of the lifespan, older people are using cannabis too, and they have their own issues. So I'm not going to discredit that there's an issue about the developing brain, but I think there's also an issue about the aging population and cannabis use. So let's spread it right across the board and be concerned about all of it. And then think your question about side effects. Yeah, we had a whole panel yesterday on more details around the use and the side effects and stuff. So this was a deliberate choice not to dive into it. But you're absolutely right to flag it. I think this is something. What I will quickly say is the conversation with a medical professional around cannabis, whether it's medical or non-medical, is a really important point of contact. It's really sad that when the expert review was being done, the Canadian Medical Association did not participate. At no point did they engage. They were asked, they were invited, they did not engage. That strikes me that the medical profession in Canada is not engaging in discussing the impacts of one of the biggest public health policies that we've had in our country is really striking. And so I would appeal to our medical association. The nurses, pharmacists, they're all on board. They're trying to educate their members to say, how do you talk to people about cannabis use? The CMA has dropped the ball.
I see Leslie, you're gearing to go.
I think that something that was important here was knowing, and I think we have to look at places like Gérer ma douleur in Quebec, and we have to look at Power Over Pain portal, so that we, as people living with pain, can be better informed to know what we're taking. Because I think what Mark said is important, the older population, and that's who I see. It's my friends who are asking me, from my experience, what should I take, what can I take? And so we need to better educate people living with pain, and we need the places for that. And we also need the places to educate our healthcare professionals. I know as physiotherapists, we do speak about it as well in the profession. So we are on board as well.
We actually, in collaboration with the Arthritis Society of Canada, we launched a survey to patients and consumers about medical cannabis. And some of the questions in there were, are you seeking medical advice and help from a healthcare professional? And the outcomes of the study, and this is not published yet, they actually will be published. They said that there was better outcomes when patients were actually in talks, in discussion, and in therapy with a healthcare professional, be it a pharmacist, a doctor, even a physiotherapist, anybody that's looking after them and taking care of them versus self-medicating. And what we see now, obviously, and it was in our slides here, that since the legalization of cannabis, since 2018, until now, till present, there's been like a 47% reduction in the number of medical applications and registrations, which means that most people are going to the recreational store and self-medicating. And this is why, like, I obviously stress the point of let's bring it into pharmacy, let's bring it into healthcare professionals' purview so we can better further patient success.
And back to the first part of the question again, John, the cost, right? And so, no, you're not going to get cannabis funded until you have a GMP product that the federal government can have faith in, that you have some evidence for, that is moving the needle forward in terms of whatever condition you're studying. I think where cannabis can benefit, and I know in the U.S., I forget the name of the bill, but the one where a drug is becoming generic, and then after 2 years in the marketplace, you can switch. I think it's a 502B or something like that, if I remember correctly. And I can tell you, I've been approached by numerous companies already to say, you know, let's talk about how we can spin the old Epidiolex now into something else, into the chronic pain space, the sleep space, et cetera, and find that CBD, and we know it's not Schedule I, but I bet that in the US by I'm going to throw it out there, 2029, you're going to have an FDA-approved CBD formulation for an indication in our space, because there's a massive market. There is, you know, if we have a $6 billion industry here, you have a $60 billion industry there in cannabis products alone. And, you know, from a THC perspective, again, I think, you know, if we have a molecule that we have a standard unit dose for, and we dose this, and our patients start to show us the benefits, and we have the outcomes, and we show that there's a reduction in pain and pain disability, guess what? That's what you asked for. It's time to talk about who's going to cover it and who's going to pay for it and who's going to get into the patient population. So still a road. I mean, you know, we've been on a 20-year journey to get to here, so we're probably on a 15-year journey more to get to that side, but it's slow progress.
Hi, my name is Lindsay. I work at the Center of Excellence for Women's Health. I'm also somebody with lived experience of chronic pain who has used cannabis for my chronic pain. One of the things that we've looked at in our research is, you know, the sex and gender implications, and you see that cannabis use for women, one of the top 5 reasons is for pain management or to use in lieu of another prescribed pill. And you also see that women use and get their advice from dispensaries at quite high rates, and there's been some research at the States. And part of that is because of delays to diagnosis. And so I'm wondering if you could comment, perhaps, like, there's such a diverse panel with such great experience on the considerations for sex and gender as we walk through this regulatory process, but also implications in a pharmacy space.
I can jump in first, then Raheem, and then move over. So we actually have some pilot data looking at sex and gender differences in cannabis, and very pilot 54 patients we looked at, and we did a little exploratory look at, you know, some of the biomarkers and what gets upregulated, downregulated, and there are clear sex differences. There are typically more women than men that are using medical cannabis. Obviously, in the recreational space, those numbers flip. And, you know, things like IL-6, you know, a lot of the interleukins, they can be higher in women than they can be men. And so even some pro-inflammatory markers shift based on what you're looking at. So it's certainly something, just like we were hearing yesterday, and at the Women's Health meeting, that was an excellent session, that sex and gender are major drivers of differences. And so looking at that becomes an important issue.
Looking from a women's perspective, this is a major thing I've noticed when I started my specialty pharmacy was that a lot of women have endometriosis. 1 in 10 women have endometriosis. Underdiagnosed, gets diagnosed late. What are they using? Opioids, NSAIDs. They burn a hole in their stomach, they can't use NSAIDs anymore, they go to opioids. Or they go to surgical, then they have hysterectomies, and it's a huge, huge problem. And what we're finding is a lot of women are starting to use cannabis, either CBD, some of them are smoking, some of them are using the oils capsules. There's suppositories now on the market, which is something I can speak to because we actually started doing that in our pharmacy. And we've noticed they have improvements. They're using less NSAIDs, less opioids. They're finding they have better quality of life, and that's what it all comes down to, right? This is not about eradicating pain, because that is absolutely not a possible goal. It's about quality of life. And what what, like our intervention really is about, if you're starting to use this based on Dr. Google and friends and family on a smoking component, let's get you on a more localized dosage form. Let's get you on a suppository or even a capsule that will effectively have a better, longer acting response without the harms of, inhalation. But yeah, did I answer the question, or was that?
I think another part of the question is, you're in a unique position in which you actually do have managed prescriptions for cannabis and are able to dispense within your pharmacy. But as we're seeing sort of that balance where women are using cannabis not prescribed because they're going to a dispensary and getting advice there, and they don't know what to use because maybe they don't have a diagnosis. Endo is a 7.9 year delay. And so managing the diversion from an opioid or an NSAID or anything else to unprescribed cannabis.
Again, it's about accessibility, right? And I've spoken with a lot of patients that are actually afraid to go to their doctors to talk about this because they feel like, A, they're going to get judged, they're going to get derostered, and they don't want to find another doctor because it takes them 2 to 3 years to find another doctor. So they're just sit in silence or go self-medicate. And I've had that. And with me personally, I've actually written, consultation notes and recommendations to doctors. And honestly, 9 out of 10 times coming from a pharmacist, you guys are going to say yes. You're going to be like, okay, good, you're following them. I'll help you along too. We'll follow the patient together, and we will have more success that way. So it is a collaboration. It's a multimodal approach.
Great point, Raheem.
So my name is Peter Pennyfather. I taught at a school of pharmacy for 35 years, and when I first started in the pharmacy, we talked a lot about pharmacokinetics and druggable molecules. And the very fact that we call it medical cannabis says that this is not a molecule. This is not something that could be reliably tested in the traditional sort of monetizable way of taking a druggable molecule that has passed all the toxicology and pharmacokinetics and safety issues and reliability issues for manufacturer. But given all that, and given the session that you shared a little earlier about Indigenous health, this idea of spirit, cannabis affects the spirit as well as the microglia and the white cells and so on and so forth. And at the same time, it works for some people and it doesn't work for others. And we don't know why it works for some people and it doesn't work. So why not reimagine the clinical trial to recruit people who it does work for and try to figure out why it works for them and not for others. And try to, using modern tools like AI, recognize these transcendent aspects of the medication experience and organize that into a registry where the partners, all of our partners, explore why it works for some people and not. And we're not trying to create a $90 billion industry. We're trying to create a solution for certain people using stuff that grows in the wild that you can grow yourself, which was the reason why the legislation was changed, and medicalize medical marijuana.
So there is a lot to unpack there. Okay, I'm going to try and then I'll pass it along to the panel. So I'm just going to start with I see Marianne sitting just back there. We submitted a paper the other day and we started centuries ago. This molecule or this product, this plant, has been around for quite some time. And there's a lot of what you're saying is absolutely accurate. It's part of, spiritual rituals. It's part of Indigenous culture. It goes back for centuries. It's part of the Ming Dynasty. It's been part, people were buried in tombs with cannabis. There clearly are spiritual aspects to this. The Rastafarians, I can't forget my Caribbean people, and they are a place where cannabis is part of spirituality. It's part of their practices. Mark has spent lots of time in Jamaica. We see the importance culturally of this plant in specific areas of the world. But we don't live in those areas of the world, and we have those cultures that are here, and we should embrace those with the cultures that are here as well. However, I disagree somewhat that you can't get the because one of the places we get stuck in cannabis, and I think I got really mad at a meeting the other day with a pharma company that was telling me all about the phytocannabinoids and the 359 molecules, and if you don't have all of these molecules, you can't get the effects. And I said, show me the data. But I'm sorry, if your receptor doesn't see one of these molecules, it's unlikely that it has a significant biological effect. You may disagree, but at the end of the day, we have to take the molecules that are basically having the physiologic of downstream effects and harness those, and that's what we've always done from a medical bioscience perspective. Now, I hear you. It may or may not be, so I'm going to go, we're going to have a fight, but it's okay. We have so if you take any drug that you give to the population, even the ones that came through the pharmaceutical road, if I give 100 people a drug and it's 1 in 3 individuals that have an effect, that's a blockbuster drug. There isn't a drug out there that really you can give to an individual and you're really going to expect an effect more than 50% of the time. And if you get to 50, you're super lucky. It's usually 1 in 3, 1 in 4, 1 in 6, something along those lines. And cannabis has that signal, though. It does have that signal. It has the 1 in 3 effect. So we got lots of data to look at, coming down the pipeline in terms of who those people who will benefit from might be versus those who don't. So I'm going to pass it on at this point.
Yeah, I'll just quickly pick up a comment about real-world evidence and using large population data sets of people who are using cannabis, and there are millions of people every day using these products in varying forms and formats and doses. It may be possible to parse out that data to see type of not just responders, but people who are likely to have adverse effects and who don't respond well. And we know those people are out there too. Nobody's arguing that this is a panacea. I think the challenge is that even 25 years after I first began to sniff down this interesting rabbit hole of cannabinoids and pain, there are still so many more questions than answers. So many more. There's every conversation I have triggers another 5 questions that we need to answer. The challenge is going to be figuring out what questions to answer first, and then second and third. And I think in the recommendations that were made by the expert panel, there was a suggestion to prioritize research, figure out what it is we need first, make sure it meets the patient's needs, because we could satisfy our own curiosity for PK/PD studies and phase 1, phase 2. Bear in mind that there have been drugs that have been through that process that were deemed to be safe and effective, that we are now suddenly discovering, oops, maybe they weren't quite as safe and effective as we thought they were. And I turned to our opioid panels this morning. Those drugs all got approved. So the fact that we're not chasing that with cannabis in the same speed doesn't mean that we can't still talk about it with patients. It's already out there. There is a form of cannabis that people can access legally. We just need to build the right research portfolio that informs us at the right level. And there are tools to do that. It doesn't all have to be RCTs. There are other ways to address issues of safety, of dosing, of selection of patients that can be done in the absence of the big multi-center RCT, which we all know is going to take hundreds of millions and lots of time to do.
Hi, everyone. Aras Azadian, CEO of Avicana. We are actually a medical cannabis company. So first of all, thank you for having this panel. I think it's a very important topic, and we often forget that, Canada is the leaders at this. We are the pioneers, and the work that you guys are doing individually and the physicians in this room is really being watched by the rest of the world. One comment about reimbursement and payment. It is taking place. It's in very early stages, and I can tell you on our end, we deal with 17 payers. The issue is it's very specific to very few clinical indications. So as more pharmacoeconomic data, I think, is available from the studies that you guys are part of, we do expect that to increase, and that is going to be a collaboration between industry and the medical community, really, to get that data together to go back to the payers and say, hey, it's not just epilepsy that should be covered, perhaps it's pain. And I think that is an opportunity. One question I have from an industry side is, and this is a comment or a topic that I've covered with a lot of physicians, is from the legalization aspect, since recreational became something that is obviously available everywhere, a lot of physicians have simply said, forget about it, let the patient go into a dispensary. And I think that's a problem, and I'm not saying it's everyone, but a large number of physicians are now saying that. What can industry do to get the medical community to get re-engaged, to understand that there is a difference between medical and adult use, that the hand-holding that physicians do need to have for the patients is still a necessary aspect of the process, of the patient journey, because we do believe that patients are going to have better outcome having pharmacists, having physicians in the process. But we're still hearing from many physicians that, look, there's a dispensary down the street, just send the patient there. And I guess my question is, how can we advance that, and how do we get the medical community re-engaged?
Want me to take that one? Okay, so, well, thank you for the comment, Aras. And just to be clear, this is the unique opportunity we have today. We have policymakers, industry, patients, physicians, scientists talking about issues. And so thank you for your comment. Thank you for stepping up and saying who you are. I will say that, again, I think we start with Mark. We just had an expert panel without engagement from our Canadian Medical Association. So it speaks to where we're at from a medical perspective, whereas the pharmacists have been fighting for this for a decade. I would say since I remember, if I'm going to throw out Ken Weisbrod at Shoppers, when they wanted in this space, and you've obviously taken over that space from them, that was the push to get pharmacy engaged. And now we see an expert panel with pharmacy engagement. So it's going to take leadership. It's going to take people like Mark, people like me, people like Jason, to move this forward and start to engage with others. And, you know, where's the partnership in terms of, you know, Tiffany sitting at that table in the CCIC? We have an excellent course that we can accredit for the world, and we'll need some engagement from multiple partners to maybe move some of these things forward. We can't keep asking the government for things. We also need to ask industry for things, but then we get down the slippery slope of, oh no, this could be an opioid and it could be a cannabinoid. I'm gonna be pretty blunt. There isn't a single conference in cardiology, in endocrinology, in rheumatology, in respirology where industry is not partnered with a cure or an advancement of the disease. But we have been burnt by one drug and one company, and apparently industry is not welcome in pain. Well, I'm going to say that that's not the case, and industry is actually welcome in pain. We know that there are other companies in other spaces working on molecules for neuropathic pain right now, and they will be coming back. And the one beauty of the abolition of OxyContin and the abolition of oxycodone is that, guess what? We're going to have drugs being made for pain patients again, because once those drugs came to the market, the pain space disappeared. So thank you for your comment. I don't know if you want to comment on, Mark, what's next, or how we get more physician engagement. I didn't really touch on that. I just did a rant.
I keep coming back to this idea of more questions than answers, because, so why? What is the barrier that a clinician sitting in a busy office, when someone comes in and says, I'd like to talk about cannabis, what's the switch that goes off in their head to either say, well, yeah, I'm going to take a time to discuss this with my patient, or I'm going to say, I don't believe in it. I've heard that. I don't believe in medical marijuana, so, you know, don't talk to me about that. Or I don't do that in my clinic. Or there's a reaction. So what's going on there? Why is it a fear? Is there some sort of stigma thing? There have been surveys of, you know, clinicians and educators understanding this, but it's an area of, I think, of real interest. Is what is it about cannabis that sort of gets us so excited for or against? It's a really fascinating subject. I think the stigma still plays a big role, and maybe it's a generational thing. Maybe we need to, you know, have another generation of clinicians growing up with legal cannabis. I mean, my kids have always had some form of legal cannabis in the country since they were born, like medical cannabis. They don't know a world where there was illegal medical cannabis, that for patients to break the law, there was some way to do it. So this will change over time. But I think to Hans's point, there are very valid and good, credible sources of information out there. If clinicians are interested, there are ways to do that. And I think the expert recommendations made the point of making those accessible, making them available, and putting them in the hands of people so that they can make these decisions. It's complex. It's fraught with all sorts of moral and ethical judgments that people make every day, but there's no reason why a patient shouldn't be able to sit down with a clinician in Canada in 2024 and say, talk to me a little bit about medical cannabis, and have a meaningful, open, and honest dialogue.
Do you think this is part of CMA strategy and their openness of, we don't want to be gatekeepers Do you think it's part of the professional associations? I feel like in pharmacy too, I'm a lone wolf right now. I feel like I'm a lone wolf because they've all been really silent about this. NAPRA's been silent, the colleges of pharmacies have been silent. No one's really advocating or trying to advance this coming into professional care. And I think that's the same with doctors. I think a lot of them are scared to prescribe. They may get, slaps on the wrist. And I think that's maybe a huge barrier that we all need to collaborate on this together to be like, this is not as bad as we think it is. We need to have open and public conversations about how to safely and effectively to use this new tool in the toolbox so that patients aren't walking around self-medicating and end up in the ER.
Yep. If you do that, though, you get pigeonholed as being pro-cannabis. You're like, suddenly you're for cannabis. You're like, no, I'm not trying to promote it. I just promote the idea of having a conversation about it. That's the difference. And I think it's so stigmatized that if you do pop your head up, and I think a lot of clinicians are afraid if they do start to authorize or allow patients to use medical cannabis in their practice, they're going to be hit with a tsunami of people all going, oh, Dr. Thompson does cannabis. So they don't do it because they're afraid of the perspective or the perception that they are somehow pro-weed. This just baffles me.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. And so thank you, Aras. I think, Ajit, did you have a question? And then Marianne has one as well. And so I just want to say that if you're coming in for lunch, please come in. Don't wait until we're done. Lunch is happening in this room. We're going to keep rolling. Just so everybody knows, there are almost 20,000 people watching this live right now. So we have 600 in this room and 20,000. So we're going to keep this discussion rolling until people get in for lunch. And so Ajit and then Marianne, go ahead. They want us to keep going until the room gets filled so that the folks online stay with us. Stay with us, folks.
My name is Ajit Rai. I'm an anesthesiologist and pain resident currently living in Ottawa.
Do you want to lift the mic, Ajit?
Yeah, so I'm a pain resident currently here in Ottawa. And I guess the question is, because from treating pain from a physician perspective, my main focus is function, right? Yeah, it's great to see the pain scores go down, but function, I think, is the most important thing. And for a lot of people, that's decreasing the disability, being able to return to work. And I think one of the challenges to kind of answer that question of why physicians may be kind of hesitant to prescribe it is the THC component. We know that a lot of people who use marijuana use it for not from a medical side, but from a recreational side to get high, right? So how do we balance that? Like, I think the whole idea of having a standard unit of 2.5 milligrams may help at decreasing the intoxicated component. But when we're prescribing a medication for patients, we have to kind of warn them that being able to drive may be affected by your use of X medication. So how do we kind of balance that? And is it on me if I'm prescribing patient a medication that may make them impaired? Do I inform the ministry that this patient is now on a medication, and how does that affect kind of, one, the patient's willingness to use the medication, and two, their actual ability to function? Because if I give him something that, yes, I have less pain, I can work, but I have to lose my license because I'm taking X medication, how do we kind of balance all that out? So I don't know if there's an answer because medical marijuana has been around for 20 plus years in the country.
Yeah, Ajit, I was going to say that, I don't know, that's more of a comment than a question. And I would say that there's no doubt the disability and the driving aspect could be a whole other symposium. I don't know if, Mark, you want to say anything quickly about it, or we'll move to Marianne's question. Or...
No, but except to say that there have been some fairly robust guidance given to clinicians about what to say. Don't drive after so many hours of oral or smoking. There's information out there. I think the challenge is making it accessible so that you can have a conversation about function, potentially impaired function, and give patients the best we know about what to know, so make informed decisions for themselves.
And in Ontario, Ajit, I know you practice in Ontario, the OMA has come out and said that every consultation with cannabis, if you want to reduce your liability, must have the fact that you counseled your patient regarding driving if they're consuming a THC product. Marianne?
So really to address the reticence of clinicians to want to engage in a cannabis discussion with patients. As medical students, as doctors, our treatments are really grounded in evidence-based medicine. And evidence-based medicine begins with RCTs and then moves up the stream. Eventually we get randomized, we get systematic reviews, etc. And that really guides most medical management. We're not there with cannabis as a medical treatment at this point. And I think somehow my challenge to you as researchers is how can you change this culture, because we're not going to get the results of RCTs in the next 2 or 3 years. We're going to have to re-educate our medical colleagues that this is sort of going to be a change. We're going to have to look at surveys, at cohort studies to help to inform us. So how can we re-educate our medical community?
You know, before, I know you guys want to answer this, but I wanted to say something about, well, you know, with the recommendations that came out and what's needed next, if it's going to pharmacy. And a big part of this is, and I truly believe that if we legalize this and put it in pharmacy before we recreationally legalized it, we would have had enough data to support the dosage, the indication. And I think that's what is what we need next is pharmacovigilance. And if we put it into, let's say, 1,000 pharmacies, we'll be able to give you that data of this person's using it for rheumatoid arthritis, they're using this dose, they're on these meds, and they're having these side effects. And that, compiling that data over 1,000 different pharmacies will give you enough, I'd say, confidence to be able to say, okay, I can prescribe this to my patient, and then that's the next step of randomized control trials. So that's, again, to go to our point of the expert panel, that's one thing the pharmacy would need, and that's one thing pharmacy can provide, is that pharmacovigilance and oversight.
Leslie, do you want anything else to say? Because we're going to wrap up after Mark. I'll finish with some last words, and we'll turn it over to our next. You're good? Okay. Mark?
Thanks. Thank you, Marianne. It's a great question, and I will say that I think this is a challenge that clinicians face in many areas, the absence of evidence and still being able to have meaningful conversations about things that patients are doing or interested in doing. I don't know how we're going to necessarily change that in a nutshell, but I do think that there are plenty of places to get good information. I think one of the major issues, and it's getting back to what the clinicians' barriers are, is a lot of it's about safety. I'm concerned that this drug is going to cause addiction. It's going to cause driving impairment. It's going to cause my patients to be cognitively impaired. It's going to cause... Safety can be addressed through non-RCT. In fact, RCTs are relatively limited in terms of how they address safety, but large-scale observational pharmacovigilance adverse event databases can give us a lot of information that could reassure us about what the safety profile is, and that may be enough to say, well, okay, if I know it's safe, I'm okay to go down that road. It may not work, but we'll find out together, but I'm pretty sure it's safe. Maybe the focus should be more on safety than efficacy.
Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly with Mark. It's also going to take a leadership change and have people move this space forward to say that this is important for our patients. Our patient want this. And I think, you know, we heard earlier about education and, you know, every year you have to make education mandatory for physicians. I think we're a long way, but at some point cannabis has to bubble up to that level where, okay, if 1 in 3 individuals you're seeing are asking about this, maybe as a minimum you need an hour of learning about it or something along those lines. That's maybe pie in the sky, but certainly I want to thank everybody for their engagement. I want to turn the stage over to John, who is going to introduce our esteemed colleagues from the center, the CPCOE for chronic pain of vets, and we've tried to keep everybody engaged and keep everybody going until now. I will say that we're going to ask that everybody today really pay attention to what's about to be told over this lunch hour. They always do a fantastic job, and these are our veterans that have fought for our country for years, and we are pretty privileged to have them here speaking with us. So, John, I'll let you move on and thank our panelists and thank everybody. Mark, Leslie, Rahim. Let's keep it going.
I encourage everyone to come to the front. We have plenty of seats in the front for those watching the live stream. We're going to be starting in about 5 minutes. About 5 minutes gives you a little bit of a break to grab a glass of water at home. For everyone here in person in Ottawa, please come to the front. There are plenty of seats. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes. Please come and get seated. We're going to be serving lunch soon. Please come and get seated. There are plenty of seats in the front. We'll be starting in about 4 minutes. 4 minutes, please.
So for the next speakers, are we having another panel? All right, and we're all going to be talking on legs. Okay, perfect. No, I'm doing it. All right. Do you like walking speed? Or we're going to want to keep a wide shot.
Ask him.
Then we'll sit down this way, so that way you have some space. Or would you rather on the outside? Well, then I'll do the same. How's that? That way we're not kind of as far as
Please come on in. We'll be starting in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. There's plenty of seats for lunch in the front.
All right, I'll take care of that right now. I'm going to leave this with you, sir.
Okay. 3 minutes, please. We'll be starting in 3 minutes. Two minutes, please. Come on in. Come on in and have some lunch. There's still some free seats on the right side over there. 2 minutes. We'll be starting in 1 minute. If you could all take your seats, we're starting in 1 minute. If you could take your seats, we're about to get started.
John is going to introduce me. Ramesh is going to introduce myself and then I'll introduce you.
Okay, if you could all get your seats, we have some seats free in the front, and we are going to get started now. It is my great pleasure to welcome the Chronic Pain Center of Excellence, which is an independent, not-for-profit organization funded by Veterans Affairs Canada for research in chronic pain in Canadian veterans to improve their well-being and for the well-being of their families. Dr. Ramesh Zacharias is the president and CEO of CPCOE, as well as the medical director. 1 day a week, he works at the Michael DeGroot Pain Clinic at Hamilton Health Sciences, and 60% of his practice is treating veterans. Given the importance of this presentation, please give our veterans the respect they deserve and a quiet room for their panel discussion. As we get started, please keep the room as quiet as possible, and that would be greatly appreciated. And with that, my thanks to the Chronic Pain Center of Excellence and Dr. Zacharias.
Thank you, Dr. Pereira, for your kind words, and bonjour, bienvenue.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us here today. Thanks to the veterans for your service.
For those of you who are on live stream, thank you you could join us. We're very passionate about what we do, and we feel very blessed. Part of our agreement with Veterans Affairs Canada is that we create strategic partnerships. And 18 months ago, we met with Dr. Pereira, Dr. Clark, and the board of CPS. CPS is the only national voice for patients, researchers, and clinicians in Canada. And we felt we wanted to be supporters of theirs to make sure that they can continue to do the good work they have done for many, many years. So when we met in October and November, 18 months ago, we decided to focus on 3 deliverables or action items. One of them was CPCOE will be a sponsor annually for the ASM meeting. The second thing on Dr. Pereira's insistence, no boxed lunch, but a hot meal for this particular day. And the quid for us was we get to decide the speakers for this lunch. So for those of you who were with us in Banff last year, we talked about the identity, the changes that occur with professional athletes and veterans, and the similarities of loss of purpose and meaning. And we had Leo Routens and two of our vets present. Today, we're going to talk about the impact of chronic pain in female veterans. You heard all this morning that 1 in 2 Canadians suffer from chronic pain. Sadly, I say that sadly. Sorry, I said 20% of Canadians have chronic pain. Sadly, 1 in 2 female veterans have chronic pain. So for all the women who sign up in the military, 50% of them will leave with chronic pain. We need to do a much better job. Much, much better job. So the second thing one of our first things we funded was Dr. Joy McDermott. Her principal PI, Robin, who is currently a reservist and serving, is joined today on stage by Anouk Beauvais, who is a veteran who served in Bosnia as well as Afghanistan. And they will talk a little bit about what chronic pain is within female veterans. And the third aspect of our deliverables was that jointly CPS and the CPCOE would fund a postdoc. And so today is a very special day because we will be announcing with CPS the winner of this postdoc award. Anna Taylor and Abhimanyu Sood, who's our Chief Scientific Officer, will come and present to the winner. I have one comment to all of you. We live in an amazing country. You and I can sit here and have a meal. We can walk down the street and not worry about IEDs going off or us getting bombed. It's because our military goes to the fight. So we don't have to fight. And as I said, 1 in 2 female veterans leave the ministry with their service with pain. So I will ask you, out of respect for their service, this is a great opportunity for you to network, but I suggest you take your conversations out of this room if you have to have it now. But we would love for you to stay and hear the amazing work that Joy and these two serving people have done. So now I'm going to introduce Abhimanyu and Dr. Anna Taylor to do the presentation.
Thank you, Ramesh. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to reiterate how proud CPCOE is to be a sponsor for CPS this year, especially being a Sapphire sponsor, because I'm afraid in a couple years under Tanya's leadership, we might become a Rhinestone sponsor. As Ramesh mentioned, the CPCOE, our mandate is really to build the infrastructure for research focused on improving the well-being of veterans living with chronic pain. And what I want to emphasize, and I hope you will learn from our wonderful panel today, is that what's good for veterans living with chronic pain is good for everyone living with chronic pain. Veterans access chronic pain care through the provincial territorial health systems. Finding ways to improve care, improve their well-being is going to be of benefit to everybody living with pain in this country. And we have a moral responsibility because of their service, but also because of the disproportionate levels of pain that they live with. And we've discovered through research over time that veterans live with about twice the level of chronic pain, but it's even higher amongst female veterans. We funded a great deal of research to date. Close to about $5 million in research has been funded by the CPCOE. in areas as wide as exercise, the role of yoga, chronic pain and PTSD amongst veterans. And we've funded projects in 8 different provinces across 28 institutions, 2 countries, more than $7 million in research. And a really important part of the infrastructure that we're building is for the future generation. So we've funded about $350,000 in capacity building initiatives. These are for master's and PhD students who are doing projects focused on veterans' well-being, focused on pain. And now for the first time, together with the CPS, we have our first postdoctoral salary support. So I'm going to pass it over to Anna to speak a little bit about the partnership with CPS.
Great. Hi, everyone. Really thrilled to be here to represent the Canadian Pain Society on this inaugural postdoctoral award. I think this is an excellent example of what can happen when 2 organizations with a shared vision come together to make a transformative and meaningful impact for Canadian veterans living with pain, quite honestly. And so we just wanted to acknowledge that from my point of view, the sort of efforts and vision held by the Canadian Pain Society President, John Pereira, and President-elect, Hans Clark, in collaboration with the CPCOE for really getting this initiative off the ground. Also wanted to thank my awards co-chair, Nader Gassamloo, and our reviewers that helped adjudicate this postdoctoral salary award. And then finally, I just wanted to thank the CPCOE for their generosity and their collaboration in creating this new opportunity. And I especially wanted to give a shout out to Chelsea White for her efforts, her dogged efforts in getting this award off the ground. It is never easy to do this thing the first time around, but I think it's really been a fantastic success, and I look forward to future efforts in the years to come.
Thank you, Anna. And as Anna mentioned, this is the first time around, not the last time around. So we've committed to continue to fund postdoctoral salary support over the next several years. And we are so very pleased that our inaugural recipient has been able to join us today, Dr. Chris Edwards. Dr. Chris Edwards is a postdoctoral fellow, or soon-to-be postdoctoral fellow, at the University of Sherbrooke Faculty of Medicine, and is a strength and coordinating coach who's dedicated her life to supporting the human in uniform. Her perspective is strongly influenced by her work with members and veterans from the Canadian Armed Forces, NATO, NASA, and numerous first responder organizations in Canada and abroad. Chris is particularly interested in sex-specific considerations for injury risk and performance in military and first responders. Her current research focuses on female reproductive health, musculoskeletal injury, and treatments for pelvic floor-related issues in service women. The research project for which she was awarded the postdoctoral fellowship is entitled A Feasibility Study Examining a Multidisciplinary Approach to Chronic Pain, Physical and Mental Health Outcomes in Female Veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces. Chris, please come on up. Congratulations. I'd like to say a few things.
Yeah, I guess I can talk. First, I have to thank all of the evaluators and the judges on this proposal. Each of them took a lot of time, it seems, to loan their expertise on all of their comments, and it really made the proposal and the project a lot better. And so the mentorship, the support that I've already received and seem to be hoping to continue to receive is kind of overwhelming, but very exciting. The CPCOE and CPS both have a big beast to wrestle with the chronic pain in Canada. And as we just heard, the women veteran population, the Canadian women veteran population, we really have to do better. They are a hugely underrepresented population in the literature, and often we hear in testimony from them that they feel invisible. And I get to spend my days with these people. I get to support them, but also interact with them. And they're incredible. The sacrifices that they make every day are unimaginable. And I feel very fortunate and very humbled to be able to work with them and to receive this funding and this support, to be able to not just identify problems, but to actually, hopefully, be able to provide some solutions for them. It means a lot to me, and I'm really hoping that we can have a positive impact on, again, this population that we've had Canadian women serving in our military and the RCMP for over 100 years. Over 100 years. And so it's really about time we spent effort and more time to address these solutions. So it's the least we can do. Thank you so much, and enjoy your lunch, I guess.
Thank you, Chris. We couldn't have had a better introduction to our panel. Thank you, Chris. And good luck with the research. We're very privileged to have a very decorated group of panelists here with us this afternoon. I'm going to introduce each of them at the beginning, and then we're going to flow into a panel. And as you'll see, there are mics on the floor. We've reserved quite a bit of time at the end for questions and answers. Last year, for those of you who are here at CPS, we had some fantastic interaction with the audience. So if you've got some questions, please feel free to write them down and then come up at the end to ask the questions. Okay, so our first speaker is Anouk Beauvais, who joined the military in 2000, where she served as a combat engineer and a PSYOPs analyst until 2009. During her service, Anouk deployed to Bosnia and in Afghanistan, and we're going to have the privilege to hear about her deployments. She retired from the Canadian Armed Forces as a sergeant in 2010. During her military career, Anouk completed a bachelor's degree in public communication from Laval University and a master's degree in international studies from the University of Montreal. After her time in the CAF, Anouk was employed as a humanitarian worker for various organizations such as the United Nations and the International Red Cross in many countries affected by war and natural disasters. In 2015, Anouk participated in an expedition to Antarctica with the True Patriot Love Foundation to raise funds for ill and injured veterans transitioning to civilian life. Anouk's humanitarian career came to an end in 2016 following a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder linked to her mission in Afghanistan. Anouk now lives in Ottawa with her husband and 2 children. Dr. Joy McDermott is a clinical epidemiologist, physiotherapist, hand therapist, and distinguished professor of physical therapy at Western University. She holds a Canada Research Chair in Musculoskeletal Outcomes and Knowledge Translation, the Dr. James Roth Chair in Musculoskeletal Measurement and Knowledge Translation, and a CIHR Sex and Gender Champion. She's a fellow of the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences and the Royal Society of Canada. Her research focuses on upper extremity function, musculoskeletal health, design and evaluation of surgical and rehab interventions and programs, veteran and public safety personnel health, work injury, implementation science, and the intersectional impact of sex and gender and other personal social factors on health. That may have seemed long, but we could even go much longer for Joy's introduction. Dr. Robin Campbell Bromhead has 15 years of experience in public safety, frontline service, including 10 years as a volunteer firefighter and 6 years as a reserve military officer. She had joined the Royal Canadian Navy as an intelligence officer in 2017. In 2020, she switched to the public affairs officer trade and now serves in the Royal Canadian Air Force as a reserve public affairs officer at 8 Wing Trenton. In addition to her own experiences, she is a military spouse and the daughter of 2 Canadian veterans. Robin currently works as a research associate at Western University. Her research program focuses on the health of firefighters and military personnel, evaluating the uptake of relevant mental health innovations through implementation science and a gender equity perspective. I'll pass it over to Anouk.
Hi, everyone. Sound is good in the back? Good. My name is Anouk Beauvais. I am not a scientist. I'm a veteran, a soldier. I hope my story can inspire your work. I live with chronic pain since many years. So I will start by explaining that I joined the military in the 2000, became a combat engineer. I was young, I was in shape, I was fearless. And I realized quickly that in the military, you have to push yourself. It is in the culture. You're invited to push your limits. And I'm telling you, when you think you actually reached out your human limits, you can actually go further, especially when you're like in combat zone, like when life and death flirts with each other, right? So it's kind of damaging for the body. Pushing these limits as a woman can quickly become a way of living. It's part of our military culture. It's ingrained in you. Why especially a woman? Because we have to prove ourselves all the time with the boys, especially in combat trades. And because of the stigma, everyone remembers the one woman failing. You would hear, she's dangerous, you need to get her out of the platoon, right? She's a woman. And I will not mention the sexual harassment as well. One day as a fresh soldier, we were back from a 13 kilometers walk. I took out my boots, and my sergeant saw my toes. They were painted with, I don't know, red, purple, something. And he started screaming, "Beauvais! What is this?" And I said, "This is just my toes, Sergeant. I'm a woman." And he said, "There's no women or men here. There's only soldiers." This is where your identity is stripped out, right? You become a soldier. I didn't put makeup or even a skirt for 10 years. I'll talk also, like you can see here on the slide, me in Afghanistan. This equipment is heavy. I have a helmet. I have a weapon. I actually have a 9mm with a pistol with me as well. We have grenades, ammunitions, 2-3 liters of water. I asked a captain, medic captain this weekend. She said it was about like 70, 80 pounds on us every day. And this is 80 pounds on us if you're 5'5" woman or 6'6" man, right? So it gives you a little an idea. This is the tipping point of my pain journey. This is Bosnia 2002. For disclosure, I wasn't driving, okay? So it was rainy, like the day before, it was slippery. We actually rolled in a ditch. You can see it's not pretty. Everything was ejected. There were no belts, I think, if I remember. I was actually holding myself on the frame like that. It's actually amazing. I took a picture because when we got out, we just took our weapons, tried to like realize what happened, and then someone said, "Stop! This could be a minefield." And this is where like the adrenaline like ingrains in you for the first time, and then you go back up, walking in everybody's same footstep, right? We were lucky because our radios were down, broken, but one of our Canadian military was actually coming on the road with a medic vehicle. And right away, because of the accident, you can see it was quite of a traumatizing. We were medevaced to a US hospital in Tuzla. And in 3 minutes, that would never happen in any emergency room, I guess. In 3 minutes, we were stripped out, no boots, x-rayed. And then they said, "Congratulations, nothing's broken." Okay, I'm pretty sore though. Well, nothing's broken, so we have a chopper bringing you back to your camp tomorrow. We didn't see any doctors, we didn't see any physiotherapists. We just went back to the jungle. Of course, 6 months later, what happens? Pain, neck pain, back pain, spine pain. And I can tell you that, I don't know if it's like this, it's been a long time, but having pain in the military was not a great thing. It was a stigma. You were scared that people will laugh at you. You were scared that your chain of command would know and kick you out, right? You didn't want it to be in your medical file. So I was paying physiotherapy by myself outside of the military. You endure the pain secretly. And you can see after this accident, I kind of rehabbed myself with the help of like a couple of people around me, and went to Afghanistan with, you know, the equipment you saw. Afghanistan was a tough one. I'll skip the details. Sorry, I have notes here. Yeah, after the military, homecoming, military discharge, it's a shock, psychologically, physically as well, because you still feel you need to push yourself, because you've been pushed so many years, right? If you don't push yourself, even if you're out of the military, life has no meaning. It's in your identity. It takes a long time to rest, sit down, and often it's too late. The chronic pain is already in you. It's installed in your body, and it keeps getting worse with time. After the military, like you can see, I went back to Afghanistan for 2 years as a civilian. I didn't have 80 pounds on me. That was just ballistic plates, but still, rough life, right? Pushing limits. I stayed there like 2 years, and then I joined the International Red Cross, went with the United Nations, became a humanitarian worker, pushed limits otherwise, helping other people, natural disasters, wars, Ebola, stuff like that. It's pushing limits other ways. You can next. So tired, I went back home. So to relax, I decided to join True Patriot Love expedition in Antarctica to climb the highest mountain there, Vinson Massif. It was a great experience. Like, I mean, a bunch of veterans coming together to climb a mountain to feel like a hero again. It's amazing. But you know what? I'll tell you a secret. I did not reach the top. I didn't summit. I was too broken physically, too broken mentally probably, and it wasn't my choice. This time, I wanted to continue, but my guide who had gone like 2 times like the Everest and 3rd time in Antarctica to climb mountain, he said, "You're going down, you're done." What a failure for a soldier or veteran. It was horrible. Like, I thought I failed. This time, I didn't follow the boys. I went down. He took my rope, and then, you know, in my shame, like walk of shame, I went down. But you know what? It was the best thing that ever happened to me. Why? Well, first, going down, because, you know, when you go up, you need to go down. It takes a long time as well. You have time to think. And my friends were telling me, Anouk, you're not in the military anymore. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. No one's going to take away from you that you were in the middle of Antarctica on a mountain. Wow, that resonated with me. After this event, well, I decided to go back home, take care of myself, accept my situation, was diagnosed with PTSD, had various spine conditions recognized by Veteran Affairs, like cervical spine, dorsal, lumbar, like, so, yeah. Like you see here also, like mental challenges and physical challenges don't stop you from wanting a family. So, of course, 2017 now, I get pregnant. And it's funny because not many of my veterans friends could understand because they were men. Not even Veteran Affairs could understand because they usually serve men. So pregnant, as you can imagine, with my already chronic pain, my pain started to increase. My pain started to actually transform itself with the transformation of my body, and twice, because I gave birth a second time in 2019, and kind of a new pain started to appear, to start in my body. Pelvic floor, SI joints, glutes, bum. It was so extreme, I could not even walk. I could not even eat. I was losing weight, I was depressed, I was scared. I was even sent for a colonoscopy because we couldn't pinpoint what was that pain. I felt like everything I was explaining to the doctor was subjective, like it was a ghost pain. And it just went down after a couple of months, weirdly, with the transformation of my body again. I felt like no one was believing in me. It was kind of a really hard time. The first physiatrist who explained to me, it was a civilian, who explained to me the concept of chronic pain and the possible link with PTSD, myofascial pain, nervous system, etc. was in 2021. Only in 2022, when I was diagnosed with chronic pain at the pain clinic, the veteran hospital Saint-Anne, it was 20 years after my Jeep accident. Can you imagine? Someone asked me, why do we need to talk about women's veteran? What's the difference with a veteran? Well, I'll tell you a story. I have a friend who also has challenges, mental and also physical. He was telling us how he was lucky to have his wife giving him his meds, remembering, to take care of him and everything. And me and my woman friend, veteran Helen, look at each other. We're really happy for him. We're like, wow, great dude, like, very good for you. And then it prompted a conversation, and we're like, our husbands are not doing that for us. So we were talking about how her husband were not reminding us of our meds, right? So I'm generalizing here, but it's true that the women usually have the mental load. It's true that women actually take care of the household, and it's mom, rarely dad, right? So our life is different. Our life experience is different. So her pain experience is different. We also talked about how our body changed during our pregnancy and how it might change during our menopause. We don't know. We're scared. And we really hope that the next woman with chronic pain and women veterans with chronic pain can actually get the service they deserve, and that people believe in them and believe their pain. To conclude, I will always be a soldier in my heart. It's in my DNA. But after all these experiences, I'm learning every day what are my real limits. And it's an everyday challenge. I have accepted my other roles, my other identity. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a colleague, I'm a public servant, and I have chronic pain. And I accept that as well to talk about my vulnerabilities in the service of other veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be here today between these two women and thank them for their service. I'm going to talk a little bit about chronic pain in women veterans from the perspective of being a scientist. And we know that all veterans pay a price for their service in terms of their health. Some pay the ultimate price, but for many, it affects many dimensions of their health. Chronic pain, mental health, suicidal ideation, mood disorders, post-traumatic stress disorders, migraine, back problems, arthritis, cancer, hearing problems, gastrointestinal problems, and for men, cardiovascular problems are all more prevalent in veterans than they are in the civilian population. We've heard these statistics that 1 in 5 Canadians have chronic pain and that these statistics are much higher for those who serve. This is a study demonstrating with 16-year follow-up that those who had to be released from the service early, 2/3 of them were living with chronic pain, and for those who remained in service, half were living with chronic pain. So we've talked about there's a moral imperative for those who protect us, that as scientists we have an obligation to protect them in terms of the health consequences of their service. For those of you who have not worked with the military before, we always have to remember that it's a very unique context in terms of the type of work that they do. For many workers, we talk about the right to refuse dangerous work, and there's all kinds of legislation to protect most people in the workplace to make their workplace as safe as possible. This is not true in the military. There is no right to refuse. There's very little protection from dangerous work. And this is very much a part of the military identity that we speak about, is that mission first philosophy. I'm an epidemiologist. The number one rule of epidemiology is causation. Association is not causation. Every epidemiologist, every grad student knows that. And so when we talk about trauma and pain in human beings, it's very difficult to study those relationships. Most research is cross-sectional because we don't know when someone's going to have trauma. So whether you're a clinician or a researcher, we very seldom know what that person was like before their trauma. So there's a scientific reason why we also should be compelled to understand chronic pain in veterans. People who join the military have rigorous screening for their medical fitness for duty. They maintain rigorous training throughout their service in order to be ready for duty at any time, which means they're ongoingly a very fit population. They have regular health monitoring, and when they do have an injury, they have more expedient access to care than the average Canadian in the civilian system. So we know they come in healthy. We know they're exposed to trauma. And so this is a unique opportunity to be able to study the impact of trauma on chronic pain. Because we don't know whether association is causation, these Hill's rules of causation have been developed to help us understand whether associations might indicate causation. And of course, number one on this list is temporality. Do we know if the trauma occurred before the chronic pain? And so uniquely in the military population, we actually do. As an example of some of the research in this area, this is a follow-up from a study. So Dr. Walton and Elliott in 2018 published this model, a clinical model of pain, to help understand pattern recognition of the different subtypes of chronic pain. And so this is their model. There are 7 different types or dimensions of chronic pain, and they encourage clinicians to think about these and actually graph these spider plots to characterize different patients' pains to understand the complexity of chronic pain. So in this study, funded by the Chronic Pain Center of Excellence, we investigated whether these models were evident in the veteran population. And so this study, literally published days ago, so in the Journal of Pain, April 2024, we looked at using latent profile analysis of military veterans to see if we could identify these subgroups or subclasses of chronic pain. Using some very simple and abbreviated short report measures, and measures that I consider quite imperfect actually, we were able to see these 5 clusters of different patterns of pain. And in fact, with 16 questions, we were 83% accurate in subgrouping veterans into these different types of chronic pain. Interestingly, we did not see sex differences or gender differences in this, although this might require a much larger sample to look at the subgroups. But it does illustrate an important fact that it's just as important to know when men and women are the same as it is to know when they're different. So we know that sex and gender differences do occur and that they matter. Sex and gender affect the risks, disease processes, treatment responses, and outcomes. The number one rule of sex and gender-based analysis is that women are not small men. Women are different in their body structure and function. As Anouk talked about, they're different in their life course of their biological changes, such as that occur with pregnancy and menopause. And women have very different gender roles in society in terms of family and how they're treated in society. These are all going to impact on the health of both civilians and military serving members and veterans. As an example, here's data illustrating the prevalence of musculoskeletal pain in the civilian population. And it's the blue bars are individual studies, the red bars are the meta-analysis. And if the blue bars go up, that means that the prevalence was higher in women. And so you can see for all of these types of musculoskeletal pain and widespread pain and oral pain are all higher in women in the civilian population. So it should not be totally surprising to us that the rates of chronic pain are also higher in women veterans. In fact, this study illustrated that they're higher than men veterans, than women civilians, and men civilians. In 2016, this landmark paper was published, which talks about standards for researchers and how we should consider sex and gender in research, sex and gender-based analysis, but thinking about sex and gender throughout the entire research process. In the very first study we were funded by the Chronic Pain Center of Excellence, we wanted to look at meta-analysis as a method for telling veterans what is the different size of treatment effects you might expect from different treatments depending on whether you're a man or a woman. And as a start to doing that, we looked at the state of the literature. And so what we did in this study, we picked two different interventions, opioids, because we know there are huge sex differences in opioid response, and with rehabilitation, where we expected there to be substantial gender differences in response. And what did we find? We used the Sager guidelines to evaluate whether the literature was ripe for this kind of study. We found 21 randomized control trials specifically about veterans with chronic pain that addressed either opioids or rehabilitation. So, did the authors talk about sex and gender differences that they might expect? None of them did. Did the authors report how they measured sex and gender? None of them did. What about their results? Well, in 20 of the randomized control trials, both men and women were included in the research, but not one single one of those did a disaggregated analysis to look at the differences in effects between men and women. And in one randomized control trial, they excluded women. Did any of the authors discuss the impacts of sex and gender on their results? Again, none did so. So this indicates a huge problem in terms of being able to tell men and women, veterans, what they can expect from treatment if the results are not disaggregated and we can't do meta-analysis. This study was published using a scoping review to look at the qualitative literature and to see, do we have great qualitative research talking about the experience of women veterans and veterans of the Royal Mounted Police. And the overall conclusion of this synthesis was there was very little research that actually looks at this topic. And where it is looked at, there are substantial differences. So again, women are not small men even in the military. Building on the population differences between men and women, there are also differences unique in the military experience. Men and women do not necessarily have the same exposures during their service. Even when they have the same classification of their job level, they may not perform the same roles. Women also have different organizational exposures, which can include how they're treated in the military, including military sexual trauma. In this recent study, which the poster is in the hallway, we looked at what the exposure to sexual harassment was in women veterans and found that women were 26 times more likely to experience sexual harassment than men. We use structural linear equation modeling to look at the relationships between harassment, psychological distress, and severe pain, and found that sexual harassment and sexual assault were directly associated with distress, and that was a significant pathway to severe pain. And this explained 40% of the variation in pain. So we know the change is happening in the military, and it's much needed to address the culture that allowed this to happen in the past. And as we move forward, we can expect that the experiences, there'll be a generational impact in the military, that some of the earlier serving members might have different experiences than the current serving members. So my key points are scientists should study veterans with chronic pain, both for the moral imperative and for scientific reasons, that it's a unique opportunity for us to understand trauma and chronic pain. There are shared unique factors affecting men and women veterans, including the no right to refuse dangerous work, a strong military identity felt by both, high risk of environmental, operational, and organizational trauma, and challenges transitioning from the military to civilian life that include transitioning from a military healthcare system to a civilian healthcare system. In addition to all the things that men expose, women have this additional layer that affects their risk of chronic pain because there are different bodies and different minds, different levels and types of operational exposures, different levels and types of organizational exposures, and a profound lack of attention to their needs in research in terms of sex and gender differences. Thank you for your attention, and I'll pass it over to Robin.
All right, I'm shorter. Oh, thanks. How do I do this? Next. There we go. Hi, everyone. So I'll be bringing a little bit of a different perspective to this talk because I'm not a veteran yet. I'm still serving in the military. So I currently serve as the public affairs officer at 8 Wing Trenton. And then I'm also bringing a family perspective. So as said in my bio, thank you for that, I am the daughter of 2 veterans, and my husband is also in the military. So just to give you a little background, so I joined the Navy in 2017. I joined as an intelligence officer. And I really wanted to live, the legacy of my parents. They were both in the Navy, so I had to join the Navy. I quickly realized the Navy wasn't for me. The best part of the Navy was that that's how I met my husband. And so I actually switched over to the public affairs officer trade, and then I went over to the Air Force, which is just a better fit for me. I really like the Air Force, and I like the trade. So just to explain a little bit for those in the room who probably may not know what I mean when I say I'm a reservist. So I serve in a part-time capacity. So I'm considered a Class A reservist, and there's different levels of what a reservist is. But in a nutshell, that's what I do. I have served full-time previously, but currently I serve as Class A. My husband is in the Reg Force, so he is regular force military, probably what you're used to hearing about. And just to give you an idea of why that is, and I think this helps with explaining a little bit about my story and being a woman in the military, is that we had to make a choice of how we served in the military. So we both were in the Navy Reserves. And so my husband decided to go Reg Force, and we decided that I would stay as a reservist because that way we want to start a family. We didn't want to have to worry about both of us being deployed at the same time. As a reservist, I have the option to not be deployed. I can refuse deployment opportunity as a Class A reservist. My husband cannot in the Reg Force. He will be deployed when they tell him to be. So part of the family planning, I would stay back. And so that's what worked for us. And so that is why I'm a reservist. So we made that decision as a family, so that way we could have that. And also we wanted to make sure we were always posted together. So there is also, as service couples who are in the Reg Force, the challenges of if you're separated to different postings. And so that's a little bit intro to with my parents. That was one of the reasons that my mother also left the military. My father was posted out west. My mother was posted Newfoundland. And they decided that my mother would leave the military so that way they could stay together. So I thought I would just share a couple of my experiences as being a woman, and I think this will help you in understanding why being a woman is a little bit different. So also important is that my experience in the military will never be what Anouk's was. We're serving a different time in the military. We serve in different trades. We serve in different environments. So that is something really unique about the military, is sometimes we're lumped as one. But actually, our experiences can be completely different depending on your trade and positions that you're in. But there's 2 commonalities. We both did basic training, and we both had to do the annual fitness test. So that's kind of the common things that we all do no matter what your environment, whatever trade you're in. So I want to share a little story about my time on basic training when I was learning to do rifle drill. And short person, the rifle's almost as tall as me, as you can see kind of in that picture. So I asked my mom, I was like, what on earth did you do in the 70s? How did you do these silly things that they're trying to get us to do? I can't do it. And she looked at me and she laughed. I was not allowed to carry a weapon when I joined the military. So you can also see how our roles and things have changed so much over the years of what women can and cannot do in the military. That was pretty eye-opening to me. Also, just as the daughter of 2 veterans, is also interesting has been helping my dad. Now my mom unfortunately has passed away, but navigating the systems of being a veteran and Veterans Affairs, of veterans living with chronic pain. Particularly that was my dad. And what's interesting is our perspective on what is a veteran, who is a veteran. So I remember when my dad was having certain issues and I said, you need to apply to Veterans Affairs. Well, I'm not a veteran. Dad, you served in the military for 12 years and spent 9 of those years living on a ship. I think you served in the military. I think you're a veteran. You're entitled to this. But it was because his father served in the war, in the World War II. And he was a prisoner of war. So, well, I wasn't in a war, so I'm not a veteran. And then it was interesting because then I reflected on my experience and I said, well, I haven't deployed yet. I haven't been in a war zone either, so maybe I'm not a veteran. And so it's also interesting in the research and with my experience of this idea of what is a veteran, who's a veteran, and maybe sometimes why we don't have the access or don't get access is because of our own identity in the military. And that's because there's certain things about that identity. Am I really going to be a veteran? Am I really truly a military person if I haven't been in a war zone, if I haven't deployed, if I haven't done those experiences, and what that identity looks like? And then for me as a woman, and similar to what Nook said, this absolute pressure to push us beyond our boundaries. And because I don't want to be seen as different. I want to be seen as the same. I'm a soldier. We push to our limits, and we are also, in many ways, trained that way. You need to push to limit, go to the absolute limits. Just another quick story for me, just being a woman in the military. I've had 2 pregnancies now while serving in the military. You would think that I was the first woman to ever be pregnant in the military. I can guarantee that's not the case. But just this, because there's this idea of kind of what Joy said, you're small men. So it's like, oh, right, you need different they'll have different medical limitations. You know, you actually shouldn't be doing that annual force test. What uniform do we get for you? And so it's always, both times, it's been a process because it's this not necessarily always at the forefront of those who are working in this area, their minds of, okay, now what do we do? And with that on pushing the boundaries as well is you want to have those opportunities for promotion. You want to have those opportunities for postings. You don't want to have any setbacks in your career. So the first time I was pregnant, it was COVID, and I was on 24-hour notice to deploy at any point in time. Even though I was pregnant, as a public affairs officer, I wouldn't go into the field, but I would be expected to be back for support services. So that was one experience. And I wanted that because, again, I didn't want to be set back in my career. I was happy to be on 24-hour notice to deploy. Probably not a normal experience for most pregnant women. And then in my last pregnancy, I had spent a year doing my training, my trades training, finally getting there. Then I get pregnant right before the field phase. I don't know if we should send you. There was a lot of hemming and hawing, and luckily we were able to figure out that it was safe for me to be pregnant and on the field, but I can tell you it was very challenging. There was a lot of nuances of how do we have somebody in the field who's pregnant and how we make this safe. So a lot of things that way. And then around the same time during this experience, that's when Joy actually brought me into research, because I've always researched firefighters. That was my world was before I joined the military. And so she said, we're doing military and chronic pain. And I said, interesting, I never thought about that because my whole thing has been mental health. And so with my experiences in the military, you know, my colleagues and I, we've experienced COVID, we've experienced the cyclone clash off HMCS Fredericton, military sexual trauma, the crisis in Ukraine. That's been our experience. So the mental health side of it has always been at the forefront for me, and also luckily in the military, that has been what has been very advocated about in those supports and services for these issues that our current military face. Chronic pain, not something I ever thought about until Joy brought me in. And really important, and is not something that is in the current system, I would say, around understanding what the impact of that is in some of those areas, and the need to bring more of that into the forefront. So, yeah, and I would say that from a researcher lens, this is a unique group, women, veterans, military, and we need help in understanding chronic pain in these populations, and with that understanding that every women veteran is going to be different. Like I just said, Nook and I, we both in the military, but very different experience in what that looks like. And I think that's all I have to say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anouk, Joy, Robin. We have time now for questions. There's 2 mics on either side, so please feel free to come up and ask any questions. There are no rifles in the room, so there's no wrong questions. All questions are good. I'll start off by asking Robin. I mean, you're in this you can have a drink of water, no problem. I mean, you're in this unique position of serving in the military, also being embedded in a military family, but also being a researcher. What does your experience as serving bring to your research, and what does your research training bring to your service?
Is it working? Is this one working? Yes, this one's working. I think that it brings, being in the military and doing this work with Joy around veterans and chronic pain and my own experiences, it brings an insider perspective to it. So knowing those different nuances that maybe those who haven't been part of the military community may not be aware of. And I think that's why it's important to have anyone with lived or living experience as part of the research, having those perspectives that they bring. And then I think one of the hardest and the biggest challenges I think any researcher knows is getting your research into the hands of those who need it. And that knowledge dissemination piece, and knowing where we can put that research and where it will be important and where it will be used, and getting it there faster. And so that's another piece that I feel fortunate about being in the military and able to know that, even like I just said, those aha moments of, wow, what do we not know about chronic pain and all these services and supports we're getting around issues that we're facing right now, like the military sexual trauma or our deployments and the things that we're facing right now. So I think that's kind of the 2 pieces there and really important.
Thank you, Robin. Anouk, you've recently taken on a role as a member of the Advisory Council for Veterans for the CPCOE. This is one of the key bodies of the CPCOE that guides and is really our shining light for determining our research priorities. What made you decide to join the ACV? What does that mean to you to be able to inform the research mission of the CPCOE?
So living with chronic pain, but having so many friends living with chronic pain, especially from the Afghanistan and Bosnia crew, I thought I had this opportunity, and I thought it's good to have this link with scientists. We are reachable, we can share a story, so it's easier to collaborate. And yeah, it's really hard, close to my heart. So we're out there, we're reachable, and it's good. I just feel connected with this group where I see there's things happening in the science, and hopefully other veterans will have great services.
Thank you, Anouk. I joined the CPCOE 2 years ago, and that was what amazed me the most was the ability and the capacity for veterans to be engaged in the work of the organization and the researchers. And we're really doubling down on that and hoping to build a very substantial infrastructure across the country to support high-quality veteran engagement and research. I said there's no rifles in the room, but with Angela, you never know if she's packing heat or not. I'll with some trepidation, I'll pass it over to Angela.
Okay, just to introduce myself, Angela Maelis. I have been the director of the pain program at the University Health Network for 33 years. In another 10 years, I have an independent interdisciplinary facility in Vaughan, Ontario, funded by the Ontario Ministry of Health. We are the only community-funded program by the Ontario Ministry of Health. We are an educational facility. We publish extensively, and we treat patients. In July of 2020, my friend Ramesh Akarias and Norm Battle, they visited my center, and we were proclaimed the 11th Veterans Clinic in Ontario. We have the staff. We have 26 people on staff. We have the expertise. We have the space. We have the will to treat. To this date, we have never received one single referral 3.5 years later for a veteran. We have treated first responders and veterans on our own funds, civilian funds. We have not been able to break through to the Veterans Affairs, to Blue Cross, nowhere. And I'm saying to you, we are ready. We are putting a women's health program with emphasis on pain. We are a dedicated, celebrated program with numerous publications. We are here to treat. And we have a black wall in front of us, and I have never seen one single veteran referred to us for 3.5 years. So I'm just putting that, and I know, Ramesh, we have been together. I still love you. It's nothing wrong with you, but I have to say that in public. It's a very unpleasant issue, but I don't know what more to do to bring the veterans to treat.
Thank you, Angela. Yes, we know access to treatment is a major issue for veterans as well as civilians with chronic pain. And as I said, Angela always packing the heat. All right.
Hi, I'd like to thank the panelists for their very inspiring testimonies and very eye-opening ones. I can't help but wonder, you've all described a lot of organizational trauma and violence with the risk of being possibly deployed in 24 hours while pregnant, the sexual assault that we are all very, very aware of and how prevalent it is, and having to push yourselves in front of peers, not to save lives, but in order to not get passed up for promotions and that kind of stuff. Has there been any research done into the contribution of these avoidable and unnecessary violences compared to the contribution of the more unavoidable, combat exposure in terms of their contribution to the risk of developing PTSD and chronic pain? And do you feel like these, again, avoidable and unnecessary violences are being recognized and addressed to the same extent that the PTSD and chronic pain is being addressed after the fact?
That's okay. You can, if you want to speak even about
I think there is research being done now. There's lots of different studies being done around those different issues and understanding that the experience in the military is more than just deployments and being in that situation. So there are a lot of studies being done, moral injury, organizational culture, systemic issues. It's not necessarily my wheelhouse in that way, so I don't know all the outcomes of that, but I do know that is heavily focused, like CIMVR, and so the Canadian Institute for Military and Veteran Health Research, the Atlas Institute. I believe the chronic pain is also getting into more of these areas of how these different aspects impact military and chronic pain, but I don't know too much to answer that question.
I mean, Robin, you even spoke earlier about how your experience in the military and Anouk's are different. I mean, based on the nature of the work, but also timing. We've seen major changes because of also some of the people in the room around even what basic training looks like, right? We know that there are preventable things or preventable causes in the military of chronic pain, PTSD, and there is capacity to change and develop that. I don't know, Anouk, if you wanted to add to that.
I think it's important to put back into perspective that I left the military in 2010, and I'm not sure how it's handled right now. I don't have a lot of friends. I mean, this amazing officer, medical officer there, like she knows more, but yeah, so, but I hope so. I really hope so.
Yes, same.
It's a very important issue, obviously. It's not my area of research, so I can't tell you about any specific research in that area. I'm sure it's being done. I know it's a genuine area of concern. In addition to the negative experiences, there's also many positive experiences and many people proud of their service. But moving forward, thinking about the military, I think it is a concern in terms of attracting people to a career in the military. This current generation of people joining, as people are joining the workforce, you're not seeing the same level of interest in joining the military, and that's not just the military, it's also true of other public safety personnel who put themselves at risk. So all those occupations are, challenged to find ways to make sure that people are attracted to those positions because we need them. So it is an important issue.
Dr. Young?
Hi, I can have a go at answering that question, John Norman. I've been
Could you just lift up the mic a little bit?
Yeah, sorry. I've been the UK's pain consultant for the last 9 years until I've just left. In 9 years, I've never treated anyone with a chronic pain combat injury. It is frighteningly common. Injuries in women are much more common. We don't know why. They break down far more in basic training. We don't know why. We're scared to research it for political reasons. It's a big issue, and I'm sorry for that, and I'm very happy to speak to you afterwards, because you seem like you want to research it, and that's great. So I might be able to give you a few pointers into where you might want to look. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I feel like I have the spotlight on me. I'm clearly in uniform. Hi, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Commander Jody Young. Yes, I'm a medical officer, and I'm a specialist in physical medicine and rehab, and this is my wheelhouse. Thank you all, firstly, for coming and for listening. I wear a uniform, and we're also talking about veterans who typically it does include military members on the broadest of definitions, but typically that is associated with people who have served and transitioned on. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences in the military. Everyone has their own experience. Mine is 24 years and going. I would like to speak to the research that's needed with respect to chronic pain, as it isn't just one condition, it's a multitude of conditions, and you all know that. But I'd like to remind us all that it comes with a person, and that at the end of the day is what we're looking at, and where we add value to a person's life in terms of their social integration, their quality of life, their activity, and basically that's the WHO's definition of function, right? So this is where we need to look, and that looks inside the institution in terms of what we ask people to do, and we certainly research in our institution within many of our contexts, and now a budding need for interest in women and how we can support women as we have a goal to move towards 20% of women in the forces, and how we transition those people and how we protect those people to be able to continue to serve Canada. Because I'll remind people that people don't join the military with the idea that, oh, I'm going to get injured or I'm going to die, right? They serve to have a purpose, which is to serve Canada and to serve all of you people and this beautiful land that we live and have peace. And so with that in mind, I just wanted to bring it back to the idea that while people are suffering, and we should study the intricate nature of which they are suffering and support them along their journey on this earth, this is where a call to research through, thank you, the Chronic Pain Center of Excellence is one of our partners in studying the whole lifespan of an individual who has served in the military and then transitioned to be a veteran. So I just mostly wanted to say thank you. A lot of this was just statements and then commenting towards sort of what we're doing internally as well, because certainly our own health system, which you could think of as another federal jurisdiction, this is a topic that we are interested in, because we need people to stay in the military, because yes, people aren't coming in droves to come and work in service industries, and we have to maintain the individuals who have decided to sign their lives for unlimited liability. So with that, I thank you very much for today, and I thank you all for your interest in pushing these individuals who suffer with chronic pain to improve their quality of life.
Abby, I tried to make a hairdressing appointment, and you got the last one for tonight. So, thank you for your service. I really, really thank you so much, and thank you for highlighting this important discussion about women's health. I wanted to ask about for the CPCOE if there's anything being done about prevention. So, we're really focusing on kind of the prevention workspace, and you guys get a lot of training. So if this could be part of the training, informing people that PTSD is a thing, that chronic pain is a thing, especially if you're female, looking at creating some content for education about what could happen to you once you leave the military. Just wondering about if there's any work in that space.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment. Does anybody want to respond? I can respond to that. So, one of our process for determining research funding at the CPCOE is entirely veteran-led. And so we engaged now about a year and a half ago in a formal priority setting process informed by the James Lind Alliance priority setting partnership approach, which is an approach out of the UK. And in fact, we had consulting services with a JLA advisor who also works with one of our important federal agencies, CADIF. And as we went through that process, chronic pain and mental illness consistently came to the top of our priorities. So we identified 20 different priorities, and they were ranked. So we solicited from our veteran community what are important issues, what are outstanding needs that they're facing. We reference that against the existing evidence, because not every concern is something that can be addressed by research, right? And so what needs to be addressed by research, what's more of a perhaps knowledge translation or knowledge mobilization effort, and then identified what are our, and presented those to our advisory council, and they went ahead and ranked. And so we have 20 ranked priorities that we are going to be addressing, that we're committed to addressing through our research funding. And out of the top 10 priorities, which are our gold priorities, 4 of them related to chronic pain and comorbid mental illness, not just PTSD. In fact, when we think about veterans' mental health, we often think about PTSD, but in fact, the prevalence of comorbid pain and depression is even higher than comorbid chronic pain and PTSD, particularly in women veterans. And so really the whole spectrum of comorbidity of pain and mental illness is of high priority to the CPCOE. Sorry, can you expand this so I can see the slide a little bit better? So I'd like to take a little bit of time right now to talk about our current funding opportunities with the CPCOE. So we have more than $1.3 million in research funding available. The competition is open now until June 30th, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We got a lot of questions about that last time. And it's focused on 3 categories. Again, these categories are determined by the veteran prioritized priorities. The first is focused on, on improving quality of life for veterans who are living with chronic pain and another comorbidity. That may be a mental illness comorbidity, that may be traumatic brain injury, and understanding how chronic pain and common comorbidities impact quality of life, what are important interventions specifically targeted at improving quality of life as an outcome. I was at one of the research panel earlier, and we have to be thinking about what are other important kinds of outcomes besides pain, and quality of life was identified as a really, really high priority by our veterans. And then building capacity of support networks, particularly family members, peers, to support the improvement of quality of life amongst veterans living with pain and another comorbidity. Our second track is around health systems and policy innovations. And I mean, if you read the objectives and you read the Canadian Pain Task Force recommendations, you'll see a straight line to these. What veterans need in terms of health system and health policy innovations is what all people living with pain in Canada need in terms of access to care, improved quality of care. So improving understanding of relationships, particularly at interfaces across the health system, from primary care to tertiary interprofessional models of care. Even comparing health services. We know that there are different services and kinds of health systems across provinces. We've had very little formal research doing comparative policy analysis or comparative health services analysis, understanding how and why we see different service trajectories across jurisdictions in this country. And finally, our last track is focused on the diverse experiences of veterans, advancing understanding of the experiences of different population groups and veterans. Veterans are a very, very diverse group of individuals, not only in terms of experiences in the military, but even prior to the military, after the military. Analyzing and understanding chronic pain diagnostic and treatment pathways, and understanding differences across population groups, and finally evaluating interventions to improve access to chronic pain care. We've been hearing a lot about issues around inequitable access across populations. This is an issue for veterans as well, and therefore a high priority for our funding opportunity. Okay. Really, all research is eligible: pilot clinical trials, observational studies, evidence syntheses, qualitative studies, policy analyses, et cetera, et cetera. We expect submissions to be for about 1 or 2 year studies, but multi-year studies are potentially justifiable. Just have to give a good rationale for that. And principal applicants must hold an academic position at a Canadian or international academic institution. We're very proud, as I mentioned earlier, that we've had now, in our last few competitions, we've had applicants from multiple countries outside of Canada. Of course, if you're applying from outside of Canada, you have to be able to demonstrate the relevance to the well-being of Canadian veterans. Okay. And we expect to be funding about $450,000 in each of the 3 streams. And about three research projects per stream. If you have any questions, please feel free to write to research at vcp-vdc.ca. And here's our QR code for more information. We also have a booth in the exhibitor hall. Okay. So thank you again for the panelists. We really appreciate your time and experience. And thank you all for all your attention.
Thank you so much for that inspiring presentation. We're going to take a 5-minute break to rearrange our stage for those watching on the live stream, a 5-minute break, and then we will return with our final session, a panel discussion on where to go from here for pain. Please stay with us. We'll be back in 5 minutes. If you could take your seats, please. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please. Come on up. Please, please. So it's Virginia first. No, first.
This one, John, is this first?
Yeah, Virginia first.
Okay, I'll go right to the end then.
You go right to the end. You're second from the end.
Okay.
Yeah. You're second.
Thank you.
Yeah, and where's Tracy? If you could take your seats, please. We'll be starting in 1 minute. 1 minute, please. No, it's Tracy West. There's Tracy West. If you could take your seats, we'll be starting in just a moment. Oh, you're here. Oh, you came on the other side. Okay, fantastic. Okay, we're going to get started in just a few seconds. There are plenty of seats here in the front. Come on in. Thank you so much for your attention. Come on in. We're going to be starting. Fantastic. Thank you so much. For our final session of the National Congress on Pain, we have a panel discussion on how can we continue this work to collectively address pain priorities. In short, where do we go from here? I'd like to introduce the panelists. Closest to me, we have Virginia McIntyre, the Executive Director of People in Pain Network. Virginia works extensively as a lived experience partner on research projects and many pain initiatives. She's a proud member of several advisory committees, which includes Pain Canada, National Advisory Committee. She's the chair of the Canadian Pain Society People with Lived Experience Committee, the Canadian Pain Society Communications Committee, and the Atlantic Mentorship Network Advisory Committee. Virginia is a public presenter, educator focusing on pain-related topics, committed to diligence and increasing awareness of peer support and chronic pain. On the panel, we have Arun Radhakrishnan, a family physician with a focused clinical practice in chronic non-cancer pain. He's an assistant professor with the Department of Family Medicine at the University of Ottawa and an investigator at the Briere Research Institute. His research and education interests are in knowledge translation, mentoring, and digital health innovation. He's the past AMX Phoenix Compassionate Care Fellow and a leading Health Canada-funded national project to use mentorship to improve access to chronic pain care. In the middle, we have Tracy Wasilak, the Chief Program Officer, Strategic Clinical Networks with Alberta Health Services, and a founding co-chair of the Alberta Pain Strategy. She's held numerous senior leadership roles within Alberta Health Services and the previous Calgary Health Region. Tracy received the Order of Merit Nursing Policy Award from the Canadian Nurses Association, the AHS President's Excellence Award, and in 2023 was awarded the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal in Alberta. Next to her, we have Maria Hudspeth, who has worked at the intersection of systems change, health equity, and community engagement for 30 years. She's the inaugural Executive Director of Pain BC an internationally renowned pain advocacy organization. She co-chaired the Canadian Pain Task Force, co-authored the Action Plan for Pain in Canada, and co-created Pain Canada's Action Network. And then we have Jen Sachs, the Associate Assistant Deputy Minister, Controlled Substances in Canada's branch in Health Canada. She has held a great number of senior leadership positions throughout the federal government. Welcome to all of our panelists. I want to make sure you all have your microphones there. Fantastic. We begin with Virginia. Virginia, as a person with lived experience of pain, what do you see as key accomplishments that have been made for people living with pain, and what do you see as the most pressing priorities still to be addressed?
Thank you, John. Can you hear me? No. Still no. Do I have it on? All right, is that better? Awesome. Okay, so I came with cheat notes. So there's many key accomplishments I'm seeing, and after hearing today, I feel like I should rip these up and start again, because there is a lot. I think some of the key, most accomplishments we've seen in the last few years is the action plan, the Health Canada's action plan for pain. This was big, and this was big to have this rolled out. We've also had the pediatric pain management standards, another really, really big accomplishment. It's nice to see. I like to say Alberta, I've been watching you guys. There's been some real good accomplishments there, and thrilled to see the involvement with people with lived experience within it. I listened to Hans this morning and forgot about the transitional pain. As someone who is post-surgery pain and was for 2 years, like Graham was for 8 years, for 2 years without care, this is another accomplishment, too, that we see. So I look at these as kind of the top-down. And, you know, there's also, and to quote a lot of what Maria says, working from the bottom up too. So there are some really things that have happened in Canada from the bottom up, which is where Pain Canada has come into play and houses resources and is a hub of a lot of things, and they have the Live Plan B. Power Over Pain, the same thing, a real hub of resources. They have workshops, they have our peer support groups there, you name it, podcast, it's there. And there's even a helpline. One other wonderful thing that is an accomplishment is under Pain Canada, we've brought together the national peer support organizations. So what it's doing with that, we come together, we share our resources, we learn from each other, we share our challenges, and throughout that we have developed a national consistency within peer support across Canada, which includes the network I run, People in Pain Network, Pain BC, Corrections, AQDC. So we're trying to get some consistency and competencies, and we're doing it. We have really, through this, exceeded my expectations that I ever thought I would be able to do for this network. So this, as I say, is at the bottom up, this is impacting people now. This is impacting the people who are living with pain. We're not waiting for the policies or anything. This is really impacting us right now, which is absolutely amazing. Like I said, it exceeded everything. And as Jennifer said this morning, this is important because, as she said, pain shattered my life. Well, pain shattered my life, 10, 12 years ago. It changed it. I had a pivot. It changed it. So as another key accomplishment I see is this. We are all in the room here together. So this is an extraordinary accomplishment and a huge, big success. So yeah, there's some priorities and there's some gaps, as always. Like I said, we have the Health Canada's action plan, we have the pediatric plan, but are they being implemented? So we need to get that out there. So these are definitely gaps and priorities that we need to really work on. Accessible and equitable care in our communities. Care is not in our communities, and for me to receive pain care, I have a 3-hour commute, which is fine now. But 10 years ago, when my pain was the worst, it wasn't fine. That made me sitting in a parking lot with ice packs, driving halfway home in tears and having to sleep alongside the road. That's not acceptable. We need to get quality pain care in our communities. There's a huge, huge gap there. There's a huge gap of knowledge and education. And we often talk about clinicians' knowledge and education. There's a gap between the public and our employers. As somebody who was injured at work, led to a surgery, told the surgery was successful, and for 3 years out of work, it leads to a lot of disbelief, it leads to a lot of bullying, things that you can't even imagine. So we need to get the education out there, and with some hope getting the knowledge out there, will also help reduce the stigma around chronic pain, which will reduce the dismissal and the disbelief about it. We've talked about today about our primary care physicians that really are a hub of our care and our first access of care. You know, they need more time. Don't tell me I've got 10 minutes and ask me about my pain, and then I have to go out the door because the tears will start, and it is going to be hard to shut me down. So it's going to be hard. So we need more of that. We need more time. I could go on, but I'm going to pass it on. But that is some of the main priorities and some of the things that I see that are impacting us. And as with someone in an organization who I have frequent contact from people because of our website, they can reach out to me. I'm constantly hearing, I'm crying all the time. I can't get care. I'm not believed. I moved into a certain province and there's no care. I can't get my medications. So we need some work to do.
Let's go ahead and build on what Virginia said, which I think is so important. Perhaps, Arun, can you comment on the accomplishments Virginia mentioned, and at the same time describe some of the complexities and challenges surrounding chronic pain management, particularly at the primary care level where you work?
Thank you, John. I'm joining you with cheat sheets as well. Thank you for the question, John, and it's a really complex question. The answers aren't easy, and I'm going to try and take a stab at trying to give you some ideas or a perspective on what are some of the challenges that we're facing in primary care. And just sort of a good place to start is to build off from what Virginia, you were saying in terms of accomplishments. And so I want to pick up on the one around resources, right? So power over pain being one of those, Live Plan B being another, right? These are some great accomplishments, a first step, I believe, around addressing one of the challenges that primary care has identified, which is, well, what are the resources I can give my patients who are living with pain? What can I connect them to? And so this is a great first step. But there's a lot of other challenges, right? And so one of the ones that we keep hearing, and Virginia, you brought this up, is knowledge, right? We hear about a lot of clinicians, especially physicians, who identify that knowledge around what is chronic pain and how do I treat it and what's the best practices. That's still an enduring issue for many primary care providers, right? So knowledge is an issue. Confidence is an issue. I'm not quite sure how do I enact what I've understood as a best practice in the primary care space. I don't always have the resources to do it. So how do I get that done, right? So one of the things that goes with confidence, I think, is another challenge, is complexity. And I think we've heard about this throughout the day, the complexity around chronic pain, right? So when we think about complexity, it can create crisis in confidence. But a lot of the complexity that we see in chronic pain, especially in the primary care level, is the intersectionality, right? Where chronic pain intersects with mental health, where it intersects with substance use, and where it intersects with social determinants of health, right? An individual who doesn't have that income stability, doesn't have housing stability or food stability, right? And oftentimes what we see in the primary care space is that we just don't have the tools to address those issues. And sometimes what we're left with is an element of moral injury, of watching people suffer and being unable to make a change, right? So this is part of complexity, the complexity that kind of creates that crisis in confidence. You spoke about time, right? Jennifer spoke about time this morning. Where's the time for a primary care clinician to connect with their person, with the patient who's living in pain? Right? Where's that time? And that time is compromised by complexity. It's also compromised by the fact that we're in the midst of a primary care crisis. There's just not enough clinicians out there to deliver the care that we all need, right? So time becomes an issue. And so and then of course, we know that resources are important. So I'll bring it back to where I started. So resources. So we started to make that first step, but not every patient that we have can connect to these virtual resources. Right? Either they're limited in access to internet or the capacity to interact. And so they need more intense resources, right? And what we've got is a fragmented primary care space that doesn't allow us right now to deliver that integrated interprofessional care in your community, right? So these are some of the things I think we need to build. So what I've kind of hopefully shared with you is a bit of this web. It's a web of interconnected challenges that are all sort of very connected and difficult to sort of individually pull apart. But I don't want to be all doom and gloom, and I know, John, you didn't ask about this, but I'm going to just maybe touch upon some accomplishments, because I think we have to have a little bit of positive pieces there, right? And so, you know, I'd say over the last number of years, with the incredible efforts of researchers and educators, provincial and federal funding and focus here, we've done some great things, right? We've started to work on education, so addressing that knowledge challenge, right? So we see education across the different health professions and different dimensions, sort of really focusing on how do we educate the next generation of providers, primary care providers. And a great example of that is the interprofessional pain course that's available through the University of Toronto, right? So that's a great example of one. In that same vein around knowledge, we're seeing guidelines and clinical tools that are helping sort of focus on how do we implement best practices in primary care? Because so often what the best practice is defined in the tertiary care centers, and it doesn't necessarily translate into primary care, right? And so beyond that, if we think, so these are all knowledge pieces. We see practice supports that are focused on confidence, Project Echo, eConsult, mentorship projects, which are near and dear to my heart. These are all working on how do we increase that confidence amongst our primary care providers, right? And then the last piece I'll come to in terms of accomplishments is innovations. So we're starting to see the needle move on what kind of technological innovations can we utilize to help address some of the challenges, particularly around knowledge, particularly around confidence, and to some extent resources as well. And so we see EMR-based tools that are available at the point of care to help from a decision support side of things. So hopefully that starts to give a little bit of a picture around the challenges, but also some of the accomplishments that we're making, sort of taking as steps towards addressing some of the challenges we talked about.
Thank you so much. So real challenges and real accomplishments. Let's continue to build on that. Tracy, did the Alberta Pain Strategy, which you co-founded, address some of these challenges? What are the key lessons that you might share with other jurisdictions wanting to develop a similar provincial strategy?
Well, thanks for that question. And I think in some ways my answer will be sort of yes and no. What I saw as an accomplishment of the Alberta Pain Strategy is we took advantage of building it at a provincial level. And what I worry about still in Canada is, like, I saw posters, I saw presentations of unbelievable excellence in this country. And so how do we mobilize that so we're not all starting from scratch? And we can't mobilize in silos if we don't think about this from a provincial landscape. From the far corners of our geography as a Canadian system, we will continue to build a siloed system. So the pain strategy, when we started out, had everyone at the table. And I learned from my good friend here, Maria, very early on when we were starting out was build it with the needs of people with lived experience in mind. Because if you don't, it won't be the right lens. So we were very intentional from the beginning to have all the partners at the table. In fact, we even, from a research perspective, asked a few of the basic science people to be there, and they were saying, why should we be there? I said, because you're building the molecules that someday will be the health services intervention. And research is an intervention, so we need to understand that and have it part of our strategy. So one thing I would say, if you're thinking of a strategy, go as broad, go beyond your borders, and bring everyone to the dinner table. Because a good friend of mine said, if you're a second thought to the dinner party, you're always feeling like you're a second thought to the dinner party. So we threw our net very wide. We had a lot of leaders in the room when we built the strategy, and I'm a health system leader. I mean, I have a clinical background and I've studied pain, but we've got to have government, we've got to have people who are the decision makers in the system there as well, because if we don't understand what their pressures and levers are, then a strategy won't be able to address it in a way that you can walk into a boardroom and say, this strategy will help you with whatever that is. And so we tried very hard to make sure the strategy resonated with the delivery system, and we could draw a line of sight to their gaps and our solutions in the strategy. I think a second really key enabler for me was, and John, I met John in a cafeteria in Richmond Road in Calgary. Never met him before, but he was president of the Alberta Pain Society, and someone said, if we don't have the society there, we won't go. Okay, fine. John and I have coffee, and he's kind of checking me out, and I'm checking him out, and I know the speed dial thing because I got on it pretty early. And what John said to me was, like, I'm not interested if we're building a strategy and it's sitting on a shelf, because how many in this room have been involved in strategy that goes nowhere? I bet everyone in this room has had that experience. And I looked at him, and he can quote me. I said, John, I am not interested in wasting my time building a strategy if it collects dust. So we will build that strategy, and we will build the 5-year action plan. Are you in or you out? Because I need you. And he said, I'm in. And then I got on speed dial. So my point is, think about it from a strategic level, but we broke it out into 3 areas, and then we asked the experts in those 3 areas, give me a 5-year plan, but make it quick wins, short, medium, and long term, because we're not going to be able to do it all, but let's pick the things that we think we can mobilize collectively together in our current context that's going to move us one step forward. Because if you can take one step forward, then everyone says, well, maybe we are moving. I'm going to come to the next meeting. And I think from a health system perspective, people vote with their feet. If they come to your meeting and you set it up in a way where they see progress, they stick with you. But if you create roadblocks, they don't show up at meetings anymore, and suddenly you can't mobilize that strategy. So leadership matters, and having a large dinner table matters. And then the third thing for me was build your partnerships, because the health system's constrained, and if it was easy to put pain on the agenda, we would have all done it by now. So you need all the partnerships, and we had tons of them. And actually, I never got a dime from AHS to mobilize our work. We got SUOP grants, thank you very much. We got other funding agencies supporting us. And in small ways, we took those projects and took them to the decision makers in AHS and said, here's our strategy, and here's a way for us to get started. Can we have your support? And so our executive in AHS signed off that strategy, and their only caveat to me was, you can't do it all at once, Tracy. So if you want our opinion, focus on chronic pain. And at that point, I had them. I said, okay, well, we've got a chronic pain working group. I can do that. In the meantime, the other groups were working along, but I kept going back to our executives saying, here's what we're doing in chronic pain now. Here's the inch that we've moved. And that has been a big way of connecting the clinicians, the patients, to the decision makers, but in a thoughtful and meaningful way. And I'm telling this from a health systems perspective because lots of people say, I've done fantastic work, and I can't get into the boardroom to tell them how good this work is, and therefore, I'm just on a laundry list of 5,000 other priorities. And so for me, having a leader in the room that can be a translator is really critically important. And then my last, there are 2 other key enablers. We decided we would start to measure we would have measurement as a fundamental for us. And there's a few people in the room, Magali's one of them, where we had a measurement working group for chronic pain because we weren't measuring chronic pain in a consistent way. In acute pain, I think it's easier because we have been doing it, but not in chronic pain. And so a working group got together and said, well, let's get a measurement strategy, because if we don't have data to walk into a boardroom and say, here's why it matters, we're hooped. And so measurement matters, but measurement costs a lot of money. So you have to be very discerning on what's part of your strategy that you can measure that's going to move your dial. And with that movement, you might be able to measure a few more things. So be very selective so that it can help you mobilize. And then the last enabler, John, was people with lived experience. We did two things in Alberta. One, we mobilized Help Alberta. We talked to the society because there's lots of groups out there. I didn't know who they were, but experts around me did, so we brought those groups in. We also trained patients who have lived experience as what we call our painkillers. We have a qualitative research program which trains patients in qualitative methods to do research with other patients to really tease out relevant research questions that are relevant to them. And that PACER team, we're now training PACERs across the country, but patients tell patients very different things than they tell sometimes their providers. So we used the painkiller group to talk about chronic pain. And then that group of patients with lived experience were asked to go to the ministry to present their work. And it was those patients that got us the funding for the $4.5 million for the virtual chronic pain program that got started. By the way, it got launched April 6th. But the ministries met with them, and they didn't want any of us in the room. Now, the patients came to us and said, oh my God, we're terrified. Can you help us get some key messages and stuff? And so from behind the scenes, we worked with them. But they mobilized the ministries for us. And so I think when you're thinking about a strategic intent and you're thinking about building this out, have the right people, have some data, make sure that you've got tangible steps to an end, and make sure people with lived experience are really at the center of that strategy. So thanks, John.
Thank you. And what you mentioned is so important in terms of taking a step forward. A big step forward happened April 2022 with the establishment of Pain Canada that supported a number of provinces and organizations to expand capacity for pain self-management, education, and care. So Maria, based on your experience, where else do we need to build this vital capacity? And what are some of the opportunities and outcomes we want for people with pain?
I think I'll speak from the Pain Canada perspective, from the perspective of my role in co-chairing the task force, and then also from the BC experience. I think the minister said this morning, and many of us have said, the challenge with pain is it's everywhere and nowhere. And I think we need to start looking at that actually as a strength. And we need to say, as we have been, oh, okay, federal government, you're working on disability benefits. Those impact people who live with pain. How can we influence those regulations so that they serve people who live with pain who often experience intermittent disability? How do we advance a social model of disability? We need to think about things like, oh, there's a new dental care program coming in Canada. How do we think about harnessing the power of the dental community to serve the needs of people with pain? So there are so many things out there that don't say pain on them. And I think for a long time, we've been waiting for everything to say pain. We need to, of course, advocate for things to say pain, big envelopes of money, all kinds of incredible policy opportunities, but we also need to look at everything and say, where does pain fit here, and be opportunistic and leverage these other types of investments, because if you talk to people with lived experience, they will tell you those things matter. Housing matters. Dental care, it matters. Disability benefits, they matter. They make a huge difference to people who live with pain. So I would say let's start thinking it's everywhere as a strength. The other piece that I think we need to pay more attention to are where are these big opportunities to intervene early. So Carrie was speaking earlier from the McMaster Health Forum about some work that has been supported through the Chronic Pain Network and Pain Canada and with the Canadian Centre for Occupational Health and Safety to look at workers' compensation boards. Injured workers, huge issues with chronic pain and huge opportunity to prevent acute to chronic transition. The McMaster Health Forum recently undertook this jurisdictional scan looking at chronic pain policies in workers' compensation boards all over, did an evidence synthesis. What did they find? Well, this is a system that serves huge numbers of injured workers who go on to develop chronic pain. Many go on to experience disability. Many go on to use opioids. But most of these systems have no chronic pain policy. So these are provinces where our workers' compensation boards are silent on the issue of chronic pain, or they have policy that is tremendously outdated. So to me, that's a huge opportunity to intervene. HANTS and the Translational Pain Clinic, and that's opportunity to intervene after surgery or after injury. These are the kinds of things I think we need to pay more attention to. Lastly, we've heard a lot about peer support, about this sort of bottom-up piece that is an essential synergistic component with all of the top-down change work that we're doing. And this is something that we need to absolutely amplify and grow. We need to move beyond short-term investment in pilots where we see great things get off the ground and really see sustained investment and just recognize that people go in, they see their physician if they can manage to get one, but often they are otherwise dependent on the informal community supports, whether it's a peer support group, a lay coach that they can get access to, the fitness trainer at the community center. We need to build that kind of community capacity to support people who live with pain because that takes a tremendous burden off of our health system.
Thank you so much. And so this is the National Congress on Pain. We want to look at things from a national perspective now. So I turn to Jennifer Sachs. Why was the work of the Canadian Task Force important, and what role do you see for the federal government continuing to play in supporting the action plan for pain?
Thanks, John. So I'll start with the first part of the question of why the Canadian Pain Task Force was so important. And I think there's really three key pieces to it when I simplify it. And one is really the strong evidence and advice that underpinned the Canadian Pain Task Force to provide that guidance to the federal government on how to move forward. So really thorough, really looking at three kind of reports at the end of the day, and provided that strong evidence base, provided a really good scan across Canada of what is going on, what needs to be addressed, and some concrete, clear recommendations moving forward. The second piece is recognizing, and a number of the panelists spoke to this, recognizing complexity, but also the many players in here. And so when we're addressing chronic pain, often we talk about different roles and responsibilities, and absolutely there's many players, whether that's from a patient perspective, a practitioner perspective, research perspective, but it's also all the different levers and tools and influence that those players have. And sometimes we underestimate that piece, and it's really important to think about all of those players and the roles that they can play, and how do we need to work together, coordinate, and the different levers that we can actually use across all of those players coming together. And the third, and it referenced it a little bit in my first, is that concrete plan moving forward, right? So the Canadian Pain Task Force was really clear, tangible, clear recommendations, pragmatic, that could be used to move forward. And that's been super helpful because there's a lot of players, but it's a lot easier to not have to develop another strategy or plan behind the plan, right? And it's clear, something that can actually show progress. And some of them are longer term, some of them are more medium term, and some of them are concrete pieces that you can actually move in the short term. And it's important to be moving in all of those lanes because you need to be able to have, as Tracy was mentioning, some of those concrete deliverables that you can show some incremental progress while you're addressing and the longer term pieces, which are also important to be looking at, but working in all those lanes is really important, and that was really helpful with the plan. When I look at the second part of the question of what can the federal government continue to do, I think there's a few levers and a few areas where we've played in. One certainly has been working with our own federal departments and bringing into play, bringing that chronic pain lens to that work, whether, as you mentioned, that could be on disability benefits, whether that's bringing standards to long-term care, whether that's working with partners at Indigenous Services Canada. It's across the federal government, and we don't realize sometimes how broad, and we have to work across those silos, across our different departments, and bring that lens of chronic pain to that work. The other part, and it's been mentioned also a few times, is that funding lever that we've had, and we've certainly funded a number of very successful projects through our substance use and addictions program with SUOP. And I think, when I think about all of those pieces, whether that's, Power Over Pain Portal, whether that's ECHO, whether, there's quite a number of really successful projects. It's also having that knowledge mobilization and, how do we take those pilot projects and bring those out, give the profile to them, actually have them implemented and scale them up across. And I think that's really an important piece that we need to continue doing work. So when I think, moving forward beyond those two areas, there's definitely work that we need to continue doing in terms of research, data, surveillance, and continuing not only to monitor pain, but actually where are we making progress? Where do we need to adjust? And without that data and research, we won't know that. How do we continue to raise awareness? Hugely successful event today, seeing everybody in the room throughout the day at different sessions and what you've been able to bring together. Really powerful to be able to have conversations amongst people and raising that awareness. How do we scale that up with the Canadian public, within our own communities of, wherever we are and sit? And I think a continued commitment to engage people with chronic pain and people with lived and living experience in our work is really a critical piece, and the federal government can certainly continue playing a role in that regard.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, there's just a few minutes left. I'll give the same question to all of our panelists, starting with Virginia. What do you see as the most pressing priorities for pain in this country?
The most pressing priorities, I think the most pressing priority right now is to break down the silos and start getting everybody around the table. Like Tracy said, make the table big, get everybody around the table. Maria said, what matters to the patients, the only way you're going to know is by having them at the table. So to be quick, I think that is our most pressing priority. Let's come back, let's get everybody around the table, and that way we can hopefully move forward this. We have learned today what's out there and who's doing what.
I can't keep myself to just one. So I got to say a couple. I know we don't have a lot of time. So really, if we're talking about primary care, interprofessional primary care, if we can bring that in to our communities, that's a big step forward. Education, innovation, let's sustain that, right? We've built these wonderful innovative tools. Let's find a way to sustain it. And the last plug I'll make is for technological innovation, especially looking at artificial intelligence and what its potential scope is for delivering care directly to patients and supporting clinicians to provide better, more compassionate care.
So I'm going to do this from a sort of my health system hat. I think the most pressing issue is we need to get this issue on the agenda of the ministries because in order to advance primary care and to do some of the things that we've talked about, if the ministry's not at the table, if the funder's not at the table, then we can't influence some of the policy pieces that we need to influence to make this everyone's business. Otherwise, it goes underground, and ministries are getting worried about too much surgeries or not all the waiting lists. So we're pumping surgeries through, and we're just lining up the chronic pain queue because they don't understand the need for this to be their number one concern. So I want to think about how do we strategically mobilize to the ministries across our country and maybe bring the feds with us. Oh, you got one.
I agree. I would say, Tracy, I agree with you because every single day, what we hear from people who live with pain is that they can't access care. And I think we're seeing many of the provinces move forward creating strategic clinical networks for pain, or in BC, we have a new organization, a new initiative called Pain Care BC. It's a health improvement network. So we're seeing these structures, finally, formalized structures to advance and enhance pain services at the provincial level. But they're still primarily in the planning phase or just getting started. We really need significant expansion of access to clinical care for people who live with pain, including access to opioid prescribing for people who need them, those legacy patients that are at high risk of overdose.
So I was going to say breaking silos as well, and I think maybe I'll just take a different angle on it and talk about coordination and collaboration. And I think it's really, really important. You know, often we think about our own roles and responsibilities. Federally, we do it too of, well, this is within the federal purview, and then this is somebody else. And it's so important if we are going to move and address and make advancement that we come together and that there is that coordination, collaboration across different, sectors, different expertise, different roles, all of those pieces come together to work together and find solutions, address how we can better do data, how we can better deliver care, how we can further amplify the knowledge, how we can further amplify our tools. And I think Pain Canada comes a long way. It's moving that, and is something that I'm really hoping will continue to help advance some of that work as well.
And the last word went to you. We are out of time. Just before we resume the annual scientific meeting of the Canadian Pain Society, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our panelists for this discussion. I'd like to thank Health Canada, Pain Canada, all of the federal agencies that came here today, the provincial agencies. Thank you all for being a part of the National Congress on Pain. We started this morning saying that pain connects the dots. Thanks to our panelists, thanks to all of our speakers, I feel they've really connected the dots today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you very much. And with that, we have a 2-minute break, and the annual scientific meeting of the Canadian Pain Society will continue. Thanks, everybody. We'll be starting the conference back in 1 minute. 1 minute, please. 1 minute.